Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the, oh my goodness me, you've had the holiday, you've had Christmas, you've had New Year, now you've got to come back to work. Because believe you me, the bills are going to start arriving in this month and you've got to earn the money to pay the bills. And by God, are you going to realise how much you've spent over Christmas? The amount of people wrote to me before Christmas saying, Steve, we don't care. We've had such a rotten 2 years. Why not spend it on Christmas and have fun with the kids and buy the tree and the turkey and all the rest of it? And all I want is a couple of pints of Gold Top. I'm not asking for a lot in life because there's no milk. We've got no milk this morning. There is and so I was talking to one of our, we used to have him as a newsreader occasionally overnight, Dominic, but he was too expensive. We had to sort of save money. And I said, you're going to be disappointed this morning. And he said, oh, yes, why is that? I said, no milk. And he went, I only have black coffee. Oh, God, honestly, nothing worse than a smug newsreader. Nothing worse. Absolutely terrible. But, yeah, so it's milk we need this morning. I'm hoping Kevin the Milkman's listening and he might be on his round going, I can drop in a couple of pints of Gold Top to Steve Allen at Global. I can't believe, seriously, I went through every floor. We have 2 kitchens on every floor and we have 8 floors in this building. So I visited 16 kitchens. Not a smidgen. Not a smidgen. So I'm hoping that some kind soul is going to sort of feel pity for me because I do thrive on milk to get through the programme. I shouldn't do really, but I normally have about 4 cups of tea, which kind of gets me through. Even Zora Suleiman was pleading with me this morning. She said to me, oh, if you can get any milk, that'd be quite... I wish somebody had phoned me. She begged. That was a very rare thing to find in this. I was going to say Dominic would have been begging, but unfortunately, he had a bit of an upset in the kitchen, which I can't tell you about because it's just one of those sort of things. And what else we got? Freezing conditions, so it'll be jumpers and vests and no T-shirts and stuff like that. Even though the producer's wearing what can only be described as his best Ibiza look this morning, which is good, which is sort of pink stripy kind of thing. It does look a bit like a deck chair colouring. It's very nice, though. And the collar-up's a good thing. I quite like collars up. I mean, I don't do it because it makes me look a bit silly. But it's quite good. You're a roadman? What's a roadman? I've never heard of a roadman. Oh, a gangster. Oh, right. It's like wicked kind of thing. Oh, right. OK. I didn't know that. Men in the road. OK. The judge who's going to make Andrew sweat, the court hearing is today. This one could go anywhere, couldn't it? Could go anywhere. I've got no idea. The boxer Amir Khan investigated for live streaming whilst he was driving. Another one. And if you fancy a beach hut for the summer, you better start queuing because apparently people want beach huts. If you get a normal beach hut, you can spend about £4,000 a year renting it. Some of the bigger ones go for 80 grand renting in the course of a year. They're worth money. And fans of I'm a Celebrity, and there must be one of you listening this morning, you can now go and meet the ghosts and the ghoulies that haunt the castle where they filmed the programme. They'll do anything to capitalise on this pile of old rubbish. There are no ghosts or ghoulies in the castle. It's just blatant lies. But if you want to pay for lies, I can give you tons. They've decided to sell... There you go. Britain's most expensive beach hut is for sale. It's not very big. You can't sleep in these things. You can just use it for the daytime. It's not very big, and you use it if you want to get changed. You don't want to stand on the beach. It's not very big. It's got sort of... It's very nice. This one is just over £500,000. £500,000. Situated in Muddyford Spit in Dorset. 16 foot by 13 foot. I mean, it's a lot of money, isn't it? But, some of them have been washed out to sea before because the sea comes in. Some of them have got fitted kitchens, but I don't believe that you can sleep in them. I don't think they're licensed for sleeping in. You can change in it and have a little doze during the daytime. You can't stay overnight. I think because there's no electricity, I think everything is gas. So you have to bring in your gas cylinders and all the rest of it. I've never fancied one, but if I was going to get changed on the beach, I'd just take my clothes off on the beach. What the hell? Who cares? They want to look, let them look. Yeah, the nudist beach. The nudist beach. I think I'd be thrown off the nudist beach, definitely. Tuesday, apparently, today, is a bank holiday in Scotland. Oh, even they must be fed up with the bank holiday. They've gone on forever, haven't they? I bet most of you are glad to get back to work today. Go, oh, thank goodness, Steve, we're going back to work today. Loads of people in this building will be going back to work, which is quite nice. A lot of people are talking about... whatever happens, today, what's going to happen to Prince Andrew? They don't know. This really is in the lap of the gods. This really is. Although it was a very interesting contract to draw up. So there was a deal for her to get £500,000, and she signed the thing, which meant that she couldn't then go after anybody else. and so basically signed her life away. Now, because she doesn't live in America, they might say it's not binding, or they might say it's going to be binding, and so she can't sue anybody else. It just, you really don't know. You can't guess these things. You really can't. Phil the farmer says we sent off 10,000 litres of milk this morning. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. As I say, if only Kevin the milkman was working this morning and sort of driving past going, do you know, I could drop off a couple of bottles of Gold Top exclusively for the use of Steve Allen and Zora Suleiman. No point sharing it with Dominic, but we could share it with Mihal as well, and for a fee. Not saying we'd be giving it to him for free. Whatever happened to the kids from Fame who were going to live forever? Did you ever remember seeing? You're probably too young to remember. 40 years ago it was. 40 years ago on the television, and it da 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 da, and we used to sit down. They glued to the television, and watch them. And they had all the members. Some played double basses. There was somebody who played an organ. They danced. They sang. They jumped into the streets. One of them was a cab driver, and his son was there, Bruno. I remember it vividly, and then they brought them over to tour. They decided to capitalise on it, and they filled the Albert Hall. They packed out the Albert Hall because people wanted to see the characters that they'd watched on the television. Janet says, you can sleep in the beach huts in Mudderford, Callaghass. Are you sure? Are you sure? Mudderford Spit, you can sleep in the things? I thought you could only doze in the afternoon. I didn't think that you were able to actually sort of... Because otherwise you could live in it, couldn't you? Or are there stipulations? There must be stipulations. There must be. We shall find out, though. We shall find out. The dream whips up cream. It's this old adage now. And this is David Baddiel. So has he done it the right way? He didn't use strawberry jam on his scones. He used cranberry sauce. Sharing a picture, he says, a lack of jam in the house I'm staying in means I'm having a scone with cranberry sauce. So sue me. Putting the cream on first would have upset lovers of the Cornish cream tea. And... although in the neighbouring county, it's the way to create a Devon cream tea. The debate, I mean, to be honest with you, the best thing to do is to put the jam on first, because it's less messy on the spoon, and then you spoon the cream onto the top. He's done it the other way round. He's sort of put his, well, it looks like it. He sort of, but it doesn't make the slightest difference. Really makes no difference at all. So, can you sleep in a beach hut? Can you sleep, or is that illegal? Well, the vast majority are leased through local councils, and as a general rule it is not permissible to sleep in them as only daytime use is allowed. However, there are certain places where you can sleep in a beach hut. Those that allow overnight stays tend to be bigger, super huts, chalets or lodges, and have freehold tenure. Okay, so what is the difference between leasehold and freehold? Similar to brick and mortar properties. You know, leasehold huts are obtained through local councils. Freehold, that means you own the building and land. The beach hut is situated on outright, no need to pay rent, so you probably can. So here we go. Some overnight beach hut locations. Minehead, Millbeach, Muddyford Sandbank, Shaldon, Newquay, Bournemouth, Christchurch, Bognor Regis, St Ives Bay, Camber Sands, Gwythian Beach, Seasalter Beach and Whitstable in Kent, all those places. But they do cost a lot of money. Weekly charges, anything up to £1,500. I mean, but it is basically, they're known as bathing boxes. If you're renting between 80 and £200 a week, something like that. Somebody says, this is Marie in Sutton Coldfield, said you can buy instant tea from various shops. It's called Q-tea. All you do is put a spoon in a mug, add water. It's tea with added milk. Maybe we should get some. I think we should definitely do something, actually. Somebody says, have you tried dry powder? Well, no, I have tried dry powder. It would be lovely, but we don't have any of that either. I mean, I'm not asking for the world, am I, really? I don't think so. I love the idea that Phil the farmer says we sent off 10,000 litres of milk this morning. Just really rubbing it in. Steve, you're not having your cup of tea. But I will get a cup of tea because people will look after me. It's as simple as that. Steve, my partner works for the NHS on the vaccination clinic at various East London hospitals. She's of age where she has a freedom travel pass, yet she can't use it till after 9, yet she's at work at 8. Yes, over a month it all adds up. I understand that, yes. You can. There used to be this woman who used to fiddle it on the buses, and she used to get on and show her freedom pass, and this was at 8 o'clock in the morning. Terrible, really. Henry says, is this or is there actually... No, there is actually no milk. No, Henry didn't believe, bless his heart, honestly. No, if you could stop on the way in, Henry, and pick up a few pints, because otherwise you won't be having a cup of tea. I've got some. No. You need to just sort of stop off somewhere on the way in. But you know why? Because it's been such long bank holidays this time. Nobody's been working, but the people who are working all drink teas or coffees, except Dominic. But he has to be. He's fit. He's fit. He's been going to the gymnasium, and he goes 3 times a day. He does not, does he really? Wow. It's not made the slightest difference, has it? It looks exactly the same as when I first saw him. Only joking, actually. He might sue. Steve, we have a Muddyford hut. You can stay overnight. We had 4 bunk beds plus a double. Not supposed to stay in winter, but we do leave at 5 to midnight, back at 5 last midnight, says Sue. Oh, right. So you can do it. Mind you, it must be quite big, yours. 4 bunk beds plus a double. I'm not sure I want to sleep in a room with loads of other people. I'm a bit funny about things like that. When we were talking the other day about all the people who were, during the war, going down onto the underground, sleeping on the platforms and everything else, because there were no trains, obviously. And I remember thinking, looking at all the huge bunk beds that they'd put in there, I think, oh, no, I didn't. No, I mean, their standard of hygiene must have been almost non-existent. The good news is, says Sandra, only 354 days and 19 hours until Christmas. Yeah, woo. And believe you me, because now we're all taking the decorations down. So they've got to be down by the 6th. So I'd start taking them down today, or at least turning the lights off, which... You see, there's loads of trees over the side of the road. If you're lucky, if you've got a council that take trees, because I think that's really good, actually. Ours recycle them and then mash them up, and they put them on the council gardens. So it sort of benefits. It's actually an awful lot cheaper. Steve, I've got to take a break. I'll come back to some more in a moment. Very pushy this morning, they are.
This is LBC.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to... God, we've got to get up again and go to work. But, I mean, come on. That's exciting. You see all the people that you've not seen for a few weeks, and you'll be able to tell who's actually had a good time over Christmas and who will be going, I'm so glad to be back at work. Because it's great, isn't it? It's great coming back to work. You see people you've not seen for at least a couple of weeks on this particular holiday. It's just gone on forever and a day. Every time they have something on a Saturday, you know damn well a few days later you're going to have that as a bank holiday. And so it's actually quite nice. What? Yeah. Where did it come from? From Kevin? Where did it come from? A milkman in St Martin's Lane. Brilliant. He wouldn't give his name, and he's left us 3 pints of milk. Don't put it anywhere near Dominic. You know what he's like? Even though he doesn't take it, he will. That's brilliant. How nice is that? I tell you, this job absolutely slays me alive. Don't worry, Henry. We've sorted you out. That's really nice. And a personal gold top for me. Yes. Well done to Milkman. Thank God for Milkman. Thank God for Milkman. Isn't that good? Oh, Zora's very happy. She's never been so happy in her life. Perhaps I should ask for a Rolls Royce as well. See if I can get a Rolls Royce this morning. Or failing that, comparing the Jingle Bell Ball or something. Well, the summertime ball. That'd be nice as well. That's lovely, isn't it? That's very nice. So thank you, unnamed Milkman. Thank you, unnamed Milkman. Henry says, that is kindness. I'm sobbing. Oh, there's nothing worse, says the poor soul, honestly. No, so we've got 3 pints in here. I've got a pint of Gold Top, which I'm not sharing. And if you ask, you get... Isn't that a nice thing to do? A milkman in St Martin's Lane. Bless your heart. That's cool. I'm sorry you didn't give your name, but I understand where you're coming from. The dairy be going, what do you mean you're giving the stuff away? Thank you very much. That's very, very kind. I feel now we can get on with the programme. I feel we can sort of do our bit. Is that the Gold Top? Love Gold Top. Is it cold? Is it really cold? How lovely. Do you know, Milkman, I remember talking to Milkman, I've said this before, when my, it's got the cream at the top. Don't turn it upside down, it'll mingle. My nana used to live in Ilford in Kentview Gardens. And in those days, and it was a long time ago, you didn't see many cars in the road. Now, each household has got about 4 or 5 cars outside it. In those days, if you saw 3 or 4 cars in the road, it would be a bit of a surprise. So the kids did play in the road. But I always remember the milkman coming down the road at about 8 o'clock in the morning. And you could hear him coming because it was milk bottles in metal crates. And you could hear them. And he would pull up outside the house. And it was an electric milk float. And he would not only do milk, but he would do little bottles of orange squash. I don't think it was juice. I'm pretty certain it was like a squash. And little milk bottles, which we used to get at school. They would sort of, at playtime, you would have a little bottle of milk because people said it was very good for you. So milkman, we should hang on to. We should hang on to. It was free milk, those. Yeah, in those days, yes. But they also did, we used to get, sometimes if I was staying with my nana, she would order God knows where she got the money from. Perhaps she was existing on a pension. A little bottle of orange squash. And you'd have a straw and you'd stick it through the metal top on the thing. It was fantastic. It was really great, actually. Henry's still sobbing, I'm afraid. It's all a little bit overwhelming for him, actually, this morning, which is lovely. It's very nice, isn't it? What are you doing? You're going to get up and you're going for some more exercise. You're going to make me a tea? How lovely. Go on, then. As long as it's made with the gold top milk. That is nice. Do you know, the funny thing is, I watch all these programmes on the television, and you see people doing things. I used to love Nick Knowles' programme where they would go around. Carol Vorderman used to have one as well, where they would go to people's houses and they would, ask people to come and help doing things. And the one thing that we're absolutely brilliant at in this country is charity. And we don't do it, to be rewarded. We don't do it, we do it because something hits you inside. Something hits you. When we do the Globals Make Some Noise, it's something that touches you. You think, listen, I've got loads of things. I can afford to buy a tea towel, or I can buy a tote bag, or buy some glass or something like that, knowing that all the money goes to charity. And that's what we're very good at. Some other countries don't do that. The Americans do big fundraising things, and we do them over here. But people live in different worlds nowadays. But I think we're very generous. Seriously, I've never known such generosity in all my life. People bringing, just dropping off 3 pints of milk might not be very much to most people. To us, it's a great act of kindness. It's very nice. Very nice. Steve, oh my goodness. I live in Ilford, literally near your Nana's Road. Plus, I used to be the milk monitor at school and distribute the small bottles of milk to each classroom. See? We always talk about things that people recognise. Kentview Gardens was lovely. Number 8. If you're bothered. Number 8, Kentview Garden. Look at this. No, to take the top off, you push in the middle, slowly, careful, and then the top just lifts off. He was trying to peel the metal lid off, but you don't need to do it. Bless his heart, honestly. He hasn't seen real milk in a bottle for ages. Have you? Should do, coming from Ireland. I should imagine it's what most of their milk comes in. Here we go. We're going to get milk and everything. I'll tell you, what a treat. What an absolute treat. I love this. So exciting, isn't it?
Have a look at this for service.
Look at this.
Look at the cream.
Look at the cream. It's not going to pour out. Oh, it does. Whoa. Look at that. By God. I tell you, who needs Christmas? Who needs Christmas? Only the Steve Allen Show could get mileage out of 3 bottles of milk. I think that's lovely. But fancy living in Ilford, literally near my Nana's Road. Yep, number 8, Kentview Gardens. And we found it on Google, actually. I should imagine there's other families in there now. Steve, buy a couple of pints of UHT from Costco today and put in a cupboard. I'm a trucker and always have some in the cab. Well, we never run out. We've always got tons of it. As I say, with 16 kitchens in this building, you can well imagine when the milk arrives in, we don't just get 2 or 3 bottles of milk or, cartons of milk. We get tons of it because there's 1,000 people in this building. So, in other words, there's enough milk for 4,000 cups of tea a day. And the company very kindly supply the tea bags, all the posh tea, the flavoured teas and all the other bits and pieces, plus the bog standard tea, which, to be honest with you, I like. But Mihal complained the other day. He said he didn't think it was strong enough. I'll show him strong. And so he actually puts 2 tea bags in, which, would be too strong for me. Although I have managed to get a cup of tea out the same tea bag twice. I've managed to drink it and then go back to the hot tap and fill it up again. Hang it up on the washing line. We didn't have tea bags when I was younger. We had leaf tea. It came in leaf tea. You grew up with leaf tea. We used to, you'd get a spoon and you'd take it out and put it into the pot. You'd warm the pot first. You'd do the whole business. It was great. Really great. A little bit, what? Yeah. Yeah, we used to have a tea strainer. You'd put it in there and then you'd let it dry out. And then we used to put them on the garden. I don't know why. Tea leaves on the garden. I'm sure there must have been some reason. Now hospital admissions for COVID have fallen in London. This is mainly because this particular strain of COVID only really attacks people who've been really dim and stupid. I tested this morning. Big up me. And I got I said to Zora, I said, I hate doing this. It really, because it just worries you and you look at it and you think, oh, please don't come up with 2 bars, please. And it came up with 1 bar. So I was very pleased. Mihall's tested twice and he's come up negative. My Joe has tested twice and he's negative on both of them, because that's what you're looking for. That's what you're looking for, because it's the only indication that you're going to be okay. And I'm being very careful, very, very careful. Even though I've got people around me who have tested positive, they're not going out. They are isolating. The answer is, there was a question the other day, it was very interesting. If you've got COVID, you've tested positive, can you go out for a walk? And the answer is, no, you can't. There are under no circumstances can you go out for a walk if you've got COVID. So there you go. Alana says, I love your sense of humour. I'd give anything to share a few bottles of Prosecco. I think we'd have a laugh. We certainly would. Well, put it away, a few bottles of Prosecco. So what would you be drinking? Can't drink tea without milk, Steve. Makes me nauseous, says Kim. Although, strangely enough, you can go to a lot of Chinese restaurants and they do China tea. They don't serve it with milk. It's just leaf tea, and you sip it, which is quite normal. I also can't do it. Do you remember the milk machines with the triangular cartons and a chocolate milk called Mickey? No, the only Mickey I remember is, oh, Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Oh, Mickey, what a pity you don't understand. You don't get this on other stations. There's a reason. There's a reason for it. What else we got? Forget about Fortnite. The new gaming craze is a daily word puzzle called Wordle. I can't do puzzles. Seriously, I'm not bright enough to do puzzles or anything like that. The history of adding milk to tea. It is speculative whether or not the English were the first to add milk to their tea. Tea arrived in Britain 1660, thereabout. However, in 1655, a Dutch traveller by the name of Jean Neuhoff experienced tea with milk at a banquet in Canton, given by the Chinese Emperor Shungji. Tibetans have been using butter to flavour their tea since before the 10th century. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Butter in tea. But anyway, Madame de la Sablière in 1680 served tea with milk at her famous Paris salon. She's traditionally ascribed to introducing the custom to Europe. It's also thought, apparently, that the poor quality in tea had to be softened with the flavour of milk to make it more palatable. Interesting. I liked, tea was so expensive at one point, it was kept locked up. Locked up in cabinets. They didn't get it out very often. And hot chocolate was another big deal. That was locked up in, practically you had to sort of break your way through the doors to get to the hot chocolate. And they would have special hot chocolate parties. And they would have all sorts of little parties to celebrate the drinking of tea. I quite like the idea of just afternoon tea. In fact, if ever I go to a hot country, I see everybody goes the same way. Oh, let's drink cold drinks, which of course doesn't really cool you down. A cup of tea cools you down. That's why if you go out to the desert, you won't find the people who are riding the camels and everything else, the Bedouins out there, drinking ice cold drinks. They'll be drinking tea, because that's the thing that cools them down. So much better. So much better. Afternoon tea, the Earl of Sandwich, of course, it really was the Earl of Sandwich. He had the idea of putting a filling between 2 slices of bread and cake. It became a habit, and then friends came round, and the whole thing kind of took off. The pause for tea during the 1800s. Upper class and society women would change into long gowns, gloves and hats for the afternoon tea, which was usually served in the drawing room between 4 and 5 o'clock. I mean, who's got a drawing room? Nobody's got drawing rooms now, have they? Afternoon tea was introduced by Anna, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, in the year 1840. She'd be hungry around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the evening meal in the household was served fashionably late at 8 o'clock. That's really a bit too late I think that's too late to eat. But I love an afternoon tea in London hotels. In fact, in any hotels, I go for an afternoon tea. I mean, loads of you have been before for afternoon tea, and they've always written to me going, oh, we had really nice cakes and everything else. But the cakes have got to be little cake. You don't want anything that looks big. You know, I mean, I wouldn't put scones in an afternoon tea. They would be little, like petit fours kind of thing, but particularly gorgeous. And the sandwiches I could eat till the cows come home because they cut the crusts off and they do all sorts of things. This morning when I wake up, I normally do an injection for the diabetes, and I had a smoked salmon parcel. Well, I had two actually, and they've got like this sort of mousse inside and then covered in the smoked salmon, and I had two of those. That was yummy. That was very nice. I was very happy with that. Anyway, if you just joined us, nice to be company. Welcome back to you're going to work today, which is good news.
This is LBC.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rackers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, max stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections. T's and C's apply.
Morning, nice to have your company. Thank you very much indeed, Zora. So you get your eyes off my milk. Get your eyes off my milk, Riley. You've got your own out there. There's a couple of bottles outside. Mine is the Gold Top, which is the very expensive milk. You've just got the bog standard. It is very kind. It's £1 a cup, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that. It's £1. All the money going to charity. I love it. Steve. Yes, makes them always be very thrilled. Steve, I think Leroy from The Kids Are Famous, sadly no longer with us. Leroy died of HIV complications, didn't he? I think. I'm pretty certain. And that was long time ago. When you think the programme was 40 years old... So obviously, but I thought it was great. Bert the Chimney Sweep was the first poor person to be spotted eating a sandwich by somebody with a title. And Steve, my child and many others are worried about COVID again. School's back today. Needs to be acknowledged and addressed. It's wearing on the children and all of us. Seriously. Well, I can well imagine. But, they are going to be the next lot of people. I know a few 15-year-olds who've come down with COVID and they've had to do the self-isolating, and then the family got it as well. So, got to be careful. All they've got to do is wear a mask on. Look at it as a fashion accessory. Much nicer and much neater. Steve, my partner's brother and his girlfriend have both got COVID and did PCR tests, but both testing negative with lateral flow tests. Yeah, I mean, some people are saying they're not reliable. They are for 99.9% of people. For some people, it doesn't work. But I'm very good with my lateral flow testing. So I always bring the box in with me and test it. And I have to get myself in the frame of mind. Alan says, we had afternoon tea at Raffles Hotel in Singapore. It was lovely jubbly. I bet it was. I think afternoon tea's great. I love it. I told you I've got places in London where I would go to, and because I love it. Where would I go to? I'd go to... a few places, actually. There is only one place in London, I don't want to mention what it is, where I had the most awful afternoon tea. I thought it was just... The room was wrong, everything. I liked it. I've had it at the Goring. I like the Goring Hotel. In fact, I've had afternoon tea there on quite a few occasions. Sometimes I've just nipped in and had it quietly with somebody else. Steve, the hotel we stayed in Barbados provided tea at 4 p.m. every day. Everybody round the pool drinking tea and cake. It was great, but I'm very glad you got your Gold Top, says Elizabeth in North London. I love it. There's the Goring. Lovely hotel. And they do a really nice... And they explain all the sandwiches to you and all the bits and pieces and the little cakes and everything. It's pucker stuff. It really is. It's very nice. It's a treat. I've often said to people, people say, oh, I can't afford to go there. I said, but it's worth saving up for, to go, and even if you go and do it once. If ever you're looking for... I've always said Christmas presents or birthday presents for your mum and dad or your nana or your grandmother or granddad or something like that. A voucher for afternoon tea would be a nice thing. Make a day of it. You come down to London, do a little bit of shopping, and then you go to the Goring, which is very near Victoria Station, and they do tea, I think, from about £60 a person. Okay, so it's not cheap. It's not. I mean, others are more expensive, but you can literally start off with. I mean, the traditional one is a selection of finger sandwiches, and then you can order more. If it's not enough, you just order more. There's no limit. Then you get freshly baked, warm homemade scones or scones with Devonshire clotted cream and jam, cakes, bakes, fancies and tarts. Well, she wasn't there on the day I was there, but I'm quite... Tea brewed to your liking, or they will serve you coffee if preferred. That's £60. If you then go for the same, but with a glass of Bollinger, that's £70 per person. And you have a choice. There's also the Rosé Bollinger tea. And they've got, again, it's really lovely. £75 a person. So if there's two of you, it's £150. That's an acceptable price to pay in London. You can probably get cheaper in some other places, but I quite like it there. Just think that the family stayed there before the big wedding of William and Kate. That's where her family stayed. They stayed at the Goring. It was also, this might not be a selling point for you, Margaret Thatcher's favourite hotel. She would eat in the dining room because it's around the corner from Downing Street and Buckingham Palace. You could drive past it and not know it was there, because you have to go past if you're going around the one-way system, but you do a quick right and it's there on the left-hand side. We loved it. As I say, we've been there a few times. We had a very nice time. Very. Oh, I'll tell you. Do you know, it's been a long time since I've had tea with gold top milk. Have we still got the bottle? Yeah. It's really lovely, isn't it? Have you tried some minty? No. You must try it. It's really delicious. Creamy milk, proper milk. They do one in the supermarkets, but it's only a plastic bottle, and they do full cream milk. I think it's Graham's Dairy, and that's particularly delicious. But it's mixed in as well. They either do a mixed in one or not. 84850. I spoke to a doctor who told me that the rapid tests are 99% accurate. Yes, I would think so. Obviously, there are going to be sort of the odd cases where somebody doesn't sort of test, but I'm negative all the way through, and I would know. Believe you me, I've had enough illness in the past 18 months to sink a liner. Do you remember Watch Out, there's a Humphrey about, and also Ernie, and he drove the fastest milk cart in the West. Yes, that was good old Benny Hill. Also, Steve says, this person here, hubby and I had afternoon tea at Blackpool Tower Ballroom last year. Ooh, there it is, Graham's gold jersey, full cream milk. It's that thick. And they do it mixed in. The cream, it's not bad, £1.20, is it? That's pasteurised, homogenised Jersey, full cream milk. I've only ever found it in Waitrose. I've not found it any other places. But it is particularly delicious. And ice cold. You've got to have ice cold. But I mean, as Phil Vickery was telling us all the time, it's really fattening. But occasionally I allow myself a bit of a treat. I don't remember the last time I had Gold Top. I cannot, can you be honest with you, 40 minutes we're still talking about Gold Top. Not surprising this programme gets 21 million downloads. You cannot be wrong, can you? What else have we got? Facebook giving free rein to drug adverts. I don't think they actually check things as much as they probably could do. But I've got some nice houses for you. Fancy a nice house? I've got a lovely one here. This is a house in Wiltshire. It's up for sale. It started off at 8.1 million. It's still for sale. It's been on and off the market since 2010. Owned by Robbie Williams. When I first saw it, I thought... And when I saw it coming back for sale, I did say to a friend of mine, that's Robbie Williams' house. He's also got a house next door to Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page, and I think that was Michael Winner's house, which is off Ken High Street. Huge. I mean, really is huge. But anyway, this one, Robbie, if he sells it, will lose £1 million on the price he paid for it. But the trouble is, it's out in the country, and he's quietly relocated to a huge house on the shores of Lake Geneva. I've got a nice one here, Johnny Depp, notorious for his chaotic money management, and I think in 2016 he lost a fortune equivalent to £482 million. That's what he lost because he'd not paid taxes for 17 years. That was, I mean, not obviously in the same category, but Jade Goody, when she was diagnosed with her cancer, her agent, Max Clifford, got her all the work under the sun. Literally, he got her working. She was out there. She was doing it, even though she was very sick and very ill. And she made a lot of money in a short space of time. And then she died. And everybody went, oh, that's very sad. And then the tax man came after her because it turned out she'd not paid tax for years. And so he took money and then he came back to take what little bit was left. And I remember thinking, honestly, even in death, there's no sort of getting away from the tax man. But Johnny Depp has got a lovely house here. 46 million, reduced to 40 million. But I've got a better one. Sylvester Stallone. I don't know much about Sylvester Stallone, but this one here is 70. He's 75. And this is the one that we think Adele has snapped up. It was 81 million, the starting price in pounds, now reduced to 42 million. And to be honest with you, you'll look at it and go, doesn't look all that. It really doesn't. I mean, the best one that I've seen, I mean, they still can't sell Noel Gallagher's little mansion in Little Venice, which is very nice. 11.5 million reduced to 8 million. You know, even so. Mind you, have you seen that bloke who, Mr. Caulfield, who had, was it Phones for You? His house is unbelievable. They made a television programme on it. It's like 2 mansions put together in London with a swimming pool, with a fountain, something that runs down the length of the stairs. I mean, seriously, I've never seen anything like it. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think it's John Caulfield. I'm pretty certain. And I remember thinking, now that, I mean, it is Britain's most expensive home. It is John Caldwell, I do beg your pardon, creating this mega mansion in Mayfair, valued at 250 million. I mean, it's got everything, but they were finicky about everything. It's got to be perfect. Absolutely. But when you're spending that much money on something, it's got to be the best you've ever seen. I mean, it's to look at it from the outside, you wouldn't really see that. It's got a car lift. You put the car in, it will take it down into the ground. I mean, the renovation was £55 million over budget. His favourite, Thai-themed diner, there's a river running through its centre with special fish in it. I mean, the thing is, his main residence is a 12-bedroom country home in Staffordshire. He's also got a 73-metre yacht, which he bought at auction. But look at this place. I mean, it's just absolutely beautiful. Absolutely stunningly beautiful. But he's got millions and millions and millions. And he loves it. And I was surprised. They made a television programme. I remember sitting there going, wow, that's what you call money. And there's me thinking, if you buy 2 punnets of strawberries when they're in season, I've done really well. Little bit of gold top milk. Very exciting. Before Sarah Kennedy left Radio 2, she always used to mention pomegranates and the Goring. Pomegranates? Oh, right. But the Goring's very famous. I didn't ever visit pomegranates. I've never been to Pimlico. I don't think I've ever been. No, I haven't, actually. I'm pretty certain. And Kim says, holiday up here today, obviously in Scotland, back to normal tomorrow. Not sure why we get to day 2. I don't know either. That's an odd one, isn't it? Very strange. I've got another house here, Matt Damon, 15.6 million, reduced to 13.3. But I quite fancy Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones's New York apartment, 16 million, reduced to 14.5 million. And it's got 4 bedrooms, unobstructed views of Central Park, a wood-panelled library plus staff quarters. I could live there. I'd like that. Donald Trump got a huge spread, just on his stomach. And 20.7 million reduced to 12.5 million. Very cheap. And Pierce Brosnan, no discounts here. He's been toying with the idea of selling this one for 5 years. He finally took the plunge. It spent more than a year on the market for £75 million. That's a lot of money. But, the rest of us just have to slum it. But we don't care, goodness sake. Our local pub in Thornton Heath High Street does afternoon tea. Evidently they're lovely, but I have to have hip and knee replacements, so not eating cakes, etc., says Joy. Because I don't want to undo the nearly 6 stone that I've lost. Good grief, that's an amazing amount, isn't it? A friend of mine's lost 8 stone. 8 stone. I mean, but she's out there running almost on a daily basis. I'm taking a break. I'm telling about my friend. Very pushy, honestly. Managed to get you the milk. Goodness sake, I'll get you a discount train ticket if you're not careful.
This is LBC.
Worn out, busy day. Don't let tiredness get in the way. If you're feeling flat, Barocca can help you face the lag. Formulated with 11 vitamins and minerals, including vitamins B6 and 12 to help support energy release and reduce tiredness and fatigue. Barocca, face the lag. Barocca contains vitamin C, B vitamins 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12, and magnesium and zinc.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. Steve, such a huge difference between a £46 million mansion and a £10 million one, about 8 acres, and that's it. I'd keep the change. I love when you see celebrities selling their houses, because there's some beautiful houses. You go around Mayfair, and there's some beautiful houses. You know, I like to buy a little bit of history, which would be quite nice. But when you think certain parts of the country, I think in Liverpool, what were they selling at one point? I remember years and years ago, houses for £1. Well, admittedly, you had to basically rebuild the blooming things. Would you spend 28 hours queuing for a beach hut? Well, apparently people did. 28 hours they were queuing, these people here. Just 12 out of the 130 of the 6x4 huts were made available to rent for the 22 summer holiday. Families wrapped up warm and sat in chairs to battle for the huts, which can be hired for the year for $3,570. Another 40 cabins made available for different times of the year, whilst the remainder, worth up to $80,000 each, are owned privately. 50 people were in line by the time the booking office opened at 8 a.m. yesterday. Wow, the 6th year that some people have been queuing. They're very sought after, you know, because people want to sit outside. I mean, they can look down at the poor people who can't afford to rent the things out. And you go, I've got it. If I want to go and change and slip into my Speedos, then you just sort of go inside. You close your little doors. Yeah, your little mankini. And you've got something, especially if it rains, you've got somewhere to sit inside, make yourself a little cup of tea. Quite a nice thing. I'd want something a little bit... I don't want to live next door to somebody whose house is painted exactly the same colour as mine. I wouldn't want that at all. But they're very sought after. They're known as holiday heaven. Holiday heaven, because you can, you know, sit in there. Presumably you could bring a little portable television. Well, no, actually, maybe you can't, because most of them don't have electricity, do they? They've got gas, but they don't have anything else. And Victoria says, Happy New Year. Hope you're all good. Why are you going on about milk? Do I need to start panic buying? Absolutely. Could be a world shortage of milk. Imagine. Steve, you got us through Christmas this year because it was the first year of the brother passing. Whole year without him. Thank you from Jane and Wendy, my Holly Wreath girls. Ooh, I hope you had a busy time. I hope you really had it, because I know we all moan about it, don't we? Oh, I've been really busy over Christmas. But I hope you really had a good bit of trading, as they say. Good bit of trading, and thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done. Daffodils are springing up. And yet it's going to get very cold again. You're going to need to put on a few thermal knickers and stuff like that, just to... Well, you don't want to freeze your assets, do you, for goodness sake? You want to get out there. Certain parts of the country, they're going to be having snow and ice and everything else. And I think in some parts of Scotland, they had 80-mile-an-hour winds. Not very good. Guess whose birthday today? No, it's not mine. Rick Stein celebrates his birthday today. Mihall's big fan of Rick Stein, aren't you, Poppet? Big fan. He's 75. He started out running a disco in Padstow, but when the police closed it down because of too many fights, he turned it into the fish restaurant that would make his name. And I think he owns most of Padstow. I seem to remember my brother went down there, and he's got so many restaurants all around, so good for him. He's lovely. And he's written more than 25 books and has cooked for the Queen as well. Sterling Holloway died on this day in 1905. No, he didn't. He was born in 1905. He died in 1992, and he voiced Winnie the Pooh. He got a Grammy for voicing Winnie the Pooh, because he had one of those sort of lugubrious types of voices as well. 2021, on January the 4th, on this day, first doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine were administered. And January the 4th, 1990... TV weather girl Ulrika Jonsson is being groomed for stardom. Her bosses at breakfast station TVAM believe the Swedish-born beauty has the talent to become the Anne Diamond of the 1990s and are giving her the chance to host their new hour-long show Good Morning Moments. And now she's having to go on a dating programme. A dating... Oh, that's what Sterling Holloway looks like. Oh, he did a lot for Walt Disney. He was the adult flower in Bambi, the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland, Car, the snake in the Jungle Book, Rockford the mouse in The Aristocrats, and the title character in Winnie the Pooh, amongst others. He did loads of things. He was in loads. In fact, loads of uncredited films. I love it when they do uncredited, because there's loads of famous people. But they obviously, they call them voice actors in America. He died, actually, of a cardiac arrest at the age of 87 in 92. Bless his heart. I mean, he couldn't do the voice in The New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, and so Jim Cummings took over the role, as most of his other voice roles. But because at 83 he couldn't perform the voice. Oh, bless him. But he made loads of Loads of different films. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Also born on this day in 1808, Louis Braille. Yes, as from Braille. The Frenchman started to lose his sight when he was 3 after an accident whilst playing with a sharp tool in his father's workshop. At 15, he invented his own system for reading and writing using embossed dots, as well as a system for writing the music he loved. And then in 92, NASA named an asteroid after him, which is quite a nice thing to have. You can do that, can't you? You can have a star named after you. I mean, how you pick it out among all the stars up there, I've got no idea. There's millions of the blooming things. You go, that's mine. Oh, it's gone. You could just tell lies, couldn't you? I've got a star named after me. But apparently they even give you... It's like they were selling off bits of the moon years ago, knowing there's no chance in living... Well, I bought all of it, so there's no point, because they'll be selling you part of my property. I'm going to build a holiday home up there, I've decided. You know, admittedly, I'll then have to build a swimming pool and some shops and a McDonald's and everything else. And it's going to take years to actually get the food. So I'll have to wait years before Costco arrives. It's going to be very difficult. But at least I'm persevering. I'm persevering. Oh, here's Princess Beatrice. I really don't like them. I'm sorry. I can't help it. There's just something about Prince Andrew and his ghastly family that I just don't like. I really don't like them at all. We don't have to like them. We didn't vote for them, so it doesn't make any difference. Alan Sugar is so proud of his wealth. He once shared a photo of a cheque he'd written to the taxman for £58.6 million. So the Chancellor of the Exchequer can look forward to a major boost in the coffers, for we can reveal that the Apprentice star paid himself how much last year? How much last year did Alan Sugar pay himself? I'll tell you now, £390 million. That's what he paid last year, which is more than £1 million a day. So he hasn't suffered much during the pandemic. Imagine paying yourself £390 million. What does he spend it on? £390 million. That is absolutely unbelievable. But listen, he works for it. Why not? Goodness sake. Also, Christian Dior have brought out a thermostyle flask for £620. An unbranded version is about a tenner. And when the Queen breaks the ice with strangers by asking, "What do you do?" she's listening carefully to the response. George Goodschmidt, the boss of a solar panel firm who met the monarch in the Isles of Sicily, said, "She asked what I do and I told her I make solar panels. She was very interested. As she walked away, she turned around and said, 'Maybe I should have solar panels at Balmoral.' She followed it up and later installed them at the Queen's Scottish estate." How cool is that? You're not supposed to talk to the Queen, are you? You're not allowed to talk to members of the royal family. You have to wait till they talk to you before you're allowed to talk to them. I think it's probably the best way to do it. I think so. Steve, what's the fastest thing on Earth? Pasteurised milk. It's past your eyes before you know where it is. Right, you're barred. And how much is a 1950s half-pint milk bottle worth, says Harry. Nothing, I should imagine. It'd be millions of them. How much is an LBC milk bottle worth? Eh? How much are they worth? I've got a couple of those. They were milk bottles with the LBC logo on, and they were part of the memorabilia that came out. I've also got all of the advertising posters, which were sort of put down. London in 24 hours, and it was a photo taken of London. Every hour they took another picture, and it goes all the way through. So it goes from light to day, from light to night. And I've got those as well. I've got all the other questions. Where am I? And all this kind of stuff. All the memorabilia. I used to have all the jackets because every year we were given another jacket with another logo. I used to have one with my name on it, but I gave it to a friend of mine, and he sadly died a few years ago. Another one which says Happy New Year. Are we still doing Happy New Years? Does it make any difference? I don't know. I think we could do Happy New Year's, but only for a day. Can't do it any more than today. It wouldn't really work. So if you're waking up, it's going to be Prince Andrew today. They're going to be watching what the judge says very, very carefully. And will Andrew's accusers' $500,000 secret deal? This is the one that has emerged with all these clauses in it. You know, we give you $500,000, but we will not, and you cannot make any claims against blah, 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 you know, and so on and so forth. Andrew's sweating a little bit because I'm sure on one of them it sort of said, and did to all the people who might have been implicated. I mean, cheap to actually pay her off with 500,000, but she also claimed money from the estate when the abused people were sort of making claims. She did that as well. So where it takes Andrew to, I've got no idea. He's sitting back here, presumably sweating buckets with his lawyers, which must be costing a fortune. But there again, when your mother's the Queen, you don't really worry about things like that. And so later on today, and I should imagine by the time we get to the news at 6 o'clock this evening, we'll have an answer of exactly what they're going to be doing. And it's either going to be thumbs up or thumbs down. And we don't know at the moment. We really don't. Boris Johnson has vowed sticking to his plan is the way out of the pandemic. Oti Mabuse has made an emotional return to her first dance school. It's which is quite nice, because she goes back to South Africa. She's not been there for years. Like 3 years. She's not. Why? I've got no idea. Can't be that difficult to go back. Plus, cut VAT now appeal in the energy bill crisis. And what else we got? We got here. Oh, a leading rail workers' union is threatening a national strike over job cuts. This is the Transport Salaried Staff Association. They want a no compulsory redundancy pact to be extended. Also, I thought we'd seen the back of striking and people not doing things. Goodness sake, honestly. Private parking firms have slapped drivers with more than 22,000 tickets for up to £100 every day last year. 4.4 million were dished out in places like retail parks, motorway services and leisure centres between April and September. I haven't had a parking ticket for ages, because what I tend to do, if I do get a parking ticket, if I'm stupid enough to get one, I pay it immediately, because if you leave it, you forget about it. So I try not to forget about it. Winter's weather is blowing hot and cold, and David Bowie's estate have sold the rights to his songs for 186 million. They sold all his artwork, they've sold everything. There's nothing left of David Bowie, bless his heart. I'm sure he'd be horrified that they sold all his oil paintings. I'm hoping they left some of their things, because he was a big collector. But the rights to his songs, 186 million, sounds too cheap as far as I'm concerned.
This is LBC.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to, my goodness me, that Christmas holiday went on forever and a day, didn't it? And now we're all back to work, except in Scotland, where I believe some places seem to have an extra holiday. So there you go. Steve, I could think of a few names for a one-way ticket to the moon. It'd be nice, actually. Steve, does somebody... Wait a minute, I've lost it. Who earns £390 million get the same pleasure from buying something as somebody earning 25,000, says Roger. Well, that's an interesting one, because I remember when I bought my first brand new car years and years ago. I bought it. It was on what they called hire purchase. And it was a Mini, a little brown Mini, brand new. And it came in out of the field where they were all stored, covered in this wax, and then they sort of buff all this wax off and everything else. And it was all very lovely. And that cost me £3,300. And I didn't derive any pleasure. I thought I was going to be excited over buying a brand new car, but in fact I didn't. I didn't have any excitement at all. I remember thinking, oh dear, perhaps I've lost the situation where I actually, get excited about something. I didn't get excited about buying a brand new car. In fact, I don't think I've ever bought a car and got excited about it. I can't get excited about cars or anything, really. So, but you're right. I suppose if you earn £390 million in a year, you're right. What is going to exist? Probably something simple. Look how much money the Queen's got, and Charles and all the rest of the royal family. They don't buy expensive presents at Christmas. They would buy something silly, like, soap. Why would they buy booze or anything else? They don't do that. I should imagine Her Majesty would be very pleased with a box of Charbonnel and Walker creams, because she likes those violet and creams. I bought them for you in here. And she's very happy with that. So they're sort of relatively inexpensive. She's not going to want jewellery. What does she want jewellery for? She's got jewellery. She's got jewellery that goes back to Henry VIII's time. She's got really expensive pieces of jewellery, so you can't buy... Also, you're not going to buy her clothes, so I should imagine she's a nightmare. You'll probably find soap on a rope would be a good idea. You know, something a bit novelty, or a whoopee cushion or something. You can imagine Her Majesty sitting there going, yes, Super Soaker or something. They would be very difficult to buy for, I think. Very difficult. It's my mum's birthday today, Steve. She'll be in bed with her groovy glass. She's gutted I didn't get her the tray. May Sullivan with Prosecco. So love to you and thank you, says Joe in Liverpool, which is great. I hope you're all well, actually, this morning. You've all recovered. But as I say, you know what's going to happen in the next few weeks? Those blasted bills are going to start coming in. And that's people are then going to be phoning me up. Or not phoning me up. They're going to be sending me texts every day going, I had no idea I spent this much over Christmas, because you just forget about it. Whereas if you logged down every time you spent money, it would be a bit of a shock. A little bit of a shock. Because, I mean, I sometimes order... I'm just about to order something in America, which is $39.95. But it's free postage to this country. And I do it on PayPal. I tend to forget it comes straight out of the account. It just says, oh, we're just taking the money out of this account. And because I can check all my accounts on my telephone, I mean, seriously, have I entered the age of understanding things? No, not a clue, not a clue. A friend of mine helped me do it. And now I'm addicted to it. Every day I check it. I go, well, why has that gone down a little bit in that account? You know, why has this not happened? You have to remember all these different things. But I've got no idea where half of it disappears to. Giuliano says, did you watch Tales of the Unexpected on Sky Arts? No. What did I see on Sky Art the other day, which was very good? I do like Sky Arts, actually. I just like all sorts of shows that they put on there because I think they're fantastic. Julie says the girl in the photo with Prince Andrew doesn't look at all unhappy or pressurised. Well, he's saying it's not genuine. He's saying he does not remember that girl at all. So, you know, and you know, you can look at it, and I mean, I don't understand anything about doctoring photographs or anything, but he says he does not remember ever meeting her, and he's got no idea. And then there was talk about him sweating, and then, of course, there was that classic line that he didn't sweat. In fact, when he was asked it by Emily Maitlis about the sweating, he then went, let me tell you, I have a unique condition. I don't sweat. And I believe the court in America has picked up on this, and they want to see what evidence you get. I've got no idea. Do you think they put him on a treadmill or they stick him in a sauna and go, OK, let's have a little monitor of this one? I mean, I should imagine he is sweating now, but only privately because he's not gone over to Verbier, where he has a chalet, which they need to sell very quickly because they owe money on it. And that's what Sarah Ferguson's gone with the two girls. You imagine, you know, your mother trails around behind you all the time. That must drive people mad. Here we go. We're going to Verbier with our new husbands. Oh, God, mother's coming. Mother's going as well. Brian from Faversham, and he said he's not sweating for today's result because he said at the interview he's unable to sweat. The funny thing is, I don't sweat either. I'm really, you know, I mean, I might sweat a little bit if I'm in a really hot country, but generally speaking, I don't sweat on my body. Most people sweat under their arms. I used to work with somebody years ago. Every time they lifted their arm up, they had this big wet patch underneath their arms, and they do make, for people on television, a pad which goes under your arm and it soaks up sweat. So when you lift your arms up to point at something, it doesn't look as though you're dripping. And but they had a thing on television. When I was first diagnosed as diabetic, I did sweat because I was drinking orange juice. And they used to get a chamois leather. And you might think this is most peculiar. Brand new chamois leather. This is what the makeup girls carried with them. They would spray it with something called 4711, which is lovely. And then they'd swirl it round and then they'd mop you down with it. And it was ice cold. It was brilliant. And I've often thought, you can't walk around with a chamois leather. Imagine walking through Waterloo Station waving a chamois leather around. You look like an out-of-date Morris dancer. You look a bit ridiculous. And so, but that's what they used to do. They would do it and then mop me down because I used to sit there. Because under studio lights, if we put all the lights on in this studio, apart from the fact you'd be horrified, they're really bright. Television just absorbs. So people have to be mopped down and they have to put makeup on. You know, you very rarely see people on television that have been patted down with a bit of powder to try and dampen them down a little bit. I mean, how much makeup Andrew was wearing on his interview, I don't know. People call it, you know, the worst interview they've ever seen on television. It was like car crash television. I found it very interesting. But the trouble is, he doesn't have the likability factor. There's something about him. I don't know what it is. Neither he, his ex-wife, or the two children, they don't have a likability factor. Whereas Her Majesty I feel so sorry for, especially after you saw her at Philip's funeral, sitting all by herself, probably thinking this and knowing that the world was looking in at her. I thought that was really sad. Really sad. Steve, your £3,300 new Mini, says Roger, would now be worth around £10,000 if it's in nice condition and without a damaged door. Because it did have a damaged door, unfortunately. In fact, not only did it have a damaged door, but it also had a cigarette burn on the seat. Because my friend Jimmy and I went to the garage to pick it up, and I was so excited. And it was a hot day, and I had a coat on. And Jimmy dropped his cigarette on the seat, and the seat was made out of this sort of material, and it kind of went, and the seat nearly vanished before our very eyes because he'd burnt a hole in it. I thought, well, that's okay, we can get seat covers. We pulled up in Southall. It was so hot, I had to open the door, and as I opened the door, I'd forgotten we were in the inside lane. Another car came past, took the door off. So I was left sitting there with no door. So we had to rescue the door, put it back in the car, and limp back to the garage and go, we need the door, put it back on, please. So I was not very lucky with it, but I think it's been scrapped. The car number plate was OLR 299W, and I think it doesn't exist anymore. I don't think it's had any tax on it for God knows how long, which means it's probably been scrapped. But it was a little brown Mini, and yes, it's probably in the Steve Allen Museum of Curiosities, which I quite like. But I think it was only an 850cc or whatever they call it, whereas my thing now is like 7 litres, 6.7 litres, which is like fast. And my little thing used to pootle up and down the motor. I think I burnt the engine out at one point, which was hilarious. I don't mind doing things like that. What have we got? Trisha Goddard showing off a huge engagement ring, preparing to tie the knot with a mystery man. This is her 4th trip down the aisle. I had no idea. 4th trip. And the kids from Fame. If you're a fan of Fame, 40 years ago, in fact, Leroy Johnson, played by Gene Anthony, died of an age-related illness in 2003, but I thought it was a great programme. I mean, it was streets ahead. Irene Cara, Fame, I'm gonna live forever, baby, remember my name. And then there's a picture of some of them originally. This is Erica Gimple, who played Coco Hernandez, Lee Carrera, who was Bruno Martelli, who's he looks the same, he's just put on a bit of weight. Valerie Landsberg and Cynthia Gibb, played by Doris Schwartz, and Valerie Landsberg, Doris Schwartz, and Cynthia Gibb, Holly Laird. And I thought it was great, but Debbie Allen was the dance tutor, and she was the one who came over here and led them, and it was just fantastic. People loved it. They came out, they danced on the roof of cars, you know, and everything. 1982 it came out and ran to 87. And it followed the lives of the students and the faculty at the New York City High School for the Performing Arts. They were showbiz children. Showbiz children. You can see them sometimes standing on stations in London. They're the loudest. They're always very loud. People who've been to arts educational, they're not quiet. They're not. I can always spot them at Richmond Station. Those who go to sort of those stage schools where they teach you to sing and dance and act and do all sorts of things. There was one here, 2008, Channel 4 aired a 90-minute special called Bring Back Fame, hosted by Justin Lee Collins. Remember Justin Lee Collins? He was, blimey. There was a mistake with Justin Lee Collins. Something happened. Why did his career finish? There was something that happened with Justin Lee Collins. I remember here, wait a minute, early life, comedy and theatre, blah, blah, blah. That's right. He began a relationship with somebody. After the breakup, he was charged with harassment. He had to pay. He was tried at St Albans Crown Court. He was sentenced to 140 hours of community service and to pay £3,500 prosecution costs. I remember it very well indeed, because I remember thinking, good Lord, what happens to these people when they sort of disappeared? But the actors featured, when it came back, Debbie Allen, Carol Mayo Jenkins, Lee Carrera, Erica Gimple, Valerie Landsberg and Carlo Imperato. Also interviewed were Irene Cara and the mother of the late Gene Anthony Ray. And whether or not other actors had been approached and they'd said, no, thank you very much indeed, I don't know. But I thought it was tremendous. Very, very good. What do they do about sweating on Strictly? I don't know. They're only on screen for a few minutes. I don't think they're on there long enough. And also, I think what they have... Dale, when he had his... Because he sweated buckets. He sweated buckets. I mean, he could sweat within 2 minutes because he had so much makeup on. And when he did the lottery and Supermarket Sweep, they had to take the temperature down in the studio. So they had air conditioning units. So, in fact, when you went to watch Supermarket Sweep, and they didn't really have an audience when they were filming up in Nottingham, they used to have all the contestants became the audience who were waiting to go on to the show. and they had to sit there with their coats on and their scarves and gloves because the studio was so icy cold. And I think the same when they did the lottery. You had to have it really ice cold in the studio.
This is LBC.
We don't treat ourselves. Oh, we do treat ourselves with a meal out.
The Amex Platinum card. With £300 global dining credit every year, you can eat at the restaurants you've always wanted to try. Representative 704.6% APR variable. Selected restaurants only. Annual fee. Terms apply. 18 plus. Subject to approval.
Steve Allen on LBC.
They had the funeral the other day to Jethro. Remember Jethro who died? And leading the tributes, surprisingly, was Jim Davidson. Jim Davidson, who's got himself into a lot of trouble over the years, unfortunately. But Jethro's real name was Jeffrey Rowe. Got his break on the Des O'Connor show. That's where I first encountered him. He would be used there, and he used to talk like that. And it was quite good, but he was very rude on his stage act. You know, a lot of comedians, you know that they're rude because you've heard the act before. So if you go and see Mr. Boyle, you know it's going to be utter filth. Or if you go and see Roy Chubby Brown, you know what it's going to be like. If you go and see Jim Davidson, you know what it's going to be like. And so that's why I was always quite shocked. But I was shocked with him especially because he came over as such a nice person and then did this sort of filth. Actually, your car was brown, Steve. It certainly was. It was. It was chocolate. August the 1st registration, 1980. No MOT or tax. I should imagine it's been scrapped, doesn't it, by now? It can't still be clinging on. Definitely not. And Sharon says, I named my son after Leroy on Fame. I loved it that much. I thought it was great. Steve, if you don't sweat, you'll have a problem regulating your body temperature. Well, actually, I mean, that's when they put you on tablets. I'm on levothyroxine because my thyroid doesn't work. You can either have a thyroid that underperforms, overperforms. Mine doesn't work full stop. So I have to compensate it to keep it in regulation with levothyroxine, which I take 3 times a day. So that's why. Dogs don't sweat, so they have to pant with their tongue. I know. I tried that look. It doesn't work for me. There's no point in doing it at all. Steve, Booster, had on Saturday, says Stu in Norfolk. No side effects. That's good. That's what you really don't want. Steve, Dave says, I sweat like a Scouser who's just heard a police car siren. That is just so awful. So bad. Brian in Faversham just picks up on what everybody else was saying about the fact that he can't be sweating because he said he doesn't sweat. I think it's a figure of speech. They say, you know, he must be sort of worried about what's going to be happening with this, you know, after finding out what the judge says today. That'll be the interesting thing, won't it? I think so. Very, very interesting. Other stories in the papers. Cannibals in space. Can you believe this one? The rush to inhabit Mars has been knocked off course after a space boff, I think that's short for boffin, has warned astronauts would turn cannibalistic if it all went wrong on the red planet. Well, nobody's going to hear you. What do they say? In space, nobody can hear you scream or something like that. Actress Joanna Lumley says she will never go grey and will dye her hair until she's at least 80. Well, I don't think we would know who she was if all of a sudden she went, you know, dark. I mean, blondes have a lot more fun, and she certainly does. Tom Daly says a woman once offered to change his son's nappies in case he didn't know how. I think there is just everything that Tom Daly can do. I shouldn't imagine he goes into anything likely at all. But he says parents face extra pressure, so he can do it. And Jeremy Clarkson says one of his cows is trying to kill him. You've got to be very careful with cows. They have been known to kill people before. So the 61-year-old who owns this 1,000-acre Cotswolds farm, Diddley Squat, said the beast headbutted him in the nether regions and threw him into a muddy field. He said he was trying to get the herd into a newly constructed barn when he was attacked. Yeah, they can kick in any direction. They can be very, very dangerous. And you can have a stampede. They've had people who've walked through fields with cows. If they've got calves in the field, they'll protect them and they will attack. It's as simple as that. He said, I think that was the lowest point, being attacked by a cow whilst on my knees in the mud in a storm with smashed testicles. Poor soul, honestly. I mean, they are very rare. I think in the last 20 years there's been about 80 deaths, but that's 80 too many. I mean, charging cows in England in one of them trampled a man to death in seconds. But 80 in the past 20 years, which is 4 deaths a year. It's still 4 deaths too many, as far as I'm concerned. They're big. They're very, very big. You know, you see them on some of the television programmes, and you go, oh, they're lovely. And you, be very careful, very careful. Steve, starting a new job, says Kevin today. Thank you for keeping me company through some very dark times over the course of the last 2 years. He said you're a treasure. Yeah, the old gag is you were dug up somewhere. That's what the old gag is. You mentioned Trisha Goddard, says Shane. She did a kids show here in ABC, similar to your BBC in the late 90s, and which are obviously very popular. I didn't know she'd been married so many times. I had no idea. What else have we got here? Oh, here's a lovely picture of Jeff Bezos taking style tips from an unlikely star, the singer and rapper Pitbull. Why do they always give them such funny names? He was also with his girlfriend, Lauren Sanchez, who knows how to pose. And I'm sure she's very good. You face freezing conditions this week. In the coming days, record-breaking mild weather is being replaced by sub-zero temperatures. Ooh, ghastly, ghastly, ghastly. And here they are, Strictly Shirley Ballast finishing her panto run. Most of the pantos are finished now. They don't seem to go on too much longer. I think the most I've seen is about January the 9th. She was doing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and they actually have got 7 dwarfs. I'm assuming these are all dwarfs, because it's very rare to actually get 7 dwarfs in a pantomime. Sometimes they have to dress children up, because dwarves become highly sought after because they're very expensive, and so there are special agencies for you to get dwarfs, and so she's got them, and she was only playing the Assembly Hall Theatre in Tunbridge Wells. Also, although 2 of them do look as though they could be young men. I don't know whether or not they are dwarves or not, but she's definitely got 7. And that makes a they used to have, when they did one thing years ago with the dwarves, that one pantomime billed it as Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, but they only had 3. And when they were doing a thing, they pull a rope across the stage, and they would pull it, and then they would disappear into the wings. A stagehand would take hold of the rope, and they would then run round the back of the curtain to the other side, and then come on from the other side, having changed their hats. That was quite normal, because there's always a huge shortage of dwarves at Christmas, because people are doing it. Although some people don't seem to do traditional pantomimes anymore now. They put on things which, you sort of think, is that a pantomime? I don't know. I'm not sure. Zahid Butt, known as DJ Z, has died at the age of 49 following a short battle with cancer. And what else have we got? The ones to watch in 2022. I won't have heard of any of these people. Seriously. Holly Humberstone, Lola Young, Brooke Combe, Priya Raghu, Mimi Webb. I've never heard of any of these people. They're all ones to look out for in the year ahead. But apparently a car with a flat battery. I've never had a flat battery. I've got 2 batteries in my car, and they're sort of sealed in. You have to take everything out the boot. You can imagine what a nightmare that is. And it typically makes drivers 1 hour, 51 minutes late, and has caused many to miss a date or even lose their job. I don't know how much batteries are now. They're not cheap. And mine about 150 quid, something like that, which was seemed like loads of money to me. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A fox went onto the runway at Heathrow Airport and stopped flights from landing. We had one in Twickenham the other day. I was waiting for the car, and it literally stood there within 3 feet of me and just looked at me. And I went going, shoo, shoo, like that. Nothing. Just stood there looking at me, almost goading me on. I'm always very wary. They're still doing the story of this granddad who died after he crashed his electric scooter into 2 parked cars. This is David Ackers. He was only days from his 75th birthday. And unfortunately, we have discovered that it wasn't his electric scooter. He'd borrowed it. And secondly, it wasn't legal. It wasn't legal. And he was 75, well, just coming up to his 75th birthday. These machines that you buy, and you could buy them all over the place, they do say they're not legal to be used on the pavements or on the road either. The only ones that are legal are the ones that you rent, because they come with insurance. But if you go out and buy these scooters, then you're not licensed, and the police can arrest you and have it taken away from you. It's as simple as that. He made a big mistake. Far too old as well. Far too old to be driving on a scooter. I mean, when was the last time a 75-year-old would be on a scooter? Terrible, really. Absolutely awful. Firefighters treated a tortoise with oxygen after finding it poorly when they attended a shed blaze in Powys. I quite like the idea of sort of looking after tortoises. And a courier who was told by bosses we're not a charity after he suffered a heart attack and needed time off. This is a place in West Lothian. The tribunal awarded him £25,000 for unfair dismissal and £5,000 for injury to feelings. Blimey. We are turning into that compensation culture, aren't we? Somebody upsets you and you go, oh, I think I'll get some money out of this. Heather Small fooled the judges and the nation as Chandelier on The Masked Singer. But the one person who wasn't duped was her bloodhound mother. Heather went to great lengths to try and make sure that nobody knew exactly who she was, but her mother saw through it straight away. What else have we got today? I was to say it's all the Duke of York's lawyers and how to transform your health, which is good news because that's it. Plus driverless cars. Kicking off by taking footballers to training. Why would they want to go in a driverless car? You know what footballers are like? They want flash cars. They do spend a lot of money with flash cars. The Prime Minister at a vaccination centre in Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire yesterday, and there's some young people there, so that's good news. And he said there was no question that Omicron continues to surge through the country. I think yesterday there was a further 138,000 coronavirus cases, which is not so good. 14,000 people in hospital with COVID-19 and a further 42 deaths reported within 28 days of testing positive. And these are mainly people who haven't been vaccinated and certainly haven't had the booster. The idea being get the booster and try and make it a bit easier if you do happen to get COVID. It's one of the only ways that you can manage it. Jeremy Clarkson would have been very good in a carry-on, says Catherine. No, the neighbours, definitely. It would be the neighbours. The neighbours who absolutely hate him down there. They really don't like it at all. We had somebody the other day. She was very anti him. She didn't like it because it took her ages to get to either her job or somewhere she was going. I can't remember where it was. But she said there were cars all over the place. People were queuing to buy stuff and everything else. And you think, my God, there's no helping some people, is there? They live out in the countryside. You'd think they'd be sort of more than willing to share it with people. Obviously not, I'm afraid, which is a great shame.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, our 13-year-old, says Grace, gets her second jab tomorrow to help keep me safe, bless her. She hates needles but loves me. Yeah, nobody gets big onto needles, do they? I was watching this programme about one of these holiday places abroad, like in Cyprus or wherever. I can't remember it was, actually. And it looked lovely, but the one thing they all have to do is they have to get a tattoo done. For some reason, they get tattoos done before they get to say, oh, this is where I was and all this kind of thing. Really simpletons. And this bloke gets a tattoo and he was like, ow, ow, ow. And I'm thinking, oh, you drip. Honestly, you have a little tattoo on it. And this thing was about an inch by about, half an inch. Like that. And he was making it was like a real girl's blouse over the whole thing. Honestly, grow up. Man up. I mean, I inject every day. Nobody likes needles, and I've never had a tattoo. I really wouldn't want one. What do you want to put yourself through that misery for? I mean, some people have their entire bodies covered in tattoos, and I'm sure they think it's absolutely delightful. Beckham family. I can't wait for Harper Seven to get her first tattoo. What will it have? I'm in this family. It'll be something ghastly. I still can't work out why they called her Harper Seven. It makes it sound like a can of Watney's Ale or something, doesn't it? It doesn't sound Harper Seven. I don't see the significance of the 7. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Was it the number on his jersey? Oh, God, what is the matter with that family? They really are a bit needy, aren't they? But the good news is that good old Vic is going to throw herself wholeheartedly into organising Brooklyn's wedding over here. There'll be the proper one in America where the girl that he's marrying, her family are billionaires. So they have a house which makes the place that the Beckhams have got look like an outhouse, I'm afraid. So they'll be doing the proper thing. And over here, there'll be the scaled-down version for Victoria. I've never known her organise a wedding in her entire life. You'd think she'd concentrate on the business first of all and let somebody else concentrate on the wedding. Because I can't imagine what it's going to be like. I mean, Beckham Jr., that's Brooklyn, was out the other day with the girl he's going to marry. They've dragged it out for ages. And he was in a restaurant wearing a baseball cap on backwards. I mean, who goes to a restaurant, posh or otherwise, with a baseball cap on backwards? I mean, you get thrown out of Joanna's. I mean, people would look at you and laugh. And, of course, what was sitting in front of him? His telephone. He must have really such a dire existence that he has to sort of go, I'm taking my telephone to the restaurant. Somebody's going, you're not going to answer if it rings, are you? I would get really annoyed. We're going out for lunch or an evening meal. Take your baseball hat off, OK? It's called rude. You've got no manners at all. But I'm sure they'll realise that. Steve. My hunch is that... well, you can't say that, David. You can't say anything about Prince Andrew. He's been charged with nothing. OK, you have to make that perfectly clear to people. If he chooses not to go and talk to the FBI about what he knows, I mean... The whole thing, I think, is just, it stinks. Whichever way you look at it, it does smell. It's not very nice. It's not very clever. We've got pictures of him. Do you remember the picture of Andrew peering outside of the door of Epstein's New York mansion? And you think to yourself, why were you peering outside the door? You're embarrassed to be there or something. He's flown on his plane loads of times, and all he has to do, he said he doesn't know this girl. He has no idea who she is. He doesn't recognise the photo. But mind you, can we all remember? If somebody showed me photos of me taken over the years with people who've come to the shows and things like that, I couldn't swear to God I'd remember. Most people, I wouldn't have had the faintest idea. Really wouldn't have known. You see a picture and somebody says, oh, this was a picture, Steve, of us taken with you and we were at, the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch or wherever it happened to be. I wouldn't remember it. I can't remember a week last Tuesday. There's no point in asking me. So Andrew, who probably has pictures taken all the time, and so the FBI. Oh, so the photo. He says the photos are fake. He says the photos are fake. He said, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? All he had to do, though, was just come to the FBI and say, listen, what do you need to know? I'll tell you what I know about him. He's a convicted paedophile. We know he hanged himself in his cell. But, I can tell you anything which will hopefully make it easier. Because out of all the people who knew Jeffrey Epstein, he knew him really well. He must have done. He took him out to his mum's places and he dined at Buckingham Palace and Balmoral and all these other different places. Why would he not want to help? People have been sexually trafficked, young girls sexually trafficked for sexual gratification with pervy old men. Why would you not want to help out? If you can do something, why not? That's quite a nice thing to do, but for some reason he's chosen not to. I don't know why, actually. Beverly says, you genuinely remember somebody that you maybe had relations with. Really? I don't know. Do you remember? Oh, I can't ask them round here. How can you ask people that sort of question? You can't ask people that sort of question. It's like they were saying the other day, and I got poo-pooed in the office, and they said that the average number of partners that a British man's had is just under 9, isn't it? It was an 8 point something. 9.8 in a lifetime. That's how many partners. Yeah, who's the 0.8? Who's the 0.8? What do they not come with? You could... So, I mean, I couldn't believe that. So, in other words, you're supposed to have... Well, you're not supposed to have, but they've said the average is that you would... only have 9 partners in your lifetime before, or until you get married, I'm assuming. Well, I'll tell you what, you want to go to Ibiza? That'd be just a week's worth. A week's worth. I remember Tony Blackburn saying years and years ago he'd had 250 lovers. I read that and I thought, amateur. 250 lovers. It's amazing, isn't it? But I'd say that's what people do. They show you all these ghastly programmes about people in sort of play. There was the other one, which I can't remember what it was called. Was it Ibiza Weekend or something? It had some guy on it, gay guy called David, who sort of had a mediocre attempt at stardom, and then it turned out he had no star quality whatsoever. And they had people on that programme who were reps on this sort of holiday thing, and then every time girls turned up, the reps tried to bed them. And I remember thinking, is that what it's all about on holiday? For me, it was sort of, can we have an ice cream? Or some candy floss or something like that. I wasn't remotely interested in anything else at all. Steve, why can't the person who had the party at Pizza Express come forward and say they were there? Well, I don't know. I don't know that side of it. I find the idea of Prince Andrew at a Pizza Express hilarious. Do you think he'd ever had pizza before in his life? I don't know. It was a birthday party, wasn't it? And he sort of went there. But, I mean, you would have thought the staff or people who worked at the Pizza Express would have come back and said, as you would... If I was sitting here and my door opened and Prince Charles was standing there going, oh, hello, Steve. And I'd be going, oh, my God, it's Prince Charles. You would dine on that for the rest of your life. If you work in Pizza Express where you expect to see nobody of any fame whatsoever, and Prince Andrew comes in, you'd be going, that's Prince Andrew. You would think, that's Prince Andrew, blimey. And then people would say, so did you work there when he was there? He went, yeah, I served him at the table. But nobody's come forward. Nobody's come forward and gone, I served Prince Andrew. Perhaps they're all dead. I don't know. I can't work out why nobody who worked at Pizza Express would have come forward to say, I was working the night that he actually came in. That would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? So we'll have to... I mean, I haven't been to Pizza Express for ages, but I do like their dough balls. I do like the dough balls. And they used to do a pizza they don't do anymore. They used to do quattro formaggi. They don't do that anymore now. Why? What's that all about? The best one, the four cheeses, delicious. Absolutely delicious. But interestingly enough, you know, when you pay somebody, what were they paying her for? Were they paying her for silence? $500,000 ain't no chicken feed, is it? Ain't no chicken feed. So I don't know what she was being paid for. Who knows? Who knows? It will all become apparent later on today when the judge speaks. That's what I think, anyway. Harry Potter fans have been left devastated. They're attracting a lot of criticism. There we go. Look. Oh, nice pizzas. Mushroom and truffle. Oh, they do quattro. Oh, is this recent? Because I went in there a while ago to try and find it. And it was very... Oh, they do lots of... An American hot. Blimey, I didn't know they did so many. Oh, a sloppy Giuseppe I've had. I went off to a birthday party once and I had a sloppy... Somebody said, why don't you have a sloppy Giuseppe? I will. I didn't realise they did so many. Quattro formaggi picante. Drizzled with smoky chili jam. I don't like that idea. American Jack. Sloppy vegan classic. They never get sort of catered for, vegans, do it? There's loads of pizzas, isn't it? I like that. Have they still got... Oh, they do one here. Slow cooked pulled pork. I always used to worry about that. I didn't like the idea that sort of pulled pork was actually something you could eat. Didn't sound very edible, did it really? They still do dough balls. Garlic dough... Oh, I used to love... Oh, dear. Mind you, garlic bread full stop, especially with cheese on the top of it, was particularly nice. I could eat that now. Did you get... Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I always talk about food on this program. I can't help it. I get to that stage where I think, why don't they serve garlic bread in one of the places at Waterloo Station in the morning? I'd buy one. Garlic bread. Or failing that, I do like... Perhaps I'll go to Pret a Manger today and pick up something there. Because they do a thing which has got bacon and cheese drizzled over the top of it. And they're actually quite nice. I could eat 2 of those easy. I could sit on the bus and eat them. That's very common, though, isn't it? I don't think I'll be doing that. Having decried people that do it. Steve says, Sid Cup Julie, a few years back while I was watching Ibiza Weekend, to my surprise, I saw my friend's mum on there with her friend who were completely drunk. I couldn't believe it. What was the one, Julie, where they used to go on holiday and then the parents would follow, but the children didn't know that the parents were there? Was that Son, Sex and Suspicious Parents? That's right. And that's when they actually sort of would... I mean, to be honest with you, they'd wave them off at home. You think that the kids would be kind of suspicious with a film crew there, you know, but they're all a bit dumb. And they go on holiday and then they sort of get up to dreadful shenanigans, most of them. And then all of a sudden, the parents go, you're grounded. You know, you've dropped your trousers 3 times, you've done this and that, and all the rest of it. And they sort of sit there and they have to be humiliated in front of their bezzy mates, who couldn't pull a girl if their life depended on it, because they look as though they'd throw up if they drank a milkshake. So consequently, I did watch the programme, but I began to wonder, how can they not know that they're filming this for a television programme? But it was quite interesting when you got the mother and they'd be hiding and they're watching. Wait, we're going to the back of the club. And in the back of the club, they'd be sort of peering through a little curtain or a 2-way mirror or something. And then they'd be going, oh, look, she's got her boobs out. Oh, my God, fathers. You know, and then the other parent of the other children who were out there be going, oh, do they behave like this all the time? You go, no, they don't. They're really good. Turns out they weren't. Because that's the trouble, isn't it? If you go on holiday with your parents, you have to be good boys and girls. But if you go away without your parents... Well, the sky is the limit. You can let your hair down and just go completely mad, which is quite nice, actually, although I never did it myself.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. I love the pictures of Kate Garraway in all the papers today and her daughter Darcy during a festive trip to the funfair being, of course, the Winter Wonderland in London's Hyde Park, which I think finishes on the 19th. I might be wrong, actually. It's the first year I've not been. First year I've not been because you have to pre-book, and I'm not wild about pre-booking things, but I've done my best. A lorry driver spent 17 hours stuck, I'm afraid, in mud after getting lost due to poor road signage. Foreign truckers have struggled because of the new signs and incorrect sat-nav details to a new post-Brexit customs office. They've ended up in a place called Mersham in Kent whilst heading for the Sevington Inland Border Facility. So the mud-trapped driver spent the night trapped in his cab waiting to be rescued. It's ridiculous. Why can't they put... I mean, even I get confused by signage. You know, you look at some signage and you think to yourself, listen, if I'm not understanding this, how on earth do you expect foreign lorry drivers and truck drivers, excuse me, to actually understand? It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Michael says we all had to sign NDAs at Pizza Express. What for? Well, people come... That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Michael. I've never heard anything like that at all. Somebody'd say, stick it. I'm going to tell you, I've got a picture of Prince Andrew, because I'm telling you, if Prince Andrew had been in Pizza Express, the staff would have been taking hidden pictures. Absolutely. Of course you would. And as we say, what about the person whose birthday it was? Who are they? Why have they not come forward? Also, to get Prince Andrew to go to a Pizza Express, I mean, he knows poor people? I can't believe it. You know, anybody who Prince Andrew knows and his daughters, they would surely be, you know, in the money side of thing. They'd have, you know, a posh place in a hotel or something like that. Not Pizza Express. Andrew went to Pizza Express, you know. But somebody would have taken pictures. That would be the thing you would do. You don't believe who I've got a picture of. Prince Andrew. You know, it'd be up on YouTube in about 5 minutes. It could have been... Yeah, but I mean, surely, I mean, places like that have CCTV. You always have those in restaurants. You can't move in restaurants for CCTV. We've got 16 CCTVs at home. You know, the moment anybody steps onto our property, we've got them, and we keep it for a month, so you can catch people. I had a row the other day with somebody delivering Amazon parcels. Somebody delivering Amazon parcels. If I happen to be downstairs and the man rings the doorbell, I normally take the parcel, put it in the post room and lock the door, because that way it's safe and then somebody can come down and collect it. He wasn't doing that. He didn't want to play that game. He wanted to leave it where the person could come and collect it from. I said, you're not leaving it, I'm telling you. And so he then phones the person and he goes, I'm leaving it. Shall I leave it behind the Christmas tree? And they obviously went yes. And I said, so the moment he put it down behind the Christmas tree, I picked it up. I said, see, you didn't win. I said, you know, we've had parcels nicked before. You must be a bit stupid if you don't realise leaving things, you know, and so it's going in the post room. So he then said, what's your name? I said, do you think I'm telling you? Absolutely not. You know, if you've had parcels nicked before, because people just go in there, they pick up something, they walk out the door again. So, you know, it's fairly straightforward. I mean, even somebody with half a brain cell, you know, would have known that I was going to pick up that parcel. And I said, and now you can leave. Out. You know, stupid, honestly. It really is ridiculous. Did you see, says Simon, old woman Madonna with boyfriend at Winter Wonderland? Well, she was on a ride, but the trouble is, if you've got a photographer taking maybe in a minute more than 100 photographs, you can guarantee to find one where somebody looks a bit fed up and a bit miserable. It's par for the course, because rides are a bit scary. I mean, I've been scared before, and I didn't sort of look at what sort of ride it was until you get on it and you go, oh, wait a minute, I'm not sure about this. You look at the other people off in front and you think, oh, I don't know, just supposing it breaks down. You know, if we're on the roller coaster and it goes up, and the carriages were made for much smaller people. If you're slightly in the larger size, you know, two of you crammed in a little carriage was a bit of a... And this thing, when we used to go up to the top and then it would sort of spin round. I remember thinking, I'm going to be sick. I used to hate it. At the same time, I loved it. I like an adrenaline thing, which is good. Steve, this happened 20 years ago. They would have that now. It's normally only safe for a week, says Bev. Yeah, but it's Prince Andrew. And apparently it was one of Andrew's daughter's birthdays. So where were the bodyguards? You can't just wander off to a Pizza Express. So we'd like to book a table. Name? Andrew. Andrew what? Do we have a surname? Windsor. Sorry? Andrew Windsor. Okay. Are you sure? It's Prince Andrew. They would remember that. It would be written into the diary. They keep all these things. As I say, there's something that doesn't seem quite right here, doesn't it, really? And also, there would be bodyguards. Prince Andrew never went out without bodyguards. Never went out with that body. They go everywhere with bodyguards. Even when he's been out driving in his car, the bodyguards go with him. Why? I've got no idea. Seems a dreadful waste of money, but, that's the way it goes nowadays, isn't it? Boxer Amir Khan's being investigated by the police for live streaming whilst driving his luxury motor. He was at the wheel of his Range Rover. He has a string of previous motoring convictions, which we knew about before, actually, including... in this one, he's seen looking down at his mobile phone and reading messages. Well, you should be taken off the road immediately. You've broken the law. He got a 6-month driving ban and a £1,000 fine in 2007 for careless driving. He knocked over a pedestrian on a Pelican crossing. In 2008, he got fined £1,000 again and got a 42-day ban for speeding on the M62 at 140 miles an hour. I think they need to take your licence away, pal. I don't care who you are. The producer would say to me, he's a really successful boxer. I said, yeah, not much cop on the roads, is he? Not much cop on the road. Somebody like that should be taken off the road immediately. What's the point of fining him? I thought he used to drive a Rolls Phantom. That's what I thought. But obviously he's changed other things. But he still can't drive. And now he's doing it at the wheel. And he's live streaming. Whoa, Dimbo. Dimbo. Not so clever. Not so clever. What else have we got? What did I see the other day? I saw something on YouTube. It came with a warning. It was a frog in a glass box eating a hornet. And this frog must have been quite small because this hornet looked enormous. And I've seen these things before. And so the hornet's in the box. The frog's sitting there, basically minding its own business. They don't exactly exert any energy, frogs. They just sort of sit there and go, that's all they do. They don't do anything. They don't go shopping or drive cars or anything. Don't do selfies. And this hornet is landing on the back of the frog. And I don't think it knows what it is. And eventually the frog manages the stupid hornet comes round to the front of the frog and it goes like that and grabs the back bit of it. Well, the hornet just sort of sits there for a little minute and then eventually the frog opens its mouth to try and swallow a bit more and the hornet flies out. And this went on for like 5 minutes. It was the most boring thing. It would have been easier for the frog to go to Pizza Express and order a hornet pizza. So much easier with dough balls. Because then he could have eaten the pizza, he could have had some pictures taken, looked a bit cute. Because I've seen other things. I've seen snakes being fed. Now, normally speaking, you feed... Because a mate of mine used to have a snake, and he used to feed it dead mice. You can apparently go to pet shops and buy dead mice. I didn't like the idea. But in this particular one, it was a live mouse. And snakes are very fast. And in this particular case, the mouse... I don't think realise it. I don't know if mice have got great eyesight. Snakes are a little bit blurry, but they get movement. They can sense where something is. And so all of a sudden, this snake just goes like that. And this mouse leaps into the air. And then it sort of lasts about 2 minutes. And then it just sort of drops down dead. And the snake kind of waits. And then sort of goes in. Because I saw somebody doing something similar, and it was watching a snake. They had a thing in the jungle, and the snake was watching this mouse doing the same journey every day, running along a log, running back, running along the log, running back, and the snake just waited until it had this opportunity to strike, and then the mouse just wandered off, and all the snake did was just followed the trail, because eventually the poison that some of these snakes carry is venomous. It's very dangerous. Although there was something else in the paper. What was it that was dangerous the other day? It was a plant which was poisonous. And I can't remember what the hell it was. We were talking about a plant. Might have been a castor oil plant or something. Whatever it was it castor oil? It was, wasn't it? That's right, the castor plant, because it's got rice in. That's right. Oh, of course, the Russian man killed on the bridge. That's right. It was tipped in rice in. Isn't it funny? You remember certain things. I can't remember last Tuesday. Hopeless, totally. But I'd certainly remember if I went to Pizza Express if I'd not been there before. It's like going to get a doner kebab, or something like that. If you've never had a doner, do you think the Queen's ever had the delights of a doner with a portion of fries on a Friday night? Of course not. Of course not. And to be honest with you, I don't even think in his early days Prince Andrew would have done anything like that. See, frogs go hopping. This one didn't. This one didn't. And also I've seen a little tree frog before, but it's the most poisonous little tree frog. It's bright green and it's teeny tiny. It's about, the size of your finger nail. It's very, very small. And I remember thinking, that'd make a nice pet. And then I thought, maybe not. I don't know what they'd eat. What would you feed a little frog on? Don't know. Nothing, I suppose, really. Norway shows Britain the way on electric cars. Much more expensive in Norway than they are here. But I've got a good job for you. If you want a nanny, you want to be a nanny, got to look after a 4-year-old. They're so desperate to find somebody, they're offering a car, a flat, and £85,000 a year to be a nanny. What sort of terror child is this? I was going to apply, but I thought, I don't think so. You can imagine what this 4-year-old must be like. The nightmare child. 85 grand a year, a car and a flat. Honestly, I tell you, I thought you could get a Norland nanny for a lot less than that. The next Time Lord's going to be a woman. They make a big deal, actually. They make a big deal about it being a woman. Second time. And Charles has praised Harry, the climate warrior. Oh, God, how boring and dull. Who cares? He's not a climate warrior at all. He really isn't. And what else do we do? Oh, Kate at 40. Oh, that blank paper. Give me blank paper. What's that for? Is that to make into an aeroplane or something? Autographs. Actually, I just signed it. Lots of love, Steve. What was I doing? Oh, yes, Kate at 40. How is she going to celebrate? I don't know, actually. I mean, she's not going to be going to a nightclub. She's, married with children. Pizza Express. Do you think by now Pizza Express, who've had so much publicity, are offering cards to all the royal family? Pop in any time you like. Free dough balls with that pizza. You can imagine, can't you, old Andrew going in and go, sloppy Giuseppe. Yeah, you can imagine, can't you? I mean, honestly, you could have great fun with this story. Great fun. Steve, you're giving me nightmares with the snack and the mouse talk. I know. Poor mice. They don't have a great life, do they? Bless their hearts. But at least they get sex on a regular basis. I mean, you start with 2 mice. God knows how many hundreds you'd end up with at the end of the year.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Are you well? I tell you, you need to get the thick coats out again. Over the Christmas period, you've been very lucky because it's been fairly mild. We've had little snow drifts in certain parts of the country, but they've said it's now going to get colder, definitely colder. So we might have to wear mittens and stuff like that and thick boots and everything else. So I loved this story because I can't believe how utterly gullible people are. But it's not the first time I've heard of a story like this. This is a lady called Elizabeth Holmes. She is the founder of a company called Theranos, who's been convicted of defrauding investors. She lied knowingly about technology she said could detect disease with a few drops of blood, with no experience whatsoever. She basically fooled Silicon Valley. At one point, Theranos was valued at $9 billion, which is £6.5 billion. She's basically a compulsive liar. But I'm always amazed that anybody could actually sort of come up with something and say, this can actually detect diseases with a few drops of blood. You'd thought everybody, in the real world would be going, don't be stupid. Anyway, she's been found guilty of 4 charges, including conspiracy to commit fraud against investors and 3 counts of wire fraud, whatever that is. So she was not taken into custody. No date confirmed yet for sentencing. She faced 11 charges in total, found not guilty of 4 charges relating to defrauding the public. And the firm promised it would revolutionise the healthcare industry. But to be honest with you, the claims started to unravel after a Wall Street Journal investigation reported that its core blood testing technology did not work. It's not the first time. Not the first time. The prosecution sought to prove that Miss Holmes knew the product she was selling was a sham, but remained hell-bent on the firm's success. It's amazing, isn't it? Even when they've been sort of outed as basically liars, they still persist with it. They still keep going and they go, no, it definitely works. I remember somebody was selling something some time ago. What the dickens was it? It was a box which detected, I can't remember, but this box had nothing in it. And this bloke was selling these to people. There was sort of crystals that they say does this and that. It's basically lies. Lies. And so they say this scandal with this company called Theranos has changed Silicon Valley. How could people be so naive? Theranos, is it? How could people be so naive to think that a few drops of blood? I mean, I do blood, and I do to test my blood, on a reasonably regular basis. Not so regularly, just to find out what my blood sugars are and stuff like that. But then she was saying the same thing. Just a few little drops of blood could tell you all sorts of illness. What a load of cobblers. I mean, excuse my French. Not that that's French. French will do in pardon. But I didn't want to do that. So it was a case of, at trial, multiple lab directors testified. They told her about the flaws in the technology and were instructed to downplay their concerns. So she's basically one of these mad as a fruitcake people who's come up with something and made billions out of it. I mean, the reverberations are going to spread. I mean, she was able to raise more than 900 million from billionaires like Rupert Murdoch and tech mogul Larry Ellison. The firm officially ceased operations in 2018. But how much has she walked away with? That's what I'd love to know. She says I never lied to investors. Well, no, but what you did do, you weren't telling the truth, were you? But some people are compulsive liars. They don't know the truth. They have no idea. They have no idea at all. But it's the fact that they managed to convince... It's like the Emperor's new clothes. You don't want to look a fool, do you? The Emperor says he's wearing new clothes and he's stark naked, and you go, yes, he's wearing new clothes. Yeah. She won't end up with anything at all, will she? I can remember years ago, there was a very famous woman some years ago, and she was a madam. She controlled prostitutes. But the difference was, and I think her name was Heidi somebody. And she had apparently a little black book which listed all the big Hollywood stars. Heidi Fleiss. That was it, Heidi Fleiss. And she was a madam, and she ran an upscale prostitution business, and she literally listed all the people who'd used her services, which turned out to be absolute. I mean, at the age of 22, she was running a prostitution ring. I mean, she's been convicted of tax evasion. She was released to a halfway house. And she had, I think it was Davina McCall, questioned her. She had numerous prominent and wealthy clients. And when asked to reveal the names of the clients, she said, no, it's not my sort of thing at all. And yet, I think in 95, it was, a guy called Nick Broomfield made a documentary called Heidi Fleiss, Hollywood Madam. And then there was a TV movie, and it just went on. And I believe in 2010, I think it was 2010, she was the third housemate to enter the final Channel 4 series Celebrity Big Brother, the second to be evicted. Because she became famous because basically she was selling hookers. But then, unfortunately, Nevada police, I think, and I can't, when was that? She came out 2010, 3 years later, the Nevada, it was the Nevada police, wasn't it? Yeah, the Nevada police found 400 marijuana plants growing at her Nevada home, but they didn't arrest her and submitted a report. And then she announced plans to open a brothel, and it was going to be called Heidi Fleiss's Stud Farm. I mean, since then, and since January 2017, she's owned and managed the Flying S Ranch Ultralight Flight Park, which is a private use airport. And so it went on. But she became famous for that. I remember, because it was from an early age. But she had the famous little black book. I never had a little black book. It was blue, but it didn't make any difference. But I did manage to get myself at one point in my career, and I can't remember how I got it. I got Princess Anne's former husband, Captain Mark Phillips's phone number. But the trouble is, the royal family are quite clever. They change their phone numbers on a regular basis. So, I mean, I've never seen the Queen on a mobile phone. I shouldn't imagine she's even got one. And her BlackBerry, you can't have BlackBerries anymore. Did I hear that right? That BlackBerries are finished? I don't think I ever had one. What is it? I can't remember what it was. Is it just a phone from 15 years ago? Oh, right. I used to have a Rabbit. See, you won't remember a Rabbit. A Rabbit was good. It then turned into Hutchison Telecom, and that was the forerunner to Orange. And a Rabbit phone looked about the size of that, and you could only use it by standing underneath a sign that stuck out from a wall with a picture of a rabbit on it. And there used to be one outside Waitrose in Twickenham, and you could stand there and make so the phone worked at home and worked outside, but only outside the place which had the sign on the wall. And then when Rabbit went under, they said, would you like to be with Orange? And I thought, yeah, okay. So all the people who'd agreed to go with Orange, they sent you over a phone fully charged, free for a year. And so that was my first Orange telephone. And then after a while, I sort of moved from them, and I've been with, I don't know who I'm with at the moment. I've got no idea. I must be, O2 I think I'm with. I don't know. I've got no idea on these things. Sid Cup Julie says, do you remember the cafe called Stockport? Oh, Stockpot. Oh, God, the Stockpots were all over the place. Cheap food. Very, very cheap food, the Stockpot. There was one in Earl's Court. There was one in Knightsbridge. Very, very cheap. Very cheap. The creperie on the corner. I don't remember creperie. I never did crepes. Never really sort of interested me at all, actually. And did I check out? Oh, no, ghastly programme. It hasn't got any audience, actually, Jace. You know, it's, and he is a bit old now and a little bit tired. Bad feet, I believe, but, there you go. But no audience. I don't know. Steve, some businessman was prosecuted years ago for selling fake... That's right. That's what it was. It was a handheld metal and bomb detector. There was nothing in it. He was selling them an empty box, and he sold thousands to the army to see if there were sort of bombs and other, and it turned out to be fake. It was just absolute hooey. But then we had somebody who bought, was it London Bridge or something like that? Somebody tried to buy Buckingham Palace. You get all sorts of people out there who are just completely crackpots. But I remember the metal bomb detectors. I'm pretty certain that's what it was. Because I remember people sort of saying, let's take it apart and see what's inside. How does this thing work? And it turned out it didn't. That was the trouble. Have you found it? Yeah. It's an amazing story, isn't it? An amazing story. So AD651, a fake bomb detector produced by a company. The manufacturer claimed it could detect bombs, guns, ammunition, and from more kilometres away. However, it was a scam, and it was little more than a dowsing rod. The device was sold for up to 60,000 US. I mean, the real Dumbos bought this. Real Dumbos, widely used in the Middle East. James McCormack, the so-called inventor, was sentenced to 10 years in prison in 2013 for fraud. I mean, you can't believe how dumb people are. Really, I mean, there was no evidence that he or his company conducted any proper research. It was just fake. But of course, as I say, it's like the emperor's new clothes, isn't it? You convince people. And he must have made a fortune. An absolute fortune. He had holiday homes in Cyprus and Florida, a luxury yacht, 3 horses for one of his daughters. The police declared they would seek to pursue his wealth using the proceeds of Crime Act. I mean, it's absolutely... He was forced to give back, I think, about 7 million or something like that, and he refused to meet a 1.8 shortfall in the payments, so they extended his time in prison. What a crook! What a crook! Unbelievable, isn't it, that people fall for something and there was nothing in it, and they spent a fortune. People around the world bought this thing thinking that you could absolutely detect bombs. Definitely not. Carol says, Steve, I reluctantly had to say goodbye, au revoir, to my trusty BlackBerry the other day. I've had a BlackBerry for years. I bought the new phone last Friday. I already had a BlackBerry. I already missed my lovely BlackBerry keyboard. Isn't it funny that they stopped doing things? I sort of put that in the same line as makeup. I can remember somebody asking me about makeup once, and it was a particular colour that I think Estee Lauder made. And we spoke to our expert at Estee Lauder. They said, no, we've actually discontinued that colour. And they go, why? And they go, well, not as many people wanted it. And so they will then discontinue to put in other things as well. But this woman said, but I liked it. And they said, yes, and unfortunately, we can't just produce it. Sam says, don't they test these things before purchase? No, they're so dumb. I'll tell you, a fool and their money are soon parted. And this particular one, thinking that it was a metal and a bomb detector, it could detect all... There was nothing in it. It was a bunch of wires and a battery. And they spent 60,000 quid for it. I tell you, I mean, makes you wonder, doesn't it, really? Could people really be that gullible? Yep, they certainly can.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
I feel a bit sorry, sort of a little bit sorry, for a woman who got a £400 fine the other day for fly tipping. She hadn't actually, in our parlance, when we say somebody fly tips, we mean somebody's going out there in a white van, they go down a country lane, they have a quick look around, and they throw all the stuff out the back, block up the country lanes, and they just leave it rotting there. In this particular case, she took it down the end of her garden path and left it outside, but it wasn't in a box. So consequently, she got £400 fine. She went, I don't think it's right. I don't think I should have been fined 400 quid, but I thought, well, you should have followed the rules. You can't just dump stuff outside the front. I mean, at the moment, what are we seeing everywhere? Christmas trees. Christmas tree all over the blooming place. Dead Christmas trees. People who sort of, can't wait for Christmas to finish. Russell in Guildford says, Steve, it's like the TV licensed detector vans. They had the nation fooled. Yes, I don't know what was in the TV licensed detector vans, because they didn't need it. They just need the list of houses, and they would know whether you had a TV license, and they would come and knock on the door. And as far as I know, nobody ever went to prison for not having a TV license. People tried to argue in court that they didn't need a TV license because they weren't watching the BBC. They were only watching ITV, and that's paid for by the advertisements. So they tried to argue. Or failing that, some people said, well, they didn't actually use their television for watching any television programmes. They were using it to play back and sort of to download things. What is Peter Wright's? He's one of these peculiar darts players. They're all slightly cracked, aren't they? This one's got a Mohican with his. I mean, do they walk down the road looking like that? He does look like a toilet brush, doesn't he? He's also, a little bit ancient to be doing all these things. But I suppose he's obviously had a Mohican for some time, and he's taken on somebody called Michael Smith. But I don't even know who he was. Seriously, none of us round here. As I say, he wouldn't be welcomed into the Ivy. That's a fact. They say his net worth is estimated to be around 3 million. That's it. So he's aiming to become a double champion. He said, I was living on... Wait a minute. So he was living on what? 14 quid a week after bills. His wife inspired him to turn his career around. He was working as a builder and a tyre fitter. And then he discovered the delights of throwing darts at a board. So the first round, if you win, 7,500. Second round, 15,000. 25,000. Quarter final, 50 grand. Semi-final, 100,000. Runner-up, 200,000. Winner, 500,000 for throwing darts. Have you seen the audience for darts? It's like, I watched the film the other night. I don't know why, it reminded me of that actually. And it was the holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. Absolutely. You look at them all, woo, woo, woo. You think, whoa, slow down there. Anyway, I did tweet yesterday that I did watch a film I think it's called Night at the Museum. I loved it. I thought it was blooming brilliant. I sat there, and then Mr. Neil said, oh, you'd like the second one. The second one, was it Dan? Can't remember. The second one was good as well. I thought everybody was in it. Robin Williams was in it. Ricky Gervais was in it. It was Ben Stiller. It was really, really good. Steve Coogan was in it. And if you've not seen it, it's about getting a job at a museum. But at midnight, all the exhibits come to life. And it was really good. Have you seen it? Oh, you must watch it. You'd love it. You've seen it. Minty, I knew Minty would have seen it. It's her sort of film. It's got Ben Stiller in it, Bit hot for Ben Stiller. It's so good, though, because it's so realistic. It's so real. What they were acting with, I've got no idea. I remember talking to Hugh Bonneville about Paddington, and I said, what were you acting with when you did the Paddington films? He said, we were acting with somebody holding a broom with a hat on it. And then, of course, they actually put in the character. But Night at the Museum was brilliant. It was really good. It was a real action film. Brilliantly done. You believed everything. This poor bloke has been thrown in at the deep end. Had no idea. Dean says, my boiler stopped working. It's freezing cold in the house. I doubt I'll find somebody to fix it in the next couple of days. Oh, you will, believe you me. You'll pay for it. I tell you, if you were a boiler expert now, that would be the best decision you'd ever made, because you can charge whatever you want. I'm sorry. So who was that? Do you remember there was that repairman, the engineer, and he didn't charge pensioners. He decided that he would not charge pensioners for coming out and repairing their boilers in this sort of weather, because as it gets cold, boilers do pack up. I mean, if you're in the middle of the countryside where it gets absolutely freezing, then, you can have frozen pipes, they can crack, and all of a sudden you've got nothing. At least in town, it's a little bit better. So I share a sympathy with you. There is one particular company here. They're paid per job based on hourly rates. Plumbing fees start at £120 an hour on weekdays, rising to £200 for late night call-outs, and they average about £150,000 a year. That's what they average earning. I tell you, if ever you'd gone, apparently for every one job that's advertising for plumbers needed, they get something like 300 or 400 people applying, because they've suddenly realised that it's very, very skilled work and that people need it. They don't have enough of them, no. I think every college that has plumbing courses, they're oversubscribed by about God knows how many number of people, because it's a license to print money. A friend of mine went to work for British Gas, and they gave him a van, and he didn't have to go into any office. It was all given to him on the computer. They equipped the van with all the things he needed. He did his course. He went out there, and he said they were the most expensive company for boilers and everything else. But anyway, he learnt the trade. Every morning he'd wake up, the computer would go, "Good morning," kind of thing. Didn't speak to him. And it would tell him where he had to go. He'd go off to his jobs. He'd do the jobs, either repairing the boilers or doing little bits and pieces. And in the end, he left British Gas and he set up by himself, and he's never made so much money in his entire life. But because he's sort of a local lad, the one thing you have to do is don't mistreat people, because word spreads very quickly if there's a rogue plumber around and somebody's trying to rip people off. They normally get caught by television programmes where they sort of do just one little thing to a boiler, and they go, now a proper plumber will know what's happened here. And then they go and they go, you're going to need a new boiler. And you go, are you sure? And they generally used to put little old ladies in, actresses, who'd sit there and not know anything or play dumb. And they would fix the boiler so that it didn't fire. And all it needed was a new firing pin or something very stupid, which would have cost like 20 pence. And the amount of companies that they called in who were ripping people off, going, you're going to need a new boiler. This needs this bit there. It's going to be about £1,200. And you think, you crooks. But that's what happens. So I'm always delighted when the television companies finally managed to catch him. They had a whole house on the television that they used. They had all sorts of people coming in, plumbers, decorators. And the other one, which was very good, in America they used it, where they caught out locksmiths. And they had a lock on the door, and the woman pretended that it had broken, and the guys would come out. Now, these locks, although difficult, they were openable by a locksmith. But what the locksmith is supposed to say in America is, have you got any proof this is your property? Because you could be breaking into somebody else's. Well, there was only one who actually did it and also said, oh, I can open this. And he opened it and he said, listen, it didn't take me but, 3 minutes. He said, I'll charge you $95. Other people come round and go, can't open these. Can't open them. It's going to be about $600 for me to drill into it and change the lock. And these people were crooks. They were bent crooks. And they got exposed on American television. It was fantastic to watch, because they would then come up to them and go, why did you tell them you couldn't open that lock? This lock is openable. That's why you're a trained locksmith as opposed to a crook. And they're probably doing it over here. I should imagine there must be loads of people who are just dishonest. When it comes to cheating people are very good at it. Very good. Alex says, Steve, the imbeciles that bought the empty boxes for mine detection probably cost lives and millions of pounds of taxpayers' money. Did they get sacked? No, they all just played out. They played it under, didn't they? They had to. How can you admit you're a complete dodo bird? I'm sorry, this is a detector. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. But you know what people are? And there's 60,000 quid each for a box with nothing in it. Nothing in it. It was like, a dowsing rod. That was what it was. It was hilarious. We haven't found out what's in the TV licence detector vans. I thought it was just the person who's got the list of your names and addresses. If you don't have a TV licence, they can find you very quickly, and they're supposed to be quite heavy fine if you don't have lots of people don't have TV licences, and you should pay for them, because otherwise we don't get any TV programmes. But we shall find out actually about what's actually in there. And Dan, I've got another one coming up in a minute, actually, about the angry villagers who vandalised a statue. Why? Because it looked like something they weren't very happy with.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice heavy company. And apparently Albert says that dart match was ridiculous. When they came out, it was like a Rocky film. I just think they look a bit peculiar. I've never seen anything like it. Are they very insecure or something? So he's earning 14 quid a week. And then all of a sudden his wife went, you need to change your career. Why don't you throw little darts at a board? I mean, as if you just change your career like that. But you can earn a lot of money now out of it. But they're all, well, I don't know what they think. There was one actually called Bobby somebody, and he was covered in jewellery. But it looked like cheap jewellery. It didn't quite look right to me. He would turn up to all sorts of things. I never quite got into darts. But as I say, looking at the audience for darts, it was well described by Frankie Boyle as the holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. Any of them. Must be the only thing. It was like, I didn't not understand darts. I understand what it is. I thought Bullseye was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen on the television. Jim Bowen going, it's still on. They still keep, I know they still keep showing it. And they go, in 3. Why do they talk like that? Yeah, the prizes. And they say, now, you can gamble all of that, depending on what's behind Bully, which is the star prize. And you go, would you like to gamble what you won? £250. Your Bully, all that's safe. We're leaving that with you, but you've won these prizes here. Are you going to gamble it? And so they go, yeah. So there's 2 blokes who've come in from a council estate in Lincolnshire. And what would you have won? You'd have won a speedboat. Well, how useful was that in Lincolnshire on a council estate? I used to die laughing. It was the funniest thing, because it was these sort of people, and he said, do you want to gamble? And then if they didn't want to gamble and they took their prizes, because you won a washing machine and a set of paperbacks and things like that, and they still show it on there. And it's still that bloke who still does the, in 3, a set of maracas or something, in 4. So that's why I like The Price is Right, because the prizes were big. But you get Jim Bowen. Here's what you could have done. A speedboat, or failing that, a caravan. I mean, can you imagine? A caravan to add to the one we've already got. You can win a clock. And this one here, look, a set of encyclopedias could be yours to take home. They didn't look as though half of them could read. Seriously. Or this one here, this is a music centre with matching gold pens. I mean, did they go down markets and find this trash? A fabulous automatic knitting machine. God. And a timeless classic, a gold effect carriage clock. And Bullet, here for you. Never miss an episode with this 14-inch portable telly. 14 inches! I've had bigger roller skates. Oh, wait a minute. You can get a pair of roller skates. You can practice wheelies. These people are past pensionable age. Or, failing that, a stylish set of matching luggage. A shopping spree for all the family with a well-known high street retailer. Or, failing that, look at you'll be the envy of your friends with a Wedgwood dinner service. But the caravan was the one that got me. I couldn't believe it. I thought the caravan was hilarious. And you get nothing for 2 in a bed. Keep out of the red and into the black. You get, and so it went on. I mean, the whole thing was just a bizarre farce, which is still entertaining. But you used to watch the audience who sat in the studio. Somebody said to them, "You're going to see a big television show," and they got there and it was blooming Bullseye. You can imagine, can't you? Oh, we were disappointed. We wanted to go and see Des O'Connor. We like Des O'Connor. He gets some good acts, he does. He's got that Jethro on. We don't want to watch Bullseye. Blimey. That was boring. It really was funny, actually. So, Steve, I sold TVs in the 80s, legally obliged to forward the name and address of every customer to TV licence. You have to do it now. Can't just go and buy a television. They want your name and address for the licence. Yeah, hasn't changed at all. Hasn't changed. Hannah says the crook locksmiths are alive and kicking in East Sussex. After losing his keys, a friend called one to open his garage. Charge £400. I know. I can remember, watching locksmiths, because they won't let you watch when they open the doors, because they've got little metal things that they put in there, and then you twist the little tumbler, and then the door will open. And they can do it, actually. Sorry? It's all on YouTube. I've got a machine that opens Yale locks. Literally, you put it in there, and I bought it years and years and years ago from an American site for magicians. And it looks like a screwdriver. It's battery operated, and it vibrates, this thing at the end. You put it into the lock, and it vibrates like that. Or worse, actually. And it knocks the tumblers, and it will open. Only works on Yale locks, but no, you get locksmiths who can open them, and it's a trained thing. That's what you do. But that's how I got half my furniture and everything. The neighbours, of course, have got nothing left at all in their sitting room. Imagine, can't you? Imagine. What are you doing, Steve? I'm just removing the washing machine, OK? That's all right with everybody. 20 minutes to 7. It's amazing how many of you have come up with all these answers for Prince Andrew and the mythical party or not in the restaurant, which nobody seems to remember. Not only were there no other people at this birthday party who've come forward, you would have thought the manager would have phoned up head office at Pizza Express and gone, "You won't believe who's just booked a table for a birthday party. He's having sloppy Giuseppe. We've got a picture of him," because people take pictures at birthday parties. I mean, also, you have to ask the question, where did his daughters get the idea from to go to Pizza Express? Obviously not very classy, are they? A little bit worrying. But, the whole thing there are so many anomalies And, you know, I don't know where we are with it, but we'll find out later on today. We will find out later on today. The batteries are out as TV remote uses radio waves and solar power. Because I don't know about you, but I get through loads of batteries at home. I've got so many items that that run on batteries, and it's candles and all sorts of bits and pieces. But now, a solar panel on this device, a remote control. I mean, I quite like the idea, actually. I wonder how much it would cost. It can't be that expensive. So it uses radio waves. You can charge it up, and it will prevent waste from 99 million batteries over 7 years. Wow. There's also a perfect fill bathtub linked to a household's digital voice assistant, which is 2,700. So you're basically at work and you go, whoever the thing is, fill the bath. I mean, I'd be a little bit worried about that, just in case it carried on because you forgot to say, stop, stop. But you can get this thing now. It is a voice-controlled thing. And you can get your lights changed at home and all sorts of things. A friend of mine has got lots of remote-control lights everywhere. And you can change colours. You know, the dirt 20 quid for a set of 6, I think, or something like that. Very good value. Smart bulbs as well, yeah. I mean, I have certain lights on 24 hours a day. I really do. I don't turn lights off in the bedroom or anything. Christmas tree lights. Yeah, all right. The BBC ranker over the black and white minstrels. It featured young Lenny Henry, believe it or not, survived until 1978. And apparently, the BBC's historical culture wars have been laid bare in an authorised biography of the corporation. It reveals that a high-ranking executive demanded that black people shut up. Can't believe this is in a published book. Amid international disquiet over the black and white minstrel show. The book by David Hendy, a professor of media and culture history at Sussex University, dedicates a chapter to how the BBC dealt with the rise of cultural diversity in Britain amid the Windrush wave of immigration. Now, the black and white minstrel show was a hugely popular variety programme that ran for 20 years with white performers in black makeup. In 1962, Barry Thorne, the corporation's chief accountant, privately complained the show was a disgrace and an insult to coloured people. 5 years later, he voiced his misgivings to Oliver Whiteley, assistant to Hugh Green, the Director General. He received short shrift. Coloured people, replied Whiteley, who died in 2005, would for heaven's sake shut up. And so it went on. But it seems odd to look at a picture of Lenny Henry on the black and white minstrel show, which, as I say, ran for 20 years. 20 years. In fact, when they brought it back, it got an even bigger audience than it did first time around. The BBC checked with the government to ensure it had no objection to the appointment of a coloured British subject before she was hired. Can't wait to read this book. This one sounds like it's going to blow things wide open. Unbelievable. But it was one of those... They went on tour. They went on tour with the black and white minstrel show. I think it was in one of the seaside resorts. Doesn't seem possible, does it, really? Also, the Auschwitz survivor in all the papers today who's died after a life dedicated to bearing witness. This is Freda Weinmann, who was born in France in 1923, emigrated to Britain in 1950 and survived periods in the camps at Bergen-Belsen. And another one, she was awarded the British Empire Medal for her services to Holocaust education, and she has died the other day at the age of 99. She survived unimaginable horrors, says Karen Pollock, Chief Executive of the Holocaust Educational Trust, yet dedicated decades to sharing her testimony so that future generations would know what happened during the Holocaust. 98! Absolutely phenomenal. And she ended up having 2 daughters, 6 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Unbelievable. And she was just one of those people who had stories to tell, and she spent her life bearing witness and dedicating herself to all those people. And there was another lady the other day, didn't she get, I forget how many, 2,000 birthday cards? Another survivor of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And I think she was 98, and she is 98, and her, I think, son had written to everybody saying, listen, it's her birthday, she'd love some cards. And people flooded her with cards around the world, which was absolutely amazing. Still to come, the bag hell from BA. The couple who lost their bags on a flight, when they found them, their Christmas presents had been opened and the wine had been nicked. British Airways had to say, we're terribly sorry. We don't know what happened. They just sort of got... Because there must be loads of bags that never get claimed. People, let's face it, if people leave wooden legs on trains and they end up going to the Lost Property Office and false teeth and stuff like that, it must be quite easy to forget that you've got 10 bags. So, you sometimes go to an airport and as you're waiting, the carousel is going round, there's one bag going round and nobody's there to collect it. And you think, well, why have you not collected it? You think, I bet you've forgotten you've got a bag. And they'll get all the way home and go, oh, hello, we've forgotten the luggage. Because that's what happens. I think they lost Dale's luggage once. God, he went up the wall. Never seen anything like it. Seriously, I thought, blimey. I said, don't worry, they will find it. Oh, my God, I hope so. They did, luckily. It was one of those touch-and-go moments.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. 11 minutes to 7. Did you see The Masked Singer? I watched little bits of it. Mainly because I think the concept's quite a good idea. The only problem being, I think the panel come up with the most stupid names. To think that Ellen DeGeneres would ever come over here to do something like that, a multi-millionaire. It's not going to happen. And some of them are terribly obvious. But, Martin in Rayleigh says, do you still have your coloured light shower head? I haven't actually, no. I haven't. I thought it was very good. This is something I forget where I bought it from. Must be one of these online shopping places. And you just unscrew your head. And then what you do is you sort of just screw this one on. And as the water goes through, it turns a little thing, which in turn lights these bulbs. And depending on the heat of the water determines the colour of the bulb. And so you bathe your body in either red light or blue light or green light. I think that was about it, actually. But there was somebody dressed as Snow Leopard, and it was Gloria Hunniford. Yes, she's a singer. I think you'll find Gloria's released albums in Ireland and probably here as well, actually. Steve, I've got a few of those battery candles. 3 of them still come on by themselves at 5 p.m. every night. You explained to me a couple of months ago the reason for this. You clever boy, says Kim. I've got loads of battery candles and stuff like that, and I've got pictures that light up, all sorts of... Some of it's rubbish, absolute rubbish, but I quite like it. But I do get through no end of batteries. No end of batteries. I mean, I go to Costco and I buy the Duracells, but in packs of like 36 or whatever they have to do it, and they cost a fortune, these things. Make it so much easier if everything was solar, wouldn't it? Steve, always make sure, says Simon, your locksmith is a member of the MLA, the Master Locksmith Association. Yeah, but I mean, how would you know? If somebody came to my house and said, I'm a member of the MLA, and I go, OK, fine. And then they go, it's going to cost £600 to do that. I mean, what do? Do I have to go to somebody else to go, listen, I've been offered 600 quid to do this. Can you do it cheaper? Because I wouldn't know. It's like, when you take your car in to have it serviced and they go, need a new alternator. I wouldn't know. I would have the faintest idea. In the same way, if the washing machine broke down, somebody came to repair it and they said, oh, you need a new motor. I wouldn't know. So I certainly wouldn't know where it came to locksmiths. But at the same time, I think some things sound like somebody's sort of taking you for a little bit of a ride, I think. Somebody says, I've got smart bulbs in my house and you can program them to come on and off to make it look like you're at home. Oh, did people still do that? I've heard of these things before. People have lights that come on and they go, it's great, actually. It's a case of it comes on and so somebody standing outside goes, oh, there must be somebody in the house. That doesn't stop them. If somebody's going to burgle your house, they're going to burgle it whether you're in it or whether you're not in it. The amount of people who've sort of woken up and had somebody in their bedroom and things like that, very frightening. Very frightening. Happy New Year, says Sarah. And apparently it's very fake, says this particular texter to me this morning. And this is the Masked Singer. It's very fake. Even the expressions on the judge's face, it's all to do with promoting. But one of them, they came at the most ridiculous names of who they thought it was. And I was sort of thinking, yeah, it's not as good. Mind you, the American ones are even worse. Because you've never even heard of the people that they think are, are sort of celebrities. They would lose their approval if they overcharge and membership is critical to some. Yeah, but how would I know if they were overcharging? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if they were overcharging. Or, failing that, if somebody says, all right, it's £100 an hour, that's what we charge, and this job's going to take an hour and a half, how do I know? I wouldn't have the faintest idea, so I don't think that's the answer. I don't know what the answer is. I think what you have to do is find somebody who lives locally, and if you get bad service, you literally badmouth them online. That's the only way to do it. because you don't. It's like, if you go to a local restaurant in the area where you live and you get really, really bad service, you're going to tell all your friends, don't bother going there. The service and the food is rubbish. We had a new Thai restaurant open in Twickenham, and I mentioned it to Lynn, and she said, we went there the other day, she said it was awful. The service was dreadful, and the food wasn't so great either. So that's immediately off my list, because local restaurants, rely on people who live locally, because otherwise you don't survive. Can't afford to mess people about. Another one says, so a lot of people talk about obviously people are enjoying The Masked Singer. It's not our format though, is it? Isn't it somebody else's? I think it'll probably be probably like Thai or something like that, because the costumes are really good. And I don't know whether it's copyrighted, but presumably they've got all these people who sort of want to turn up and put this costume on and then sing. Although how you sing through the blooming thing, I've got no idea. A little of what you want. Oh, they're looking for new people for Love Island, I mentioned earlier. They've got the adverts out. If you're really desperate and you've got nothing else to do in your life, then you can apply to go on Love Island. I don't know what the criteria is. I don't know whether it's an age thing or whether it's something else. I did like the columnist in the Sun today who had to apologise to Gary Barlow because she made a snide remark about the Take That man bringing out his own range of plonk. Basically along the lines of who'd rock up to a dinner party proudly clutching a bottle of Barlow Barola. Anyway, Gary read the offending piece. We think not. We think it was probably his PR team. And they promptly sent a couple of bottles of his best plonk, so she's had to backtrack like mad and go, it was genuinely delicious. Because you can't diss somebody's wine without even testing it. That's ridiculous. Nice to see you eating humble pie, though, dear. It was well worth it. What else we got this year? Z for Z-list relationships. This is mainly the Love Islanders, I'm afraid, where they sort of come out, they go, oh, yes, we're going to move in together and we're going to do this and do that. And you think, listen, why don't you just get a job? Why don't you just get a job and go and do something worthwhile? You've been on the television, okay, it didn't work out for you. You've got nothing to look forward to. You can advertise some makeup and do everything else and be an influencer. But if truth be known, learn how to stack shelves. Okay, it makes it so much easier. That way, soup, and make sure the labels are all facing the front. I know this might be testing. I really think it might be testing you. Prince William has paid tribute to an inspirational conservationist who's died aged 77. This is the Kenyan Richard Leakey, who was quite a character, they tell me, quite a character. And a woman believes her Labrador saved her life by sensing she had cancer. I've heard of these dogs that know about things like this. How they do it, I have no idea. I can't work it out. But I didn't tell you about the Harry Potter fans left devastated after a Forbidden Forest family event was cancelled at the last minute. Hundreds had arrived at Arley Hall in Northwich in Cheshire for a £39 ticket for adult, £29 for kids, but it was axed on Sunday without any warning. Some people had travelled, one woman here had travelled 350 miles. She said, we spent so much money organising the trip and been treated disgracefully. Apparently, all sorts of things had gone down. The network feed used to run the sound projection and ticketing had gone down. Those with tickets can rebook. That's the trouble with these things, isn't it? It's like I've seen some people going to some so-called Father Christmas type things, which turn out to be absolute disasters. Absolute disasters. Fuming farmers have said Ed Sheeran's plans to buy land, plant trees and rewild parts of the country could increase carbon emissions. Oh, he's doing his best, for goodness sake, honestly. Can't please everybody all of the time. At least he's doing their top 10 albums of 2021. Adele's number one. In the singles, Ed Sheeran, followed by Olivia Rodrigo, and third place also Olivia Rodrigo. All sorts of people. I've never heard of some of these people. I really haven't. But there again, I've not bought a record for ages and ages. And Natasha Bedingfield says people often touch her bottom, though she tries to ignore it. Well, honestly, people talk about all sorts of things. All sorts of things. And this single mum, who's in all the papers today, fined £400 for fly tipping after leaving rubbish outside her home in a cardboard box because she'd never been to put it in. Chloe Rhodes asked her landlord to arrange the council to deliver her missing blue bin, grey bin and green box. Nothing arrived, so she just put it outside. And she's got to pay £400. She said the local council have said she'll be taken to court if she doesn't pay. Not messing around there, are they? Not messing around at all. Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 4. It's nice to have your company. Oh, somebody's done that before, haven't they? Mind you, he's not with us anymore, so perhaps I could nick the catchphrase, because you've got to have a catchphrase. I had a good one back in December. It was Merry Christmas. Within a short space of time, everybody was using the blooming thing. 5th of January, 'tis Wednesday. Katie Price says 2022 will bring no more dramas. Yeah, right, dear. As she heads towards her 4th marriage and her 6th driving conviction for drunk driving. Rebel Wilson loses 5.5 stone because the papers are mad for people losing weight after Christmas. Although Nigella Lawson's secret to losing weight, eat more food. How that works, I've got no idea. The postman caught weeing yards from a family's front door inside their property. He's weeing against the hedge. He won't have a job by the end of the day, although probably if they do fire him, the union will be out, won't they, and sort of protest at getting... He's literally weeing, but he's caught on one of these video cams on the front door. Huh. What a stupid man. The very idea that a postman would actually sort of wee in your front garden against the hedge. I mean, I think that's terrible. Do you know how much Adele lost? No, I can't remember. Did she lose a load? 7 stone. Wow. Phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. Kate Garraway says trolls told her she didn't deserve an MBE. They need to find these people. These are sickos. These people should be put in court and they should be charged and thrown in prison. It's as simple as that. You know, if you're too stupid, that's the trouble nowadays. You know, people, the trolls who are out there who write things to people. I've never written to anybody in my entire life. Why would I waste time? Can't be bothered. But these people have said so, just because you've looked after Derek and all the rest of it. No, she does charity work. She made a programme dealing with it. These people, because they're sick and thick, they don't know that. But, I mean, she should really pass it on to the police and get it sorted out. You know, Derek is phenomenally fatigued and very weak, and they don't know what the new year will bring. She had to, eventually, she took him out to the pantomime. I think they did Richmond pantomime. But this is after his devastating battle with coronavirus. And, in fact, even Boris Johnson says it's crazy. Crazy. It doesn't apply to Derek, but crazy that the majority with COVID in intensive care are unjabbed. Those two, we had another 3 deaths the other day. There was a woman who was a beauty therapist somewhere. She was pregnant, and then she had the baby. She decided not to get jabbed, and a week later she picked up COVID, because you can pick it up just about anywhere, and she's dead. There's another 2 people as well, 2 actors, aren't they, who are 75. Again, they weren't jabbed, and they're both dead now, died within a week and a little bit apart. And they're just tip of the iceberg. So if you don't get jabbed, and because this latest strain is a bit, bit in your face, you can pick it up anywhere. Pick it up on buses, pick it up all over the place. I know no end of people. In fact, I spoke to a close friend of mine yesterday, and I said, how's everything going? And she went, well, I had COVID over Christmas. And I went, oh, goodness. But, what can you do? You can only advise, can't you? If you want to help middle-aged people tackle depression, get them a skateboard, apparently. This is the latest fascinating fact that you'll be reading in the newspapers. Also, The Apprentice is coming back. It's been filmed, a lot of it already. They filmed it a while ago before the pandemic really sort of kicked in. It's another bunch of old has-beens where they come up with the biggest pile of garbage you've ever heard in your entire life. Not one of them. I mean, some of them have even been on other reality shows. It's now getting so desperate, even for The Apprentice, they can't find anybody. Where'd you find people that stupid? On The Apprentice. They all put them. I mean, one of the women sells pajamas. She thinks she's a sort of a fashionista. Somebody, what was the other one? Oh, they've got a domestic cleaning company. Sorry, an industrial cleaning company, which means they're a cleaner. And that's what they put it down as. And they stick them in a suit and you think, oh, they're business people. But one of them, he's just been on reality show. There's a woman, she's been on reality shows, about 3 of them. And then they put her on The Apprentice. What for? The woman's quite clearly an idiot. What would you put The Apprentice is supposed to be, I assumed, people who were fairly successful in business but wanted to take it a step further. Now it's a case of, oh, I want to be famous. And that's the extent of their dreary existence. People who take pictures of breastfeeding mothers could face jail. Do you know, to be honest with you, up until that moment when I read those words, I had no idea that there were people out there, perverts we call them, who take pictures of women breastfeeding. I mean, I really couldn't. I mean, I've sat on trains where the woman sitting opposite has started breastfeeding, and I've walked past Starbucks and women sitting in the window. I don't know why in the window, but they just in the window breastfeeding. But apparently, if you take photos without their consent, well, what woman's going to go? Yeah, of course, take a picture. Look, hello. What do you reckon? Of course not. That was the old Joan Rivers thing, wasn't it? She said, I did a show. She said the woman in the front row was breastfeeding. She said, who would you look at, me or her? The kid was 26. So you have to sort of pick up on these things. Newly discovered comet caught on camera. There's a lovely picture of some blokes taken, but you know that they're always fake because there are no such things as little spacemen. He took it in this country, and it shows apparently a picture of a naked spaceman who's transparent walking through a field, obviously looking for the number 12 bus or something. And he's sort of taken this picture. He must have the oldest, crappiest phone you've ever seen in your entire life to take a picture of something. It's so blurry, it's not physically possible. It's not physically possible. And he said, this is an area well known for UFOs. You go, no, it's not, darling. It's famous for people who drink a lot. That's what it is. I couldn't find it in the Daily Star. I did look in the Daily Star. But so I don't know where it is. Peter Andre's dragging out his 5 minutes of fame. He's now talking about his six-pack and, you know, what he went... I mean, who cares? Who cares? Poor old Pete, as he heads into his twilight zone all by himself, is sort of still going on about he must be launching something. Perhaps it's a diet. They've all done it, haven't they? Greg Wallace, bit creepy, that creepy little smile. And, you know, he's a greengrocer. Well, he was, but he didn't have any businesses anymore. Poor old Gaz's business looks like it's going to be closed down. You know why? This is Paul Gascoigne, that well-known personality. Well, he's got a business which looks after his interests. They're going to make a film about his life. Shouldn't take too long, should it? I was an idiot. I sort of put fake breasts on and sort of pranced around like a nincompoop, and then fell over drunk. And then it all went a bit pear-shaped. But, you know, the reason they could close the business down is because he's not filed accounts. You know, which generally speaking, if you've got a business, you have to file accounts. And generally speaking, your accountant will do it for you. I'll just tell you how much you owe. But poor old Gascoigne, they could close the business down. I mean, the company's first set of financial figures were due by October the 26th last year, but they've still not been filed. I mean, you feel like saying to him, are you a complete idiot? And the answer is, you know, you should have filed them. I mean, I'm hoping he must have an accountant because he hasn't got the intelligence to set up a company by himself. I've got a company. And loads of people, in fact, every presenter I know has now got a company, a limited company. Yes, 4am Spike Limited, 21 million downloads, can't be wrong. That kind of thing, which we love. But because we're all back to normal now. Joe's back after his extended sojourn. He went on holiday in his mind. Didn't actually go anywhere, but he was going to go to America. I mean, that'll be on the cards later, probably in the year, I should imagine. We had a well-known radio presenter wee in our car park once, says Chris. A well-known well, who? You can't say things like that and not tell me who it is. I would want to know who that is. A well-known radio presenter weeing in your car park. Could be anybody. Could be somebody who's incontinent. Because when I had all my problems, I sat on a train once, and I can't believe I'm telling you this, but anyway, I sat on a train once, and because of the severity of the problem, I needed to go to the toilet. And on this particular train, because what they've done with a lot of the Waterloo ones, there's no toilets on the blooming things. They run for 8 to 10 carriages, no toilets. And if they are on there, they're broken or they're they're out of order. And so I had to find a coffee cup, a paper coffee cup, and wee in a coffee cup. It was the only thing that I could do, but it was in the infancy stages of the illness, and whatever it was dire, absolutely dire. Most of it was blood, so I was not doing particularly well, I'm afraid. I was doing very, very badly. But Steve, says Roger, it's quite sad taking the tree down and nothing to look at until the first rays of sunshine in about April. Well, actually, strangely enough, you don't need to take your tree down till tomorrow, 12th night. So you can leave it. I mean, you can also just make sure that you've turned the lights off. If you turn the lights off, it covers you. Because somebody said to me, you get, a year's bad luck if you don't. And you go, what do you mean a year's bad luck? How much worse can it get? How much worse can it get with the pandemic and all the rest of it? It must be a lot of people leaving their tree lights on. So I'll probably turn ours off tomorrow, and then I will sort of dismantle the tree and try and rescue the lights, because you can't remember the way you put them onto the tree, can you? It's never straightforward. It's always a bit complicated, but we shall persevere. But Darren likes the Christmas tree, but now he's much cheered by the fact you don't need to take it down until tomorrow. I mean, according to many traditions, 25th of December is the first day Some, however, mark the beginning of the 12 days from the 26th of December. Counting from Christmas Day means either the 5th or 6th of January will be 12th night. Anglican churches, I think, say 12th night is on the 5th of January, but other churches mark it the following day. Yeah, I always go for the 6th. As long as you've... No, I'm not Anglican church. No, I've been to Anglican church, which is quite nice. And Steve, you're cheering me up. I'm missing my Uncle Trevor, who passed away, says David, a year ago. He was 96. Really? 96? And it was a year ago. So, a year in sort of living terms. But the trouble is, as I've said before on the programme, people who pass away, generally about, the Christmas time, you always remember more than at any other time. I can't remember half, when my parents died or anything like that. But you always remember them. You don't forget them, ever. I don't think so. I mean, people sort of say, I did speak to one lady some while ago, years ago, and she said she couldn't wait for her father to die. She said she was going to put him out with the rubbish. She had no intention of having a burial or anything else. She hated him, absolutely hated him. And I tended to forget. You do get people that don't like certain members of the family, and so somebody goes, oh, so-and-so died. You go, good. And you think, oh, that's always a shame, actually. I mean, people who don't go to parents' funerals and things like that, some people don't go. Although, actually, I've got a friend of mine's birthday to go to. And unfortunately, because of COVID, I think I might have to back out and go, I really don't want to risk it. I mean, so far, I've been all right. I tested myself yesterday morning, and I was clear. And I shall probably test myself again tomorrow morning. And hopefully I shall be clear as well, because I'm being good. I'm being a good boy. And I did see somebody on the bus the other day, and they were clutching their COVID test, the lateral flow things. And I thought, you should really put it in a bag, dear. You should really put it in a bag, because somebody will nick it from you. They're worth gold dust at the moment. Craig Charles, very quickly, is going to front a new TV show proving UFOs exist. Which, of course, they don't. There is no proof that they exist. Nothing at all. It's just a load of old... They said a very rude word then. It's a load of old hooey. It's a lot of people who just want to make things up. It's ridiculous. Rob in Hatfield says, did you manage to get some milk this morning? Because we've run out. Have to wait till Tesco opens. Because you didn't hear about yesterday. We had no milk in the entire building, 16 kitchens. I went through every kitchen. I was being really good trying to find a bit of milk, because there's one thing I need. It's my little bit of wet liquid going on. And so I did appeal on air. I thought maybe Kevin the milkman might be out and listening and would drop in a couple of pints of milk. As it turned out, it was another milkman who was in, I think he was in St Martin's Lane, and he dropped round 3 pints, a pint of Gold Top and 2 Silver Top bottles, proper bottles of milk. Well, I tell you, he was the star of the night, but he didn't want to give his name. But he was the star of the day. He was yesterday. And then I came in and we did check, actually, and apparently no milk was delivered yesterday, so maybe the dairy's not back at work. But there is a bit of milk in the kitchens now, so couldn't go through a programme without my cup of tea.
This is LBC.
Cookies and clouds, Bluetooth, browsers and URLs. With new words appearing every day, the digital world can be a minefield of jargon for some. I'm Susie Dent, and I've teamed up with BT Group to help everyone feel more at home in the online world. To help your loved ones get to grips with the internet, from learning the basics to doing the big shop and more, visit bt.com/senior skills and find all the support they need to live life online.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, do electric companies bill themselves on their offices' gas and electric bills? I've got no idea. I don't know. I've got no idea at all. Did you manage to get milk this morning, says Rob? We've got a little bit of milk, but yesterday was a saving grace. I was the most popular man in the building, I promise you. Liz in Battersea says, just listen to your intro. There are so many things I want to comment on. I'd so love to go to the pub with you. Oh, no, not me. I don't drink. What's the point of going to a pub and have a tomato juice? That's not very exciting. 12th night is actually now. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's tomorrow. 12th night, it's the 6th. Always been the 6th, never been the 5th. OK, if you got me a skateboard, I'd be taking up a hospital bed. You wouldn't be, because they're all taken up with people on COVID. OK, there aren't any hospital beds. And don't be knocking Peter Andre's bod. Oh, Liz, he's ancient now. It's like torturously dragging out something that was, ages and ages ago. My favourite thing was when they made the Peter Andre calendar. I don't even think they sell the calendar anymore. It's sort of disbanded. It was something, and they went out to wherever it was, Greece or somewhere, and he was in the pool, and his agent was there as well at the time, and they were sort of covering him in oil and all the rest of it in the pool, and then he said, "Oh, can I have the sock?" And he had a sock and he shoved it down his swimming trunks to make it look as though there was a bit more there. And I always remember that because people laughed about it. And I remember that when he was in the jungle with Katie Price, he did say the similar thing. He said, "Do you think it's all right?" Which I remember thinking, blimey, he's a bit insecure. And the answer is, teeny tiny, because somebody else said about it. Do you remember there was a Page 3 girl or something who sort of commented on the not a lot down there and all the rest of it, mind you, or up there, yes, both ends, mind you. My argument always used to be years ago, it may not be big, but it filled a pram, which was always fairly popular in Peter Andre's case on quite a few occasions. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The roads and the streets were deserted yesterday, first day back at work. A lot of them were empty, whereas I didn't notice any differently at all. I thought the bus was a little bit busier than usual. We're getting more and more people in the morning who wear it. There's a stupid man who gets on my bus and he never wears a mask and he coughs. And you think to yourself, well, you'll be paying a visit to a hotel very shortly. 4 in 10 4x4 owners have never taken their car off-road, except Katie Price, only she turned it over at the same time. The man who took the picture of the alien walking naked through a field. I mean, to be honest with you, you're telling me that on these faraway galaxies and planets there's no Primark? There's no excuse for aliens walking around naked, really isn't. And 999 patients are told get a lift to hospital. They don't have the ambulances. They're too busy taking up. Primark in Ireland is called Pennies. It's not, is it really? Really? It does not call. Oh right, it's not called Primark. I've only ever been in it once. I walked in, I had a look, and I walked back out again. It's not my sort of thing. It's mainly young girls going in there and buying their entire summer wardrobe for £2.20. That's including the trainers and probably a rain hat as well at the same time. UK, we love you. The first migrants of 2022 have arrived. They came in yesterday. Primark clothes, good value, but they don't wash well. Well, I know. That's why they're cheap. That's why they're cheap. Yeah, you just buy new ones. They used to get, so they don't have little baskets you hold. They've got huge bag things because they know you're going to be buying a lot of the stuff. Hundreds of trains axed due to COVID. And Selena Scott talking about women never helped her in her career. It was always men. She makes socks now, doesn't she, out of goat's wool or something? I don't know. I don't know why. She just does, actually. And what was there? Oh, I've got a gadget for you with a real bite. It's a soft toy that nibbles on your fingertips. Sells for about 30 quid or something like that. I'd buy loads. Can you imagine the fun you could have with a toy that wants to nibble on your fingertips? That's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of, but never mind. We will go through the papers. Politicians are psychos who would kill to get their own way, says ITV's political guru. In other news, bears poop in the wood. I still think always makes me laugh, actually. That card, remember years ago, that lovely card, which was a huge sequoia tree, the biggest tree you've ever seen, these huge sequoias, and lying underneath it is a little tiny bear, and standing next to him on either side are these two enormous grizzlies, and the wording reads, Winnie the Who. Always used to make me say, you look at the expression on Winnie the Pooh's face, and you go, Winnie the Pooh. I love it. But here are these toys. There you go. The soft toy that nibbles gently. Apparently, it can be a source of comfort to people. I bet it can. And it's a battery-powered, as always, Amagami Ham Ham, which roughly translates as sweet biting in Japanese. It's been released in Vegas. The inventor even claims he uses one whilst driving to lower his stress levels. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't driving. Amagami Ham Ham was. Couldn't change gears or do anything else like that, but boy, does it give a mean suck on your fingers. 30 quid. It's not bad, is it? When you think they can make those for 30 quid. And yet when you think we used to get excited about that singing fish. Do you remember the singing fish you had on the wall? My godfathers. Big Mouth or something. Big Mouth Billy Bass. And it would move its tail and everything else. They do another one actually now, which you put on the floor, and it's for cats to play with. Yeah, I thought it's a fish. It's not real, obviously. And it flaps its tail and moves around. I don't know what it would come under, but they've advertised it on telly. It's so that your cat is, because you've got to entertain cats. They don't do it by themselves. They just want to sleep. And so if you want your cat to be more adventurous than other cats, I mean, we used to shove ours out the back door at night time, and the cat would sit there and it would all crunch its body up. So it didn't want to go outside. It'd go, it's raining. And we'd go, get out. Get out. And so it would run out the back door and sit under the car and just stare at us till the morning time. I mean, cats are they're not very smart. They just eat and go to toilet and sleep. And that's what they don't do anything else. They don't go and collect balls. Occasionally they might stick a paw out and, roll it around or something. Never buy a cat a Christmas present. It's a waste of time. Get them a carrier bag. They'll play with that for hours, and in the end they'll jump into it. They'll just sit there in the carrier bag. You can't suffocate in a carrier bag. It's a nice idea though. But originally, the original TV series, November the 70s, Channel 76, says Josh. This is Fame, and another one here. Why is it wrong to speak bad of the dead? It's speak ill of the dead. You never speak ill of the dead. That's what you're supposed to say, because they can't reply back. That's what it was based on. It was a case of, you don't talk about somebody who's dead. But, of course, on the other hand, you can't libel the dead either, because it makes no difference. You can say whatever you like about people who have died. You can say whatever you like about Prince Philip. You can say whatever you like about anybody, because the old adage is you cannot libel the dead. And it is libel, by the way. A lot of people, well, a couple of people are a little bit out to lunch, so seem to think it was slander. But no, it's libel on the radio. It's the same as written print. But some people are a bit thick and don't know that. Prince Andrew has got to wait to see if the civil rape case against him is thrown out by a judge. This is, I'm not surprised he's not gone on holiday with Sarah Ferguson and the two girls. I mean, he's denied it. He's not been charged with anything. All they want him to do, and nobody can quite understand, and I keep saying it every day to the point of boredom, why would he not want to tell the police what he knows about a convicted paedophile and a woman who procured underage girls for sex? And so he was busy mates with them. He must have been. He took them home, introduced them around. They had pictures taken. They went to Balmoral. They went to Buckingham Palace. They went to Windsor. They went just about everywhere. And if your best, mind you, he was never very good at picking people, was he? He never was any good at picking people. He picked a lot of wrong uns in his life. But he was not known as Randy Andy for nothing. That's what the press openly called him. And now all of a sudden he's sort of playing, holier than thou. And we're still asking those questions, aren't we? What is it with this non-sweating? What is it with Pizza Express? Why is it they can't find anybody else who went to this little girl's party at the age of 12? Where were the bodyguards? And why is there no record in the book? You booked Prince Andrew in for a birthday party, which is what it was. Surely somebody be going, look at this, we've got Prince Andrew. No. None of that at all. Makes you wonder whether or not he's living in a fantasy world, or if he's just got one of those sort of memories that means he forgets things. Who was that other person who kept forgetting things? Oh, it was Harry's missus. She can't remember things either. Must run in the royal families, I suppose. 84850 steve@lbc.co. Kevin says it was me who delivered the milk. Was it? Why didn't you say so? All we heard was it was anonymous. Was it you that delivered the milk? Tinker, honestly. I got a bit worried, actually, thinking, where is Kevin? Oh, he might be just taking the credit. And Steve and my friend Jo and I are just talking. She's in Italy and I'm in Dubai. That's a bit of a shout, isn't it? Bit of a shout. Natalie, we were both saying how much we love your show. I told you may read this out. No chance. No, we don't do things. It's not two-way family favourites. What is it? Hello to Jean in Dubai. No, we don't do stuff like that. Shout-outs, yes. They used to... Did you ever hear two-way family favourites? It was Cliff Mitchell-Moore and his wife Jean, I think, and one would be in one country. They go, Group Captain, Stephen Allen, bar DFC 3124. Like to send a big shout-out to the family back there in Withensea, up there in Yorkshire. And then they play a piece of music, and it was very popular. Very, very popular. Happy Wednesday, Steve. And have you ever had Staffordshire oatcakes? Best with bacon, cheese and brown sauce. No. Shane says, is Joey Essex popular in the UK? Absolutely not. He's known as Thicko. He's that dim. He can't tell the time, Shane, because he's doing the I'm a Celebrity, only the Australian version. And nobody knows who he is. So he's not popular over here. You must be really desperate over there in Australia to sign him up. Put it this way, he can't get work in this country. It'd be easier to send him out to sort of, South Africa or something like that. But no, he's known for playing dumb and stupid. And he's not particularly bright. So he has loads of watches, but he can't tell the time. which is slightly disturbing. But no, you're welcome to him. We're really not remotely bothered.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
But the train fare's gone up. I can't remember, actually, if they've gone up. Everything seems to be going up, doesn't it? I noticed, even in Iceland the other day, things which... sounds like T. For T, second letter? Oh, right. Sorry, we're arguing over the T. It was Kevin the Milkman who brought our milk the other day. Kevin the Milkman. Can't be many milkmen driving around with a pint of Gold Top. Yes, I love a tea. I love a tea. There is a bit of milk actually out there, which is very good news. Very good news. So yeah, the cakes, Mr. Kipling cakes, £1 a week ago in Iceland, £1.25 now. They've shoved them up, a lot. Rail fares up 3.8% in March. I'll tell you, next year we're all going to go broke, aren't we? I can just tell actually, and that's above the RPI inflation rate. Industry leaders have argued for a freeze to tempt passengers back to the railway. I wouldn't tempt passengers back to the railway. Yeah, they've got to make money, but it's not going to... Doing anything is that, even if they offered a trolley service, it's not going to tempt anybody back to the railway who's sort of left it. Why would you want to? Dirty, full of people without any masks on and the risk of catching COVID. What would be the point? All this baloney about, and we clean our trains, well, I've never seen that happen. I've seen the trains come in, and all the people get off, and then we all get on again. They've got somebody who goes through the train picking up old newspapers thrown about on the floor and cups of coffee and stuff like that. But I've never seen them cleaning them. Perhaps they do at the end of the day. Wayne, my favourite trolley dolly, with a day of COVID isolation left. Neighbour still has all the decorations up, including a large blow-up snowman that she's lit up singing Jingle Bells over and over again. She'll probably keep it another week. I'm over it now. You can't beat a singing giant Father Christmas singing Jingle Bells. Yes, Steve, it's the 6th of January, says Maggie. Epiphany. Yes. It's always been that, as long as I've been living. There it is. Oh, look, there's them Well, they don't do that on my train. I've never seen that happening. And here they are with a bucket and spade and masks and everything. I've never seen this happening. Bucket and spade. Look, they're cleaning all the... I've never seen that. Never seen it. So when they do it, it says the big signs all over Waterloo, saying that we clean all the trains, all the and I've never seen it. It's the first time I've ever seen it, and it's on YouTube. And I've just woken up with the most awful headache and sore throat. Hope, says Nick, it's not COVID, but all vaccinated. Well, listen, if you're all vaccinated, that's good. That's actually thank you. That's actually very good that you're vaccinated. That means that you will come through the other side. It's only the non-vaccinated who, unfortunately, stand the risk of not coming through it. Steve, we leave our tree up till the 14th in Moscow. We have Orthodox Christmas on Friday the 7th and Old New Year's Eve on the 13th. Wife's happy as she gets 2 sets of prezzies, says Graham. That sounds quite a nice idea. I think it's very adaptable. I see there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to say, listen, I'm celebrating in keeping with Moscow instead of the tree staying up till the 14th of January. Patricia in West London says, after eating the last, Steve, of the Christmas biscuits today, I found myself wondering if I should keep the tin to store a few bits and bobs in. Is that a sign of becoming ancient? I threw it away in panic. I refuse to start hanging on to biscuit tins just yet. Oh, no, you should definitely keep it. You can keep a sewing kit in there. Oh, it's definitely. Janet in Manchester says the founder of Penny's stores in Ireland, which was founded in the 60s or 70s, is also the founder of Primark, but didn't want to call them the same name, so chose Primark. Can't remember his name. You can't remember his name. Go on, think about it carefully. Go on. You should get it. It's almost a little bit obvious, actually. A little bit obvious. Arthur Ryan. There you go. No, it doesn't mean any sense to me either, but that was the man who died in 2019. And somebody says it's no wonder the cat sat giving you a nasty look if you made the poor things sleep outside every night. It wasn't. They don't sleep outside. They're out hunting mice and rabbits and birds and things like that. They don't sleep outside. And also, we had ours done as well at the vets. You know, so it couldn't. We had it done. When we brought it back, it just sat there staring at us. You know, I thought, well, whatever. Kevin says, I mailed in saying I was in St Martin's Lane and I'd left the milk at the reception, but whoever read the messages must have missed my name at the end of the email. I'd become the anonymous milkman. Makes me sound kind of mysterious. But you are kind of mysterious, Kevin. We were so excited, honestly. I didn't think you'd let us down. They were almost taking odds on in the newsroom. Is Steve Allen going to get his... When I went out there, I was very smug and I went, listen, I asked for milk, I got milk. It's as simple as that. Yeah, 2 types of milk. Gold Top, because Minty had never had Gold Top before. Never had Gold Top. It's milk with the cream on it. Normally, it's when you buy a bottle of milk, it's just milk, isn't it? And full fat or whatever else. If you buy creamy milk, like Guernsey milk, it comes with cream on the top of it. And so there's about 2 inches worth of cream on the top of it. Yes, but it dissolves. It's like cream, squirty cream you get in Starbucks when they put it on the top. That sort of dissolves into it, doesn't it? Well, this also does the same, but it's cream. Oh, God, I'll have Silvertop, honestly. It's not helped you at all being away for 3 weeks, has it? No, but Minty had never had it either. I thought it was quite normal, quite common. No, not normal. It is. You can buy it in Waitrose. It's not even in the peculiar milk section, which is almond milk and all these other coconut milk and all these other peculiar things. Got any Gold Top? You just go in there and you go, got any Graham's? And Graham's is the manufacturer, and they do, and it's from Guernsey cows, and it's rich and creamy. It's delicious. Delicious. Yeah, that's what they call me. It's my nickname, Steve Rich and Creamy Allen. They don't call me that at all, actually. They have other names for me. I see that 1 in 5 dog owners admit to not picking up after their pooch. Dirty people. Dirty people. Disgusting, isn't it, really? Around 11 million dogs in the UK. That means 2.3 million pooches are allowed to poop where they please. So Hull was the worst place. 33% admit not cleaning up after their dog's dirt. London came second. Oh, I see people doing it all the time. There was one bloke who did it. His dog pooped on the crossing down in Ladbroke Grove. I'm not sure if you can get fined for leaving it. Anyway, he just let it go to the toilet and then he carried on. I shouted out the car window, "Dirty! Dirty!" Luckily, the window was wound up so he couldn't hear me. But, oh no, I have no hesitation in saying things like that, I tell you. I like the idea of Kevin the Milkman being kind of mysterious. Very. Scott in Littlehampton, aptly named. He says, we're leaving the tree up, but plan to decorate it differently or leave it as an indoor tree. It's only a foot tall, but it's a bit of a faff to put away. It's obviously a fake one then, isn't it? Because if you had a little one and it was growing, you could keep that going throughout the year, I suppose. I'm just dreading that we're going to get needles all over the place. Apparently dog poo fines vary from council to council. You know, apparently usually it's 50 or 100 quid. 50 or 100 pounds. Outrageous. Phil Vickery, you know, our Phil, somebody was asking about his clothing the other day. They started, you know, where did you get your shirt from? And he's had to start posting things. Anyway, he says, my brothers, morning Steve, morning Phil, and I used to fight over who got the cream off the top of the milk on cereal years ago. I'm with a packet of heathens here, Phil. They've never had Gold Top milk. Can you believe? Never had gold. I mean, I thought everybody had Gold Top milk. Not my two. Not my two. They've never had it before. I was trying to sort of persuade them. You should really try it. It's delicious. We have it on... Oh, dear. It's cream. It's cream, but it's on the top of the milk. But you can buy the milk as well, which has got the cream mixed in with it. So it makes it even cream. Don't turn your nose up. Honestly. Yes, to each their own. Well, I mean, it's quite normal. This is not anything peculiar. I mean, I told you before, we used to have tits round our way. And, in fact, the woman next door had more than most. And they would peck the top of the Gold Top to get to the cream, because that was better than the other stuff. Phil says, what, they've never had Gold Top? No, they never had... I mean, I can't believe it myself, actually. I can't believe did your mummy and daddies never sort of splash out? It's a bit more expensive, splash out on having Gold Top. What else have you not had? Have you had popcorn before? Oh, good. Butter kissed? That's normal, is it? Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I shouldn't imagine they've ever had spare ribs either, Phil. Yeah, mind you look as though you've had spare ribs, Producer Joe. That's one of those sort of things. Yeah, it's nice to be back with that friendly atmosphere. Oh, look, still on speed dial, HR. Thank you very much indeed. So, Warren says, I've spoken to Bonnie today. This is Bonnie Lithgow. She's got a really bad cold chest infection. Wish her the best of luck and get well soon from Warren and from everybody else, Bonnie. It's doing the rounds, I fear. Not so great, but good luck. Also, Phil Vickery has come back at 3 a.m. I don't think we've ever had 3 a.m, but he was sort of saying, I've lost it now. Where's it gone? Oh, honestly, I keep losing all these different things on my telephone, and so 1 minute things are there, and the next minute they're not there. So I've lost it completely. Oh, I've got a prize on the National Lottery. It's exciting. It'll be another £2.30 I won't know what to do with. I do my best, honestly. I do my best. Yeah, so in between Phil Vickery, this shirt he was wearing, it's by Anthony Maratta. It looks like he's a Polish builder. It's camouflage clothing, and you get a lot of that. I don't know if you've ever sat on the trains with all the Polish builders. They like this camouflage look. I don't know why. I suppose it covers up paint and all the rest of it. But, you know, I bet it was a fortune. I bet it was an absolute fortune. I've still got some of Dale's camouflage trousers, which he bought years ago, which he never wore. He never wore at all, actually. I can't know. Well, we couldn't see him in many things. He turned up to my gig at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon with leather trousers on. Nothing else, just leather trousers. Apparently Gold Top is fabulous, says Phil, on porridge. There you go, porridge. That's good for it. Have you had porridge? Thank God for that. It's not so bad, is it? So we're liking the shirt, Phil. I bet that was an arm and a leg. It looks like it's got what I call a Mr. Chow collar, which is they don't what? They're called Mr. Chow collar. Have you never seen them? They're just sort of upright collars, but there's no folding over of it. It just goes up a little bit, so it just goes higher. You've never... I can't hear you. Like a Bond villain, yes, dear. What do you mean, like a Bond villain? What sort of Bond villains are you looking out for? My favourite Bond film was the bloke who they booked. What was his blooming name? Was it Blofeld? He didn't speak English. And so he was dubbed. But when you actually watch the film, and he's got a horse racing place, you can see that his lips are not matching with what he's saying. Goldfinger, because he didn't speak very much English. they were a bit nonplussed by it, which was very good. Bitterly cold here, Steve. You and your show are warming up my cockles, as always. Thank you. And Roger says, have you ever bought something when shopping, then when you're back home, you've already got one? Oh, constantly. And nothing new there at all for me. I mean, I spend ages doing that. And Tony says, when I were a lad, Mum always left yoghurt pots out for the milkman to cover the milk and stop the birds. We used to use the yoghurt pots on a stick. You'd put in the garden, and because they would move about a little bit, it used to keep the birds off your seeds and stuff like that. That was sort of an early scarecrow. Now we've got the producer, of course. It's marvellous because we can keep him employed through most of summer. Basically just stick a pole up his back and he's fairly happy. He just stands there flailing his arms around. It's a great bird detractor.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Joanne says, Steve, does Kevin the milkman drive a milk float? No, he carries it all round in a backpack. Of course he's got a milk float. What do you think he's driving around? He's got a little trolley, you know, one of those baskets on wheels, and he's got, 6 milk bottles in there. Heavens above. Heavens above, no. Dawn Neeson, talking about face masks, mandatory for children in Northern Ireland since the summer, and I wish it was the same here. The amount of kids that are going around without masks on. Seriously. Not a good idea. A country that has seen COVID infections soar so much that tough lockdown restrictions are now in force. So why in hell are we now forcing youngsters in England to have very ineffective pieces of cloth wrapped round their faces for the entire school day? Well, it won't last, will it? They won't want to keep them on. They really won't. Also, appreciate that former Prime Ministers get knighthoods as a matter of course. But Tony Blair, I mean, come on. 14 years it's taken. 14 years. 14 years for Tony Blair to get his thing. And now a lot of the people who lost people in the Afghanistan war have said if he's given the knighthood, they're going to give their medals back. He will get the knighthood. It's standard for prime ministers. They automatically, admittedly for him, it's taken a bit longer, 14 years, but he will get it. I mean, the Order of the Garter from the Queen, that's bestowed by the Queen. And to be honest with you, it's just a bit of pantomime as far as I'm concerned. They just put on pretty robes and they cost a small fortune, and then they walk down the hill from Windsor Castle and they go in the chapel and you get your name up on a banner or something like that. I forget when it was started, actually. Although Harold Macmillan was, strange enough, was never knighted. They never knighted him, unless he sort of turned it down. He might have been one of those who sort of turned it down. I don't think so. I think all these people love it, don't they? They absolutely love getting an award, you know. I'm either going to go and get a knighthood or something like that. Would I accept one? Too bloody true. What do you mean, would I accept one? Hello? Go on, I tell you, I'd be biting corgis' ankles to get to the Queen. But I only want the Queen giving me the award. I don't want anything else. Yeah, I turn it down. If they go, and Prince Charles, no, I'm sorry, it's got to be Her Majesty the Queen. It really has. I mean, just to say that, you know, the Queen gave me my my knighthood. No, I mean, listen, I don't think you ever do any job and you do it for a reward. You don't do the job for a reward. The reward is the money you get paid. That's the reward. And so when David Beckham was complaining about, I've done all this charity work for UNICEF, he's got completely the wrong end of the stick. You don't do a bit of UNICEF faffing around just so you can get some sort of award. That would be ridiculous. You just do it, stop, you know, and also he was a bit of a fool. He then wrote rude words in an email, didn't he, saying, you know, these people who hand these things out, they're so-and-so and so. I couldn't even repeat the language. Far too disgusting. Far too disgusting. Scott says, over the weekend I introduced my partner to Costco. Imagine the excitement when she found out that her blue light card granted her membership. Our freezer is fully stocked. We can only thank you for mentioning Costco. Again, she was intrigued. Lovely. Talking about the lottery earlier, if you won the big prize, would you still come to work, says Dale? Absolutely. God, can you imagine the fun you could have? Winding people up who hate you. Brilliant. Oh, that'd be the most fun I'd ever have. But then I'd be, I could be fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, of course you'd come to work. Why would you stop work? Goodness sake, that's, you know, if you have a job which you hate, and you have a job that you don't get well paid for or you don't think you're appreciated, well, then I can understand somebody going, I've won the lottery and I'm stopping work immediately. And you think, well, how much did you win? And they go, I won 15,000. You go, you've stopped work? Are you mad? I won't go anywhere. You know, but if you won, you know, anything over 3 million, that would be enough to change your life, wouldn't it? You could buy a property, buy a car, and then bank the rest and carry on working. I've known people before who, in fact, I know somebody, and it's their job to talk to people who can't cope with a lottery win. They go round there. They're a former lottery winner themselves, and they're employed by Camelot to go round and to talk to people, because there was one couple and they won the jackpot, and it was a substantial jackpot. They're very elderly, and they didn't know what to do with it. They didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want anything to do with it. They weren't going to move, because they liked living where they were living. And so next door neighbours still have no idea that they're a big jackpot winner. But this bloke goes round there and sort of talks to them just to see if they want to accept, you know, they have got the money. It's just that they don't want anybody to know about it. Well, you tick no publicity when you first enter into the deal with them. I mean, I've ticked publicity, but, you know, I'd be all over the papers, yes. Steve Allen, 68. And always a good one, I think. Always good. But no, I mean, of course you'd carry on work. What would you do otherwise? I've already decided what I'd do. You know, if I won 14 million last night, then I'd be more than happy I would give money to make some noise. I'd help out the producer. 20 quid. I'm not accepting any, you know, I don't want him to go, oh, Steve, I couldn't accept. No, it's for you, Joe. You enjoy yourself with it. Yeah, he'd be off straight away, 20 quid. Minty, she'd get, you know, a car or something like that, you know, something to sort of, you know, drive. You can't drive, okay, so we're getting her driving lessons, and then she can get the car after that. But no, you just want to do nice things with it, wouldn't you? I never understand people who go, oh, I'm going to stop work, and they buy the house. That was that stupid Mikey Carroll. Do you remember the bin man? What a revolting piece of work. Yeah, the lotto lout, Mikey Carroll, who basically annoyed his neighbours beyond belief by having car derbies and everything else. Luckily, he lost it all. I couldn't have laughed more. I couldn't have laughed more, because Camelot offer you all the advice. The moment you win, you phone them up and they will say, they always drag it out. It's a bit like watching Ant and Dec doing a quiz show, and they'll go, wait a minute. So, yes, I can tell that you have got some money. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 zeros preceded by the decimal point and the number 14. So 14. Why don't you just tell me it was 14 million? Why are you dragging it out? It's not a game show on the television. Yes, you won 14 million. Thank you. Thank you. And then they say, you know, do you want a new bank account? Do you want it in your old bank? You imagine your old bank account, Mr. and Mrs. Entwistle, who come from Nantwich or something. The local branch up there has never handled anything more than £100 cheque. And somebody's going to deposit 14 million quid. So you go to a big bank and they will look after it for you. And they offer you all the advice about investments. Most people don't take the advice. They don't want to do the advice. They just want the money, buy the house, buy the flash car, go on holiday. And that's it. And then once they've sort of done all these things, they come and sit back home and stare at the walls because they've got nothing. It doesn't increase your amount of friends. It might increase the amount of post that you get, because you'll see people wasting champagne and they take the picture. Oh, yeah, I'd have the paparazzi outside here again. And it would be a case of, you know, well, so what are you going to do with the money, Steve? I go, well, I don't know. I've just thought of all sorts of interesting. There's so much you can do with it. There's so much good you can do. I'd like to be a philanthropist, but unfortunately I've stopped drinking. So anyway, God, I'll tell you, it's a winner, this programme. It's a cracking show, this, as they say, 21 million and still counting, which is good news. But no, I mean, until you win it, you wouldn't know. And we will do it this morning. We will have a little check. But if I go very quiet, you'll know. I'm not going to be telling you that I've won 14 million, but it's unlikely. Yeah, Ian Payne will be, all of a sudden it'll be a case of, and I'll be back with you. Hello, I'm Ian Payne. He's gone Irish all of a sudden. Yes, he went there on holiday once. Yeah, Payne. Steve, John Bercow didn't get a Lord's position, even though all previous speakers got in, says Davey. I've forgotten about John Bercow. He turned up on a show the other day and somebody said he was very good. I seem to recall, says Roger, that it's not the first time Kevin the Milkman's come to the rescue with the Gold Tops. No, he came to my rescue before when we didn't have any milk. And he's my saving grace. He's my saving grace for sort of getting the milk in. Because if you do a programme like this where you do talk... Somebody wrote the other day and said, God, do you talk? Could you go, it's because it's speech radio. You'd have to be a bit thick not to realise that's what it... I mean, Kevin should be knighted. Or at least an OBE or an MBE or something like that. Services to broadcasting in a roundabout way. So it's a very good idea. But John Bercow was very good, actually. Very good. My mum says this one here, a milk delivery. Last year... For a few weeks, somebody who lived in the area drank our milk and then left the bottle outside the door. So one day, my mum got the milk delivery at 3 a.m, took in the bottle, poured out half of it, and then poured in some liquid laxative. That's not very nice, is it, really? Then looked out the window at 6 a.m. The bottle was empty, but that was the last time it was ever taken. That's a bit of a... That sounds like an old-fashioned joke to me, or something like that. I can remember the first time I had diabetic chocolate. Ghastly stuff, don't ever touch it. And it works very badly for diabetics. It works as a laxative because the chocolate is somewhat different in consistency. And somebody said, oh, no, you don't want to touch that. So if you want chocolates, you have proper chocolates. It tastes so-so. You should never eat diabetic food. You don't need to. You can eat normal food. You just do it in moderation. And you don't have, look for 10% fat. That's what you're looking at. Under 10% fat would be good for you. I don't have fried foods very often. Very, very rarely. Very, very rarely. But no, anything that's got the word diabetic on it, I avoid like the plague. It's not, yeah, you do too, which is lovely. So what else we got? Oh, they were doing a counting the other day in London Zoo. They have to count the animals every year to see it. They do. They so do. And apparently they were sort of, counting the lions and squirrel monkeys and everything else. But, they won't stay still long enough. It's 760, 701, so it goes on. You have to count the penguins and everything, the Humboldt penguins, and the camels, but as they've only got about 3, it can't be that difficult for them. And they go around and they count all the animals in the zoo. I don't know if it makes any difference. I was a member of London Zoo because I supported their programme of reintroducing animals and also looking after animals to make sure that they had and then they sort of looked after. They have a huge program going on there, which people don't know about, which is a bit of a shame. A female comic gets more sexist heckles doing stand-up than when she strutted in a leotard at boxing matches. This sounds to me like a cheap bit of publicity for somebody who used to do it for boxing matches and now is trying to make a living as a stand-up comedian. So she comes from Welwyn Garden City. There you go. Another one of Richie. It'll be one of Richie's mates, I can tell, actually. Welwyn Garden City. Is he in Welwyn Garden? No, he's in Tunbridge Wells, isn't he? I always lose track of it. I don't know. He'll have to send me a text. Poor soul. Nike is the world's most valuable apparel for the 7th year in a row. It's that tick, isn't it, that gets people going and they go, oh, a swoosh. What's that? That's what the tick is. The tick's called a swoosh. Well, that's ridiculous. It's a tick. It's a tick. I know what a tick is, for goodness sake. A swoosh.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 5. It's nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7, Monday through Friday. And you can download the podcast. We have 2 every day. One is Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, and the other is Steve Allen's The Whole Show. I think that's what it's called, isn't it? And so what they do with the whole show, in fact, Minty is doing it even as we speak, is they sort of take out the adverts, they take out the travel and the news, and you just get the programme. Which actually means you do quite well out of it, because I forget what a 3-hour programme comes down. It's pure Steve. I think we should just call it undiluted. I wish I'd not said that on air, because somebody would be listening going, that's the one I want, undiluted. Steve Allen undiluted. And then we have the Little Bit Extra, which doesn't have those things in anyway, which is quite nice. But we've got record numbers of downloads. And also we are the #1 podcast in the building. And did you know we were in the Amazon charts? Both my podcasts are in the Amazon chart for the top podcast. Did you know that? I can't remember. No, we didn't tell you. The podcast team told me that. They sent me a text. I didn't get any money out of it. No, I didn't understand that bit. But no, which I was very pleased about, actually. We've never been in a chart before. Although years ago we were, when they first started doing podcasting, and we didn't know what it was. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, again, he said, very impressed that Kevin the Milkman turned up at Global with bottles of milk for you. I feel that as Kevin and I are long-standing listeners, it's my duty to now turn up at Global with miniature bottles of vodka and gin for you all from the trolley. Packet of peanuts would be quite nice. I quite like a packet of peanuts. Funny thing is, whenever I flew, I didn't drink vodka or anything like that. I drank tomato juice. I know, isn't that the oddest thing? Some people hate it. Me, I used to love it. I used to go, I'll have tomato juice. And they go, Worcestershire sauce? I go, no, I'll just have it straight, but with lots of ice in. And I didn't even have Bloody Mary, no. And she was. And no, I just liked tomato juice. I grew up drinking it in pubs, because if we went off to a pub for the day, which is highly unlikely, seeing as I was 11, and I would always have a packet of crisps and a tomato juice. And I grew to like tomato juice, and I've had it recently, and it's very nice indeed. I bought it in Waitrose. You can buy a carton of it, which is the cheap stuff, or you can get a bottle of it, which is proper expensive. Mavis in Corrie used to drink it. Well, I don't really know, Rita. You see me as a Mavis figure. Yeah, I thought you might. Take that idea out of your mind straight away. I refuse to be used as a fantasy. Thank you very much indeed. I'm a human being. I've got rights. Nearly said I had thoughts. The most noble order of the Garter is an order of chivalry founded by Edward VIII. Yeah, so explain how on earth Tony Blair's got one. It's supposed to be awarded for chivalry. Tony Blair and chivalry don't go together, says Dennis in Grantham. It must be a joke. No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. According to my mate, who won £5 million as Roger in 2012, the biggest problem are relatives and hundreds of begging letters. Well, somebody said that, didn't it? The married couple, and they won the lottery, and the wife said to the husband, You know, what do we do about the begging letters? And she said, well, we keep sending them. That's what it is. Darren's been in touch. Yeah, well, our Darren, oh, bless his heart, honestly. He enjoys tomato juice on a plane too. I've always done that. I've always liked it. I've never had any additives. I don't want to... I mean, the only thing I would have, if I was having it in a pub, is a stick of celery. Why a stick of celery, I have no idea. Why they put a stick of celery... They do it in tomato juice. What is it? And gold top. No, they don't put gold top in it. Although, actually, you could have it some gold top in maybe a curry or something like that as a swirl of cream. That'd be quite nice. I do like a swirl of cream, which is very good. But no, tomato juice is great for flying. You don't want to get drunk flying. You get off the plane the other way and go, we'll keep a welcome. No, you don't want to do that. It was bad enough when we got to Florida one time, and I luckily didn't take my fruit off the plane. He managed to walk off by himself. But anyway, sorry, it's an old joke. It's an old joke. Couldn't resist it. And they have dogs, spaniels, that sniff round you to see if you've got fruit. Because it's illegal to take fruit in when it's come from elsewhere. The fruit that they give you on the aircraft, and so many people save it. You know, if you've got a small banana, and back to another story we did a while ago. But anyway, so it was a case of if you've got a small piece of fruit on you, people think, I'll have that when I get to the hotel. No, you can't bring it into the country. So these dogs are there, and they will, exactly the same as the drug dogs, except they're a bit more with it, and they just sit in front of you if you've got fruit. They can sniff fruit. It upsets the ecosystem. The worst ones I've told you before are borderline Australia, where they get the tour parties of Chinese going through, and they've all ticked no food on the little card that they bring in. They open up their suitcases, and they're chock-a-block with food, and it all gets confiscated. And if it's enough, they get fined $200 as well at the same time, because you can't have people transporting food between countries. So, you know, that's it. What do you think of Kim Woodburn, the former cleaner? Says Alex. I love her. I thought she was fine. I mean, listen, she had... I must tell you this story, actually, because she came in to be interviewed years and years ago, and she's a bit flirty. She's a bit flirty-worty. And I had a producer, Michael, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. I mean, he's a beefy lad. He plays rugby and all the rest of it. And I'm doing the interview with her, and she's looking him up and down, and I'm thinking I said she really likes you, and he went, yeah, I did get that impression. Me, I just paled into insignificance. Obviously not butch enough, but yeah, she was obviously playing hard to get. But no, I quite like her. She had that row with Colleen, but then listen, everybody rows with Colleen. Everybody rows with everybody. It doesn't matter who it is now. People will row with different people, so it doesn't matter. I mean, she had a row with Philip Schofield. You know, she said, Philip, I'm 75. Don't mess with me. Because he thought he was being a little bit clever, you know, playing devil's advocate. But as I say, it is our bounden duty this year to find Philip Schofield a boyfriend. I feel there is no point in coming out to the entire universe, with the help of the Sun newspaper, if you're not going to produce a boyfriend. Because everybody's dying to know what's his type. Well, you know, is it somebody his own age? I shouldn't think so. Is it somebody who's successful in the business? Shouldn't think so. And, you know, and you sort of start asking, we just want him to be happy. And I think he's happiest, you know, where he is at the moment. But I think if he had somebody to be happy with, that'd make him an interesting person, I think. So the former cleaner, we do like Kim Woodburn. She was on with Aggie. They both fell out as well, I think, didn't they? I think it was over... Listen, it doesn't matter. And heard you say... that you were a regular visitor to the London Zoo, says Bill. Do you still pay visits? Not been for ages. Listen, the weather's been miserable. Who wants to tramp around a zoo in the miserable cold weather? I know the animals are okay with it. I had a discussion with my wife, Steve, says John in Colchester, about winning the lottery. I said to her, what would we... There you go, the begging letters. It's the same one I've just done. Stop pinching my lines. Ridiculous. Did you know Burger King has closed for 6 weeks, says Davey? At Waterloo Station for a refit. Business must be good to allow a closure. Yes, they weren't open yesterday. They had the shutters down, so shan't bother. In fact, I went and got, actually, I got a sausage baguette in Greggs in Richmond with 2 extra sausages, which was very nice, and sat at the bus stop. I stood at the bus stop eating them, and that was quite a nice little treat. But I could have done with my things. But the woman who runs the Burger King at Waterloo Station, she looks like she's having a breakdown. Seriously. Everything's like, Oh, she's like that all the time, running around, and this, and do this, and take that, fry these up, and all this kind of stuff. It's amazing, actually. I would have thought that, as they're launching today, they're, what are they called? Vegetarian bites or something? Hash browns, are they? Vegan nuggets. They're launching those today, and then they close for 6 weeks at Waterloo Station. Hardly worth bothering. All it is, it's a counter. They've got machines on the wall, and you just tap your card into eat in or take away, and then you decide what you want to do, and then it issues you with a ticket, and you go and stand there, and they sort of look on their little computer screen, and then they make your food. I mean, our senses of taste and smell don't work as effectively on aeroplanes because of low humidity. You see, we talked about that before, actually. Once the plane is in the air, the cabin pressure causes those senses to change even more. So the dry cabin air messes with the odour receptors that we have in our bodies. And since things taste differently when our sense of smell is impaired, think about eating when you have a cold. Food tastes blander on a plane than it does on the ground. So the same principle, and that's what makes tomato juice taste better in the air. Its normally earthy flavour is altered by the altitude and turns sweet and fruity. Isn't that exciting? Aren't you glad you tuned in this morning to hear that bit of staggering news on why tomato juice tastes better on aeroplanes? It does. It's good. I just wish the little glasses that they gave you were a little bit bigger. Because, I always go, can I have 2 tomato juices? Yeah, pint glass. I could drink a pint of it. I might have some today, actually. I might be a little bit adventurous and go out and get some tomato juice. Steve, I've not been able to sleep. So I'm sat having a cup of tea next to the Arga to warm up, and I'm listening to you on a very chilly morning. And Jason the Bailiff says, as a long-time listener of over 10 years, any chance of me visiting you one morning in the near future? I think not. It's I am a hologram. I don't actually exist. What they've done is I died some years ago, and they programmed the model with lots of famous phrases and sayings, and gave me witticisms and things like, and give me witticisms. And so it's been the best of Steve Allen since 2012. Nobody's realised. Nobody's picked up on this at all, that I do not exist. I am a figment of people's imagination, and to be honest with you, that's probably the best way. No, they don't do visits at all. It's mainly because of insurance and the fact that this building is so huge. There's 1,000 people in here. You could in fact be lost in here quite easily. When we first came in, we were given a map of where everything was. It was like a little booklet, finding your way around the building. And it took me ages to try and remember where everything was. And because we've got so many radio stations in the building, and so many salesmen and women, and so many production people, and the television side of it, and the outdoor eventing and everything else, and the all the adverts that you see, all the boards and everything else outside. There's my team of writers for a start. That's almost half a floor by itself. Seriously. And then there's sort of Nick Ferrari, there's hairdressing, makeup, all those usual things. And you've got to have costume design for when they interview politicians. They've all got to dress up. Even little Guy out there will sort of all of a sudden change from being sort of Mr. Casual in a caftan to all of a sudden he's putting a suit on. It's amazing, really. I mean, Henry doesn't really bother that much, actually. It's best not. Although he did get quite depressed yesterday when I told him on air that we didn't have any milk. And then I said, no, joke. We do have it. Is Mavis from Coronation Street still with us? I believe so, yes. She's 92. She's 92. I can't believe it either. Well, I don't really know, Rita. 92. I thought the impression was quite good, actually, for this time of the morning.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, my friend Rich, who is heading on his way home. In fact, I can't remember how long it takes him to get home. He's in Royal Tunbridge Wells. I think which is where Ian Dale is, isn't he? Isn't Ian Dale out there as well? I'm pretty certain. Was it one of his many properties? I mean, seriously, I think he's just bought a holiday village or something. But Rich says, I think you may be the only person to have drunk vodka and tomato juice in the Craze pub. It's quite numbing, actually, vodka and tomato juice. I quite like it, but you've got to have a double. Can't have a single vodka. That's a complete waste of time. There's no point at all. The wife and I, Steve, moved from Croydon to Scotland over 30 years ago, and we've still got the same milkman. Should I be suspicious? Ray and Hamilton, I couldn't possibly comment, but the answer is yes. Also, says Roger, alcohol is more potent at altitude than on the ground. If you travelled first class instead of cattle, you could have any size glass you want. Well, they didn't have first class on these planes. They just had business class, and I was travelling business. Yes, I was travelling business, but no, I mean, it's only really the long haul. If you're flying from here to Scotland, there's not a first class on the plane, I should point out to you. So obviously, but no. I always travel business because you get a bit more room on the seat, and and they leave you alone. I want to be left alone on a plane. I don't want somebody coming around going, "Oh, do you need anything? Would you like a hot towel?" No, thank you. I just want to sleep. It's my opportunity to sleep. I sleep on planes. I love it. Absolutely love sleeping on planes. Do you go aisle or window? Aisle. A window. Always window. I don't like the idea because then it means I have to step over them to go to the toilet. And if they're not quick with moving their legs, I don't need to go to the toilet. Get the drift? No, I love it. I can remember when we went to America, me and a former producer of mine. After I woke up, they come round on, I think we flew Virgin, and we went business, and they bring you round. They offer a hot sandwich, a hot toasty, and ham and cheese or ham, and cheese and tomato, cheese without the tomato, tomato without the cheese, or the ham, or the bread. And that was quite nice. And they said to me, was that ham and cheese or cheese? I said, no, ham and cheese would be nice. And they said to my producer, they didn't know it was my producer, they said, what would you like? She went, I won't have one. I said, yes, you will. She said, no, I don't want one. I said, yes, you do. Thinking, I'll eat 2 of these sandwiches. And it took ages for it to sink in with her. I remember thinking, why does she not realise I'm going to eat her That's why she's ex-producer. I tell you, the next day I stood at the door here. I said, that's for you. She said, what is it? I said, it's called a P45. Yeah, there's a ticket home to wherever you're going, but you're going cattle. But it's something. I love it when people sort of say to me, oh, of course, if you went first class. Listen, whenever I get on aircraft, I go left. Okay? I've only ever been right once, and that was flying out to see Father Christmas in Lowestoft, which, again, I recommend, to everybody. So what have we got in the papers this morning? Hate to tell you, it's COVID. Also, Theranos. This is this Silicon Valley firm. Basically, they claimed, and the woman here, Elizabeth Holmes, claimed that she'd invented a machine that could take a few little drops of your blood and tell you every illness you had. She was a liar. She's a fraudster. And not the first fraudsters that we've had, because we found another one. But mind you, her company was once valued at $9 billion. Rupert Murdoch put in $92 million. It was all people who were looking to make money. She lied about technology, why they didn't suss her out beforehand. And she hugged her husband, and then she left the courtroom. She faced 11 charges, found not guilty of 4 of them. And she said she could detect diseases with a few drops of blood. It was just fake. Fake from start to finish. She was a fraudster. An absolute fraud. But it only goes to, it's like the Emperor's New Clothes. We're not going to tell him that he's stark naked, walking around in his pants. We can see the clothes, because if you didn't, you'd be in trouble. And then we found another one who had claimed and sold it to the British Army, I believe, a box that could detect bombs and things like that. That turned out to be fake. He was selling them for £60,000 a box, and they were buying them. Countries around the world were buying these boxes, and of course there was nothing in the box. It was almost like the mock auctions that they used to have on Oxford Street down here in London. They've sold bridges before. I think the Eiffel Tower has been sold a few times. I'm pretty certain. But London Bridge, I think, was sold by somebody. You'll always find crooks, people who sort of try and cheat the system. The best one were the people who would pull up alongside you in the car if you were waiting at the bus stop. And it happened to me on 2 or 3 occasions. You go, hello, mate. He goes, listen, I've just come back from a hi-fi show at, Docklands or whatever. Yeah. And I've got some speakers, which I don't want to take home again. I can bang them out at a really cheap price. And he'd open the boot of the car, and there would be these beautifully boxed speakers and everything else. And he'd go, I'm just looking for 150 quid. He said they're worth 1,000. Because they're this and like any speaker's worth 1,000. But anyway, and of course me, I'm just happily listening and thinking you're absolutely mad as a fruit bat. And then when people had bought these things before and they took them home and took them out of the packaging, they discovered it was just a box with nothing inside it at all. There was no speaker. It was just a box. And the blokes used to stop you and go, I'm just going back to the airport, mate. You think you're in Richmond. You're way off course here. Way off course. And you go, I'm just going back to the airport. I've just been to the menswear show at Olympia. And I've got these leather jackets. Could bang them out of 50 quid. And they're lovely. And he'd open up the boot of the car and he'd have about, a boot full of these leather jackets. And you think, no, cheap plastic. But people will always try and cheat you. And there's been quite a number of these people over the years. But this woman made billions out of selling a dream that was never had any chance of surviving at all. And so she got caught out. Hopefully she'll be going to prison and staying there for a long time and be made to pay all the money back. Talking of that, the 16 entrepreneurs, or as I prefer to call them, fraudsters, the people who tell lies about just how successful they are in business, and they want to be with Alan Sugar. And they've got all sorts of people here. The youngest candidate is a hotel front of house manager. They work on the desk, OK? Sorry, you booked into what room? I'll just have a check on the computer. They're receptionists, OK? Not front of house manager. And this one here says, every day when I wake up, I write 10 things I'm grateful for. Yeah, I do that every day, dear, but mine's achievable. Yours, of course, isn't. There's one here who's a pharmacist. I'm the est of everything, meaning I'm the coolest, smartest and wickedest in the business. You sad little person. Another one here. This is the Queen of Puds, who's a dessert parlour owner. I'm definitely not in business to make friends, and I'm pretty sure Lord Sugar isn't looking for a new mate. I'd be surprised if you've got a business when you finish doing this, actually. There's one here who's a cocktail maker, works in a bar, OK? And failure is not an option. Winning is part of my DNA. They're all plenty of bunny. One of them, number 13, actually, is... this is the pharmacist, Naveed Sol. I think he's been on a few reality shows before and still failed. Not so good. Designer child's wear guru. This is one here who's kids' clothes online store owner. In other words, she sells tat online and you can buy it because, if you're going to buy stuff, you go to a shop. She said, I'm an East London girl and I've got that no-nonsense sort of work ethic. I've got grit, determination. I'm determined to be successful. In other words, you're obviously not at the moment, which is a shame. Eco-conscious. This is Francesca Kennedy Wallbank, who's a sustainability firm owner. What do we think that is? I've got no idea. She's 26. She says, winning means everything to me. I've never lost anything in my life. Brace yourself, love. Here it comes. Here it comes. Yeah, your dignity. Ex-RAF man, Aaron Willis, flight ops instructor. I can sell to anybody, and I think that's the reason why my business will be a success. Doesn't actually have a business at the moment. He's obviously living in cloud cuckoo land. School dropout, Alex Short, cleaning company owner. OK, he employs women cheaply to clean places. He said, I compare myself to a Ferrari, shiny on the outside, but under the bonnet there's a lot of fire. I've looked at a picture. It's a very small little fire, ladies and gentlemen. An accountant, Nick Showering, a finance manager, works in a bigger company. I'm a qualified accountant, and when you combine that with my natural genius ability in business, it's a lethal combination. Ex-reality star Amy Ansell, whoever God's name she is. She's 48. She's a beauty brand owner. In business, I never take no for an answer. When I hear no, I actually hear next opportunity. You're a bit of a dreamer, aren't you, love? It's not your fault. And bath bomb guru Harry Mahmood, regional ops manager. He's got a company that makes cheap bath bombs. He says, everything I've looked into achieving, I've achieved. Oh, dear. Well, here we go. This is about to be your first failure, then. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, a killer salesperson, a digital marketing agency owner. He says, I have this disgusting inner self-belief. I'm so confident to the point people think I'm deluded. Well, we'll be the judge of that one, dear. But most of them, as I say, they look a bit sort of vacuous. And you'll hear the same old rubbish. Because we've seen it every time they actually set them tasks to do. They don't seem to be able to do anything at all. They are total failures. But never mind, I'm sure they'll all be doing really, really well, and so you'll be annoyed with another bunch of people whose ego is only matched by the size of their feet. Other stories in the paper today, deserted. Everywhere deserted. London's Victoria deserted, but then, of course, it would be. because they've closed it down for a few weeks, London Victoria. So that's why it was deserted. There was only one man sitting there and he was waiting for the toilets to open. I think it's Southern have cancelled London Victoria trains for 2 weeks over COVID. And so, quite rightly, when they take a picture, it's going to be deserted. Also, Waterloo Station. What amazes me still at Waterloo Station, the amount of people who work at Waterloo Station standing there with no masks on, talking to people with masks on. I mean, I find it absolutely unbelievable. Victoria's open, but less trains running. Manchester, empty trains at Altrincham and Westminster Bridge. Nothing to see. Nothing to see apart from the scaffolding around Big Ben. Always a disappointment. And reading the obituaries of Betty White, the American TV star, best known, of course, as the Golden Girls role, struck by the fact that she was only in her early 60s when the show first aired in 1985. Her co-stars, B. Arthur, Rue McClanahan and Estelle Getty, now all sadly deceased, were 63, 51 and 62 respectively. Practically spring chickens by today's standards. And Betty White was 99. 99. And her agent has had to come on and say she didn't have COVID. She didn't have COVID. She died peacefully in her sleep. Because people have started saying, oh, she got COVID. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Steve, I was stopped by somebody at a service station selling surplus watches from a watch convention. I didn't fall for it, says John. Thank goodness for that, actually. Bob says you're rather chirpy today. Always chirpy. I don't think I've ever had a day where I'm not chirpy, apart from unless it's been due to illness. But no, chirpy most days, actually. Do you remember the warehouses where some guy used to sell you a box, but it turned out to be cheap rubbish? I can remember them selling televisions in Oxford Street in the mock auctions, and people selling overinflated rubbish. Because I went to one of them. You remember they used to advertise in the Evening Standard, and they would say computers, £10. So-and-so, set of saucepans, £1, all these sort of things. You'd go there, and they'd herd people into a hotel down at Paddington, and then would become the hard sell. They would start off with little sell, pack of batteries, give me 10p, give me 10p. You throw out batteries, 10p, 10p. And this is just to get you going. And it's amazing how many people fell for this this crooked man. And then he'd start selling things. OK, we've got, set of saucepans here, £1,550, 20 quid. Who'll give me 20 quid? People were literally throwing money at him. And then it got to the stage where if they didn't have the money, they were literally handing over their credit cards. They were called the mock auctions because they were basically rip-off people. And you don't see them anymore now. The hotels had to stop doing them. They were getting very bad publicity. Very, very, very bad. Steve, love to hear you mention Kim Woodburn. I met her once at an event with my brother. Do you know she's 80 this year, says Liz? Is she? Well, I'm more amazed that Mavis from Coronation Street is 92. Anyway, the woke school gets rid of the Rowling as a house name. And the Harry Potter author was adopted as the figurehead of one of 6 houses in the Boswell School in Chelmsford. Because we used to have Saxons, Romans, different things like that. I was Saxons, and you had different coloured bands for wearing if you were running and stuff like that. But she's been cancelled in favour of Dame Kelly Holmes, following requests from students and staff over her comments and viewpoints surrounding trans people. One parent who asked not to be named. Yeah, I bet you did. Oh, I said, would you like to give you a name? No, I don't. No, God knows. God. Yes, Mavis. I was definitely not in favour of this, but what does it say about freedom of speech? The way I see it, Rowling has tried to explain a position on a difficult subject in a reasonable way. I should imagine most of the people haven't got the faintest idea what she said. Not the faintest idea. Another told the Mail Online, this is censorship. J.K. Rowling's a good example of achievement through diversity. But listen, it's only a secondary school. You don't need to worry about them. They're not that important in the swing of things. But she was also removed as a house name in Holy Trinity Primary School in Richmond, as was Winston Churchill. My God, schools have dropped in standard, haven't they? Really. But I do feel sorry for Poster Boy. He's so desperate to find somebody to go out with that he's had to advertise himself on a poster. Save me from an arranged marriage. Find Malik a wife.com. And this is in Birmingham, Manchester and London. Mr. Malik, who describes himself as slim and 5'8" tall, is searching for a Muslim woman in her 20s, explaining his drastic measures. The entrepreneur from West London, oh God no, not from West London, not an entrepreneur, said, I just haven't found the right girl yet. It's tough out there. Arranged marriages have a place and tradition in many Islamic cultures. I just want to try and find somebody on my own first. But he has received more than 100 offers. He said, I'm hoping to get in touch with women I like soon. So he spent thousands on these billboards. So when he describes himself as slim, he is slim. But it's a bit desperate, isn't it? That he's got to actually set up a website to try and find somebody in this day and age. And he's in West London. You know, you're going to find loads of people in West London. But, I mean, that's not how you find somebody on your own. I mean, can't your family help out or something? You know, with the money. So you don't have to sort of pay to put your picture up on a billboard. Can you imagine being that desperate that you have to do something like that? I couldn't do that, actually. And Steve, do I remember correctly you were once at the Ideal Home show with Jeremy Beadle? No, Jeremy never did the Ideal Home show, as far as I remember. Well, if he did, he certainly didn't do it with me. Definitely not. I did the Ideal Home show, yes. We used to broadcast from there. So we had a studio. It was all sponsored by by a manufacturer of what do they call it? Not greenhouses, the things you have on the back of houses. Conservatories. And so we'd be sitting in a conservatory doing it. But of course, if you watch a speech-based programme like this one, there's nothing to see. I'm not pushing buttons and flashing lights and all the rest of it. I'm just basically sitting here talking into a microphone. And that's it. And I mean, it's quite dull. Yeah, I'm not. The team are very bored. I mean, Minty's nodded off 3 times already. You know, it's a case of make him juggle. And in a conservatory, it was very echoey as well, because nobody ever thought about that side of it. But we did that, and people had come and pressed their noses up against the glass while you were talking. Oh, very disturbing. But we quite enjoyed it. It was good. We'd give away things like bags, and people would go around the Ideal Home show collecting freebies from all the different stands and the stalls. So that was good. Steve, I bought some speakers at the back of a van like that. Must be nearly 25 years ago. It's still going strong. Excellent quality, says Simon. You must have been the rarity. Yours were probably nicked, I should imagine. Also, a life-extending prostate cancer drug has been rejected for use on the NHS after officials ruled it was not worth the money. Ooh, blimey. That's a slight worry, isn't it? Slight worry, not worth the money, but I suppose we've got to sort of save it as well, which is good. A group of beekeepers was arrested in Chile when police officers were stung at a protest calling for support for the beleaguered industry. The keepers swarmed the presidential palace in the capital, Santiago, demanding government help after a prolonged drought which has ravaged the industry. 7 officers were stung after being sent in to clear 60 hives containing around 10,000 bees set up to block a main road. Passers-by were forced to duck and flee as bees escaped when police officers tried to move them. Because you've got to be quite experienced in moving bees. You know, you've got to basically find the queen bee, take her out, and the others will follow, which is much easier. Hair coursing will attract tougher sentences of up to 6 months in prison as part of a crackdown. So it's jail and a fine. I don't know how much the fine is going to be, actually, but they're going to be watching it very carefully because it still goes on. No matter what anybody says, you know, people go, oh, no, we don't do that anymore. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And the lawsuit against the rock band Nirvana by a model who appeared on the cover of their most famous album as a baby has been rejected. Spencer Eldon, who's 30, was featured in the 1991 Nevermind, which sold 30 million copies, as a naked baby underwater with a $1 note on a fishhook. You'll remember the album. I mean, even if you don't know it, you'll have seen it in the newspapers. I'm a huge fan of Nirvana. Huge fan. You know, I can name you every one of their tune. He sued the group last year, alleging the photo was sexual exploitation, which caused him extreme and permanently emotional distress. Do you remember the well-known newsreader in this country who took her photos in to Boots, the chemist, to have them processed, and it was pictures of her children in the bath? The woman in the chemist phoned the police. Seriously. Phoned the police and said she was exploiting children. Seriously. But anyway, this one here, the surviving members of Nirvana rejected the claims. Now a judge has dismissed the case after Eldon's lawyers missed a deadline to respond. He was a baby. He was just a baby. I mean, I realise that in some people's minds, peculiar people, you know, a naked baby underwater with a $1 note on a fishhook. I just thought it was clever to get a kid underwater who was obviously breathing. How? I've got no idea. And the fact he was naked, everybody had pictures of babies naked. That was a Yeah, well, parents always take pictures of their kids in the bath, don't they? With bubbles and all the rest of it. I mean, that's quite normal. Obviously not around nowadays. But anyway, he didn't. Yeah, tin bath in front of the fire. You know, you sit there with you put the bubbles on your head, then you make a moustache, and that. No, just me again. I don't know why it's ridiculous, isn't it? And there's an actress called Emmeline Hartley described her horror at being scammed out of every penny she had after falling for a fake Royal Mail text. Have you heard of this one? The 28-year-old from Birmingham was duped by the message, which claimed she owed £2.99 postage fee for a package to be delivered. She clicked on the link in the text, which led to a website that mimicked the real Royal Mail page, and submitted her bank details. Duh. The next day, a man pretending to be from her bank phoned and said they had identified suspicious activity on the account. Wait for it, you know what's happening, don't you? And convinced her to transfer all her cash to another account to protect it. Duh! For £2.99. Emmeline said, I grew up with the internet and consider myself to be pretty tech-savvy. Obviously not, love. Obviously not. Anyway, what they did, they emptied the bank account. She transferred £1,000, her entire savings, but realised it was a scam when they also tried to get her to move her overdraft. Duh. Have you never heard LBC Radio before, love? My God, we put these things out over the years. There are people who will convince you. We've seen some activity on your account. We need to transfer it to another account for safety. I've never had any scam texts in my life. I would basically be shouting obscenities down the phone at them. I absolutely would. I would have no hesitation in that at all. I'd be asking all sorts of pertinent questions. And we've said before, do you remember I had a producer once? Once I had a producer in my life already, still waiting for a producer. Those were the days, happy days, when they didn't moan at you and shout. And his mother had got caught out by one of these scams, where a bloke phoned up and said, there's activity on your account. You need to phone if you don't trust me, please phone the bank. I'll speak to you and run you through what it is. So she was fairly elderly. She put the phone down, picked it up to dial. The bloke's still connected, the other end. It's the same man. And he then goes, yes, hello, can I help you? And she goes, oh, is that Lloyd's Bank or whatever bank it was? And he said, yes. Oh, somebody's just phoned me. Oh, yes, but what's your name? Mrs. Higginbottom. Hold on 1 second, I'll put you through. And then he puts the phone, down a little bit. Then he picks up and goes, hello, fraud. She's still talking to the same bloke who's conning her in the first place. And he says the same thing. We need you to transfer this money. We've seen some activity on your account. And people fall for it. They fall for it. This is supposedly a sensible woman. £2.99, and she's handing over bank details. Pfft, I don't think so, love. Not for £2.99. God in heaven. Dreadful. Freezing in Eastbourne. I was in Saxon's house too, Steve, says Darryl. Not in the same school, I'm afraid. Ours was a very good school. Well, I knew it was a good school. It was approved. Dan says, I remember going to the Ideal Home Show about 10 years ago and walking out drunk after trying all the newly introduced British sparkling wines. Great day for freebies. No, they haven't done it for ages. Well, in fact, where it used to happen, the only place that's left now is Olympia. Earl's Court's gone. 1 and 2, it's a housing estate. Ghastly. Like you need more housing estates in London. Please not.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 12 minutes to 6. Are you good? I know I reckon this year's going to whiz through really, really quickly. I've just got this horrible feeling, actually. But on the subject of the Ideal Home Show, I thought it was great. You'd go there, you'd see there'd be loads of celebrities on different stands. We used to broadcast live from there. We had goodies to give away. I thought it was just great fun. Great fun. You could go up and, you're wearing your little badge thing round your neck and everything else. Back this year on the 11th to the 27th of March. Where at? Is it going to... It's going to be at Olympia. That's still going. That's where I first saw Bertram Mill Circus at Olympia. That was the circus. There was a book that came out, The Circus That Travelled by Train. And but I think Barnum and Bailey used to also travel by train. But Bertram Mill Circus in this country travelled by train. And very fantastic it was too. And they had an indoor circus with a fun fair in Olympia. The hall was so big they could put up the circus tent, and they had their animals and all the rest of it. And then there was a fun fair around the outside. And it was great. It was really good. You don't find those things nowadays, do you? I do like a circus. Has Earl's Court completely gone? As far as I know, yes, completely. Years ago, I remember when they sort of started saying, we're going to pull it down to put up a housing estate. And I remember thinking, I wonder how many houses you're going to get on that site. And the answer is loads. But it was great fun. Ideal Home and all those different concerts. I saw all sorts of people. David Copperfield I saw. It closed in 2014. The housing estate opened 3 years later. I don't even know how many houses there are on it. I should imagine there's a good few thousand. It's a big site. Earls Court 1, Earls Court 2. And that's when you think how long ago. Poor old Kate Garraway has said her husband Derek Draper is still phenomenally fatigued, as he fell ill in March 2020. He's sustained long-lasting damage to his organs and has been using a wheelchair. But he's very fatigued and very weak. The pantomime, it was a special thing to be sitting there with the children, holding their hands, doing something normal, but it took everything out of him, as you can well imagine. But she got herself a nice award, and then people started trolling her. I find it absolutely unbelievable that people can be that disgusting and that revolting. But once you actually find that these people, they collapse like a little pack of cards. It's amazing. The judge deals the blow to Andrew's hopes of having sex assault case dismissed. We're waiting. They think today now. They think there might be a response today from the judge on what's going to happen with it. Is it going to go ahead or is it not going to go ahead? But there's still big questions to be answered on this one. It really is. I mean, there are those close to him suggest he wants to avoid a trial to limit damage to the wider reputation of the monarchy. A bit late now, isn't it? Really. I mean, you know that what with you and what with Harry and all the other things that have been going on with the monarchy, I don't think it's ever going to recover fully. I really don't. But also, Andrew is still refusing to speak to the investigators who want to interview him as a witness in their inquiries about others in a sex ring abusing girls, along with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's on one of the planes he was on with Donald Trump, one of the another ex-American president, and Kevin Spacey. What in God's name was he doing there? Way out of his depth, I would have thought. You know, flying off to this multi-millionaire, billionaire's island and all these other things going on. Not so good. Sadiq Khan has been left isolated over plans to end the prosecution of young people caught with drugs. Not just any old drugs. He wants young people found to possess cannabis, ketamine or speed to go unpublished. Unpunished. Unpublished as well, I should imagine. And Thomas, you remember Thomas was a contestant on The Apprentice. It's basically we're having a relationship and he just can't be bothered to tell anybody about it. He says, "Are you excited for the new Apprentice tomorrow night?" From your favourite contestant ever. We've already run through them, actually, Thomas. We have we have run through them and had a look, and to be honest with you, there's not a lot of hope for many of them. Thomas Skinner owns Bosch Beds, okay, but just so you're aware of it. But I always get this, actually. I've had other people from The Apprentice write to me over the years, but this one, some of them have been on other shows. Some of them have been on sort of like 2 or 3 other reality type shows, so they're not doing it for any other reason apart from they just want to be famous. Which, as you know, it's like when you get pro singers on Britain's Got Talent. Or failing that on Britain's Got Talent and they bring in, circus folk to do juggling with chainsaws or tightrope walking, like they've wandered out of a council estate in Staffordshire. No, they are professional acts and professional singers and professional jugglers and circus people who do all sorts of things like, holding men up and doing a balancing act. I mean, it's not just like Diversity where they're sort of throwing themselves around the stage with gay abandon. It's not like that, is it? That's because I lost track of the amount of dance groups they had on there. Just makes me tired watching. And here we go, and whoop, and then somebody's going to balance on one hand, and it's just not my sort of thing at all. I mean, I was thinking about doing it at the live show. We're thinking of using elephants this time around, but they're not playing game with us at all because it's only a small theatre. It only holds 400. And the elephants, the idea is, I mean, I'll tell you this now because you might as well, you'll discover it later. They're going to come on stage at the beginning with me riding on the top of one of them. And then the elephant will sort of rear up on its two back legs and trumpet. And then it will put me down gently on the ground. And then they'll go back to their dressing room, where they'll get dressed up in an outfit for the end of the show. And at the moment, they're not even coming out of the dressing room. So I don't know where we begin with this. I might have to try something else. I thought pigeons. I could just bring out some dead pigeons and go, these were ones I ran into on the way here. Because that's going to happen very quickly, isn't it? That's going to happen very quickly. But Thomas, Nice to know you're well this morning, or as well as can be expected at this time of the morning. Anne Widdicombe, talking about Nadine Dorries. She loves being famous, doesn't she, Nadine Dorries? But she, in deciding to review the structure of Ofcom, which numbers 10 ex-BBC employees amongst its 14 board members, marking own and homework are the words which spring to mind, as do old boy and networks, along with no wonder the BBC gets away with it. Ofcom defends this ludicrous state of affairs by saying the industry experience is vital. Of course it is, says Anne Widdicombe. But how many channels do we have, and have had for many years? Yes, I mean, it does seem a little bit slanted on one side, doesn't it? But anyway, makes it exciting. Chrissy says, Steve, have you heard that the Cirque du Soleil is on from the 12th of January? It's a show to behold. You'll love it. I like Cirque du Soleil. I've seen them a few times, actually. And it's all very clever. They've got numerous ones. They've got one in Vegas operating. It's a franchise now. It goes around the world where these people... I mean, I think it's terribly clever because I can't do anything like that at all. Me and Thomas could have done a weightlifting act, but to be brutally honest with you, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen anytime soon, unless we're going to be bouncing around on beds or something, which I think is very unlikely. But I think it's very clever. They put on all these different things. It's beautiful to look at, but they have so many. There are 4 Cirque du Soleils in Vegas at the moment. Is that 4 different shows they're doing? 5 Cirque du Soleils. There you go, Thomas. There's hope for us both. We could put on little leotards. Not sure I'm a big fan of leotards. Including Michael Jackson and the Beatles themed shows. They're very good, though. Have you ever seen any of them? They're very good. They really are very good. It takes circus to a new level. New heights. So I can't do heights. And they've had all sorts of things. I've seen people, standing on balls that they take up in the air, and if you can balance on your balls as you're up there, I mean that's quite an achievement. And it's beautifully choreographed, and the lighting and the costume and everything else. But again, a lot of them have come from circus because they're about the only people meet. Julian York says, I've got tickets for the meet and greet for myself and my daughter Ellie. So excited to see the elephants. As I say, at the moment it's looking a bit thin on the ground. I don't want to go into it, Julie, but if they're not going to play ball, we'll have to go for something else. I thought ants. We could have ants. I did have an ant once. I adopted an ant. Somebody sent me in. You could adopt animals at London Zoo, and some listeners very kindly clubbed together, and I got an ant. And they sent me a picture of the ant with a little letter from him. Ant. His name was Ant. And he said, thank you for adopting me. And they sent a picture of him walking along a piece of rope with a lot of other his friends, all holding a bit of leaf. And well, he unfortunately, sorry, he unfortunately didn't live for very long. They don't. And I think it was the weight of the leaf that basically sealed his fate, because he wrote to me for one Christmas. And dreadful writing, and he sort of said, looking forward to the new year and all the rest of it. And that was the last we ever heard. I think somebody trod on him, actually. They don't live very long, ants. They really don't. 4 years? Yeah. My one didn't. He died very young. He was taken from us too soon. And yet, when I go back to London Zoo on the odd occasions, there is a piece of rope which goes across one of the roads, and just occasionally, when I look up at it, I think I see his ghost walking along there holding the biggest leaf, because he was like super strong. Little blue plaque for him going, Ant, died, owned by Steve Allen. And they walk across the road. You could see them carrying these leaves because they're leaf cutter ants. And they go into this bit of jungle they've got. You see them cutting the leaf, and then he was carrying too much. There should have been a union or something. It was not right for him, but bless his heart, he did it. And Chris says, please don't use the elephant. Remember John Noakes? Yeah, do you remember John? Do you remember that one from Blue Peter? It did. It went toilet on the floor, and the keeper looked so embarrassed. He couldn't control it. These things. It was only a baby elephant on Blue Peter. You'll find it on YouTube. And the thing was turning around and then fell over. The keeper fell over. They all thought it was hilarious on Blue Peter, except for the keeper, who just looked a bit daft, actually. But it didn't matter. Here it is. Now we're watching it. And they've got this. So there's 4 of them. The keeper's got the elephant there, and they've stupidly given it food. The one thing you never do with elephants or any animals that you're going to work with is give them food before they're actually performing because they want to go toilet. I won't do that, no. And here we go, and it's just started. Of course, they all have to move out of the way. John Noakes thinks it's hilarious. Valerie Singleton can't control her laughing, and Peter as well. They all thought it was great, and then it's just going to the toilet everywhere. It was the worst thing ever. But that was the joy of children's television, ladies and gentlemen. The joy of and all you see in the background is the three presenters trying to be professional, and the keeper being dragged around the studio by the elephant, who was having none of it. Look at him, look. Oh, dear. And the keeper's going, no, don't. Love it.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Apparently not everybody went back to work yesterday. I thought that was the day back because the holiday's gone on for ever and a day. And I thought that people would be sort of saying, oh, let's take the rest of the week off. Also, bearing in mind, a lot of people are isolating, working from home. A lot of trains are cancelled. A lot of buses are cancelled. And now they're saying, this is from the ambulance chiefs, if you've got chest pains, can you get yourself to hospital? Can you get yourself to hospital? So get a lift, because Omicron is hitting staff levels. The virus is sweeping north. There's also another strain, which has just popped up in France, apparently, which appears to be very mild at the moment. Boris Johnson's been accused of not tackling the crisis. And so they've said if you've got a heart attack or chest pains, just get yourself to hospital. We'll see if we can sort you out then. Looking a bit vague, isn't it, really? But it's the amount of people who are going off with the NHS. I didn't realise how many people within the NHS are also not vaccinated. A lot of people don't want to be vaccinated for some peculiar reason. I can't quite work it out. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, thousands hit by the rail chaos amid the staff crisis. First day back at work havoc. Although in Scotland, I believe they get an extra day. I think they don't go back till today. In fact, you might as well just not bother going back at all. Go back at the weekend, just because it's gone on for weeks. Every time they sort of have something that takes place on the Saturday, they then throw it over until the Monday, which is ridiculous. Have you seen Shen Yun? They're at the Apollo in February. I've seen Shen Yun before. This is the Chinese dancers. They come over, and they're very big, very, very big. They say it's what you're looking at is China before communism. I think that's what they say about it. And have you never seen the dancer? You must have seen the adverts on the television. You can't miss them. They've got all these young girls with these beautiful skirts and everything else. And it's beautifully choreographed. But when you see it costumed, it's amazing. It's the world's premier Chinese dance show. The culture of ancient China brought back to life again. You've never seen these adverts on the telly? Have you got colour television at home? How can you not have Shen Yun? But I used to like the old voiceover. The voiceover who we had last year was much better because he said Shen Yun. And it used to sound rather, I used to think, oh, and the costumes are beautiful. And it's just basically dance numbers, and you're seeing something that, won't have been seen outside of China. And so China before communism, Shen Yun. They're opening just for me, actually. I love it. So, Prince Andrew. We're still waiting to see what's going to happen. He's obviously hoping that because of this document, which was signed, she gets money. For what? I do not know. I just know it was $500,000, and which came down to about £387,000, whatever it was. And there was this sort of, it was a settlement in line with what? I've got no idea. And basically, it was exonerating everybody else. She signed this thing, so it meant that they couldn't go after anybody else. And you think, well, that was then, this is now. And because Prince Andrew and his accuser are all over the papers, they've now gone to court with it in America, and they're now waiting to see whether or not the judge, who must be reading and rereading and rereading and going back on. I mean, the document said that she'd agreed in 2009 to release, acquit, satisfy and forever discharge Epstein and any other person or entity who could have been included as a potential defendant. I mean, it kind of basically is the get out of jail free card, isn't it? It's a case of, here is something, if she signs it, she has no comeback on it, but the courts might think differently and think, well, we're not sure about this. Because I think Andrew's lawyers are saying she's not an American citizen, she's an Australian citizen. So he has denied everything, but he still doesn't want to talk to the FBI. He still hasn't explained the peculiarity of the Pizza Express, which we can't get our heads round at all. She claims she was trafficked by Epstein to have sex when she was 17, which made her a minor. Andrews vehemently denied all the allegations against him. But why he's not told the FBI what he knows about Jeffrey Epstein? Because Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted paedophile when Andrew was walking through the park with him. He must have known. He can't have been blind to it. He's always trying to tell us that he's an intelligent person. So surely you would know the people. And then there's the photograph of him and I think this is Ghislaine Maxwell back in 2009. He claims he doesn't remember this at all. Has no idea. I wasn't there. I've got no idea either. But this is what the judge is going to be deciding. The judge will be deciding whether or not they have to take it further. Where it goes after that, I've got no idea. He's not been charged with any criminal offences. He's vehemently denied all the allegations against him. But something stinks in this whole thing. It doesn't seem right, actually. It doesn't seem right. Somebody else says, do you ever watch This Morning and look at the backdrop of the Thames and think they're in Shepherd's Bush? No, they are in the Thames. They've got a bit of film on the back, haven't they, which they're watching. Yes, they're coming from they're not at Shepherd's Bush. They're at the television centre. They've moved to Shepherd's Bush. Well, for This Morning, where in Shepherd's Bush? Yeah, that's what I say, the old BBC centre. That's not Shepherd's Bush. They don't like it called that at all. That's making it very common. Shepherd's Bush, it's White City. We all know where it is. Oh, yeah, they've been doing it up there for ages and ages. But I quite liked it when they looked over the back window and there were the boats going past. You know, I was thinking, what are they looking at? The answer is they're not looking at anything. They're looking at blank, completely blank. So it's quite nice, actually. I quite like it. But the set's not a bad size, you know, as sets go. When you consider how many years it's been running, blimey. What have we got yet? Ruth and Eamon's double act hopes. Really? Good Lord above. She hopes to work with Eamon despite his move. They presented... I mean, when's he going to find the time? He can't sleep at the moment. Poor old soul, honestly. This is going to kill him. He's 62. He's having trouble walking. He's now having to adapt to early starts again. She says, it doesn't mean there aren't other projects we can do together in the future. When's he going to find the time? I mean, put it this way. He said, I need a long-term plan about how to get up in the morning. I didn't sleep a wink last night. The kids brought me a fancy alarm clock. The kids, what are they? They're 30s now, aren't they? The kids. He said, it went off and I couldn't turn it off. But Eamon says, yeah, that's a good start, isn't it, really? Can't turn the alarm clock off. He's failing in every aspect, but I don't know when she thinks he's going to work. Also, does he need to work? Does he need the money? He can't do. Can't do. Other stories, well, in fact, you will find the Apprentice people all over the place, actually. And Lord Alan Sugar says they're more useless than ever. Because they really are Dumbos. Really. I mean, there's one here. I mean, what is a strategy manager? I don't know what a strategy manager is. That's somebody who thinks they're really bright, but he will turn out to be dumb. Long-term vision, okay. But I love this, you know. Failure is not an option. Winning is part of my DNA. Don't be so stupid. Of course it's not. Yeah, pinch my tagline here. Nick Showering is a finance manager. I'm a bit of an animal in the boardroom. You look as though you're a bit scared in front of a camera, mate, so you're not going to go very far. Sharma Amin, the owner of a children's day nursery, says, I've got 5 sons, so this is a holiday. Here we go again. Here we go again. And I love the idea of somebody being the owner of a dessert parlour. What in God's name is a dessert parlour? This is in West Yorkshire. Oh, dear, thank God. Hope it stays up there. A dessert... Is that somebody who does puddings? Cakes and ice creams? Oh, dear, no, leave it up there, Harpreet. It's not for us down here, thank you very much indeed. But it's Alex, the owner of a commercial cleaning company from Hertford, who compares himself to a Ferrari. Because you know what Ferraris are like. They do break down quite a lot of the time. But it's Catherine, the owner of an online pyjama store from Swindon. My dreams in my head are huge, she says. Yep. And that's about as good as it's going to get. And Navid is a pharmacist. This is one, I think he's been on other reality shows before, who says, nothing intimidates me because I just feel like I'm a strong character. Watch him collapse like a pack of cards. They're all going to do it. They're all going to do it. It's fantastic. I love it, actually. I love it. There's one here who says, I'm definitely going to be the corporate panther in the boardroom. Yeah, until you realise that they really are dumb. They really are dumb. Steve, I returned back to work after 21 months. I'm very excited, says Laura in Narnia, also known as Trolley Dolly. I'm so excited. Love my job as much as you love yours. Only you can't love your job as much as I love mine. I love my job more. I love my job more than anything in the whole wide world. Burger King launches their vegan nuggets today. They pledge to make menus 50% meat-free by 2030. They'll taste the same as meat originals, despite being made from soy and plant protein. So? Yum. Do you like things like that? No, it's not for me either. I just don't understand, why are they bowing to the minority on, you've got to have soy and plant protein. What for? What for? You've got a bit of meat in your diet, and I do like a chicken nugget. Apparently, McDonald's sell veggie dippers. Last year, Burger King launched Vegan Royale Burger, which is prepared separately. But 2 years ago, they released a plant-based Rebel Whopper Burger. But it proved unsuitable for vegans as it was cooked on the same grill as the meat. Duh. Burger King aims to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 41%. The UK chief executive, Alistair Murdoch, says there was growing demand for meatless alternatives. No, it's just that they sing louder than anybody else. There's no growing demand for anything at all. Given the choice, I'm sure that there are millions of people over the world who have actually gone vegan in the last 2 years, but then that's their business. Got nothing to do with me. I don't rush around going, oh, guess what I had to eat today? I had some, McPlant. Whoopee! How are they going to change it? I don't think so. So, trip to the doctor for magic mushrooms could help treat serious mental health conditions. Magic mushrooms. Are all I don't want to show my ignorance on this. I'm not sure whether or not magic mushrooms are the same as ordinary mushrooms, in which case my local greengrocer is selling loads of mushrooms, all different shapes and sizes. Now, are they magic mushrooms or are they not? Yeah, try and find out. Apparently, they've been doing research at King's College. They found it can be safely administered in up to 6 patients using doses of either 10 milligrams or 25 milligrams. Good Lord. It'll help with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And it's this stuff called psilocybin, found in magic mushrooms, which have no side effects in healthy people. So it sort of seems to target other people. I've never done magic mushrooms, as you can well imagine. I'm far too sensitive. But magic mushrooms, it just sounds a bit bit mad, doesn't it, really? Sounds like the kind of thing the hippies would be involved with, smoke some magic mushrooms and watch the Alsatian melting in the corner. Do you smoke magic mushrooms? No. I don't know either. That's why I was asking. I thought, you being a young person might sort of have a better knowledge than me of this. So you think you just sort of pop them in your stew and then don't tell your granny and just watch her sitting there going, colours, beautiful. Could be wonderful, couldn't it, really? Take a whole new Christmas could be fantastic. The Christmas tree's floating.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. And a lot of people saying, we're going back to work today, Steve. Can't wait. Well, at least we can get you up in the morning, actually, which is good. Apparently, about 375 million people in the world don't eat meat at all, says Jonathan. We don't need to eat meat. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You need protein. And also, I love the way people exaggerate the figures. 375 million people and one. It's all exaggerated. Listen, you're never going to get rid of meat eating. Never. Meat eaters are the majority. There might be 375 million people in the world who don't eat meat at all. So you say. But you don't know them. Let's go around and ask them, shall we? Okay, call in now. We'll probably find about 10 people who don't eat meat. So that's the way it goes. Sophie's in Hornchurch, a cold winter's morning. It is a bit chilly, isn't it? It is a bit chilly, but no ice as yet. Eddie said, any further development on the Rolls-Royce? No, not yet. No, but actually, Mr. Neil will tell you there was another car that was sold in this garage, which was very nice. I can't remember what it was. Ford Fiesta. With lights underneath the back, and it was jacked up a little bit just to make it look more entertaining. Yeah, new exhaust system. Apparently, Steve, the owner of a dessert parlour is called I Work in a Cafe. You're probably right, actually. They always sort of do that, though, don't they? And Connie says, would it be all right if I bring milk in for you to the Global Building every time I do my shopping in the Strand? So you'll always have milk. I'm a caring person. What shopping are you doing in the Strand? There's not exactly a range of shops, is there, to shop at in the Strand? It's mainly little supermarkets, Sainsbury's, or you've got McDonald's, or there's an Itsu, and a few other little places. You go to the Strand Palace Hotel for a cup of tea, I suppose. Go to Joe Allen's, just a little bit further up. I don't know what else you would shop in the Strand for. Simpsons has gone, the clothing shop, which I liked very much indeed. Part of the Savoy Tailors Guild, that went. You get right next door to the entrance to the Savoy, which is very nice. We like that. What else would you buy in the shop? I don't know. I suppose you could nip up to the left going to Covent Garden. There's not really many shops, are there? Oh, there's a Robert Dias. I bought something in Robert Dias yesterday. It was 4 little lights, and they come with a remote control. They do 16 different colours in these lights for 20 quid, and you stick them up under. I should give them to my brother today. You sit in sort of little corners or on the floor or wherever you want them. I don't know, and you just stick them up. That's what it says. And they were 20 quid. They advertise them on the television. And of course, you know me. If I'm not doing the Shen Yun show, then I like to go and buy lights. But there was some bloke got on the bus. I've discovered there's a trick that some people use to get on the bus free. They get on the bus, and there'll be a queue of people, and they go to the bus driver, are you going so-and-so, so-and-so? And he'll go, sorry? Because they can't hear through this plastic piece of that they've got in front of them to sort of save themselves from COVID. And do you go to... are you going to Twickenham High? Yes, I am. And so, without swiping in, they just move. And unless the bus driver's quick off the mark, you go, excuse me, oi, come back. I had to tell somebody that the other day. The person tried to pretend they didn't understand what the bus driver was on about. They were trying to fiddle the ride. Bit naughty, isn't it? It's like, did you read that bloke in New York? He was jumping the barrier to go free on the underground they've got over there. And which I saw here, I saw the bloke shouting at somebody who leapt over the barrier because he was a cheapskate. When they were building opposite the station, a lot of the workmen in there were rushing through the barriers 2 at a time so they didn't have to pay, crooks. But anyway, this one in New York paid the ultimate price. He tried to leap over it, failed first time, tried a second time, cracked his head, dropped dead on the spot. Because it's a concrete floor and they don't put down mattresses. He had a 4-year-old son, not with him, but they then discovered he was one of these people who was trying to get away without paying for it. Why can't they make something easier so you can't get 2 people through the barriers and so that they can't jump them at the same time? There's all sorts of crooks out there. Yeah, a 10-foot wall. Perhaps searchlights, dogs, machine guns, just make it more entertaining for the rest of us. All you'd be hearing as you're going down to the train is, and that'd be it. Another seat on the carriage for everybody else. But it is the amount of people. But this one is the first time I've ever heard of somebody dying. I've never heard of it. He obviously, as he went over, he got his foot caught in the sort of the turnstile kind of bit and went crash. Straight down. Not so good. Gino D'Acampo's restaurant chain have gone bust for 5 million. No, not his restaurant chain. No. He's still got his restaurants. He's got the other ones. It's a pasta place. I know because we did the story on the programme the other day. He's still got his restaurants. But the pasta place, there you go. It's called My Pasta Bar. I'd never even heard of it. The staff are owed about 37,000 quid in wages, even though he makes 2 million a year from television work across ITV. So they've got 5 million debts. Apparently it's been ages since they've made a profit. But also, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I mean, I wouldn't want to go out and pay for pasta in a place. It's cheap as chips, isn't it? Pasta, you do it yourself at home. Why would you want to go out and pay somebody a fortune? Well, obviously they thought differently. Of course, the people you feel sorry for are the staff. £37,000 are owed. It is very dull, isn't it? Very dull. Every mouthful, exactly. It's either done in cream or, tomatoes or something like that. Very boring, very dull. But it collapsed with debts of 5 million. So, as I say, it's the staff you feel sorry for. Are they going to get their money back? Probably not. Thank you, John, for that one. Somebody else asking any further development on the car. Well, apart from the fact we think petrol's going to go up in price again. In fact, I think this is the year we're all going to be in for a bit of a kicking. Because I think there's bills going up left, right and centre. I mean, I'm lucky because I'm Steve Allen, 67, and I don't pay national insurance. Not anymore. The government are going to change that. HMRC have decided that, yes, us pensioners will be paying for the this, and you think to yourself, well, that's a bit of a swizz, isn't it? There's no advantage of growing old now. In fact, it's nothing short of depressing, I'm afraid. Steve, I listen to you every morning, and I'm glad you stick up for us meat eaters. Well, I'm not necessarily sticking up for meat eaters, but it's always the people who are vegan and vegetarian that sort of they shout the loudest. They shout the loudest, but it doesn't really get them anywhere. I mean, it's not going to change the fortunes of Burger King or you look at. I watch them in the morning at McDonald's. I don't see anybody ordering anything that's plant-based. They're all going for the, double sausage and egg McMuffin, or without the eggs, or without the gherkin or something. Household energy bills could go up 50% this year. 50%. Who's paying for it? You are. You are. That's the big problem, isn't it? Steve, Simpsons Clothes was on Piccadilly. Simpsons next to the Savoy's a restaurant. No, you're the other side. No, we're looking at the Savoy Tailors Guild. Savoy Tailors Guild, which is the one that's closed down. Been empty now for the best part of 6 months. Steve, I say bring back the bus conductors on the old Route Masters. Yes, sorry, the excitement of I haven't seen a bus conductor for ages now. Don't see that, do you? Also, I tell you what you don't see. Well, I haven't, unless they're still there. The bendy buses. The bendy buses have gone. They were absolutely rife for people cheating the fares. They just get on the middle of the bus. They never swiped in or anything. Crooks. I saw somebody once just got on the bus, middle door, and sat down. And I went, "Excuse me, you need to swipe in." I'll tell them. Don't mess with me, I tell you. I'm evil on the bus. I would love to be a bus inspector. Shows you the amount of people who are let on the buses by the drivers because they go, "Oh, I've lost my card," or it's mainly school children. But they don't pay anyway, so it didn't make any difference. But there's a bloke who used to get on every day in the Strand, and his card would go beep, 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 because he had no credit on it, and he'd just go, it was working yesterday, and the bus driver would say, "Oh, just go on." And I'm thinking, he's cheating them every day. That's why the fares are going up. Ghastly. Bella says, "I love lights too. I purchased those tiny string lights and I put them in a glass vase. They look very pretty. I've got the little tiny ones, teeny tiny, like less than 1/8 of an inch, and they're solar. And I bought them on Amazon. They're very nice. Very nice. I don't know why I coughed at that particular moment when I said Amazon. There was no reason for it, because I'm still waiting for my box set of Bill Bixby as The Magician, which is nice. But yeah, I agree. Bring back bus conductors. But why should they have to put up with people? There was an old bloke who got on the bus in front of me the other day. Obviously had issues, and he asked the driver about, I don't know what cost, I suppose. And it's driver buses now, isn't it? And you swipe in there. I mean, I used to like the time they'd come up and go, and you go 3 and 6pence, I'm going all the way. And they go, "I bet you are, sir." And they sort of pull their little thing, and you get a ticket out, and they give you a ticket, and you sat there with this piece of white paper with purple writing on it. Do you remember that? No, all right, just me again, because I'm old. I know, 67. It's not my fault. Can't halt the ageing process or science with my creamy milk. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? If you are listening to this programme as a podcast, you now understand why I'm working with a team who've never eaten, never drunk gold top milk. Seriously, even Phil Vickery was shocked. And it takes a lot to shock Phil Vickery.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Actually, there was something else I was going to tell you, and now I've completely forgotten what it was. We were talking about the man with the falling over the thing. And what was the story I said I was going to tell people? I can't remember what it was. It was... No, the childfare story I have done before. That was at Richmond Station. I can't remember what else I was going to tell. So I remember saying, that's a good story to tell people. Isn't it funny? You can remember some things, and within a matter of a minute, you've forgotten what it is. That's the joys of live radio, ladies and gentlemen. Lizzie says, "I've never eaten meat or fish since 1984. Each to the... Exactly, but I mean, I couldn't care less. It doesn't make any difference to me. I don't care what people eat. If somebody says to me, I'm vegetarian, fine, be vegetarian. If somebody says I'm vegan, be vegan. It makes no difference. I couldn't care less. I eat what I eat. Sometimes I eat vegetables. Sometimes I don't eat vegetables. Sometimes I have... Although I've not had steak for quite a while, actually. Sometimes... How do I have it? I cut it up into cubes. And I said, what? Oh, this is how I cook. So I can't cook. I'm, Mr. Idiot in the kitchen. And so I get a pair of kitchen scissors, which I use all the time, and I cut a steak up, fillet steak, always fillet steak, never anything else. I don't do gristle. And I cut it up. I don't do rump steak either, or sirloin. It's got to be fillet steak. I don't mind paying a bit extra, but I've not had it for ages. Not had it, literally. And I cut it up, and then sometimes I add things, like I might add spaghetti to it, which is quite nice, or I might add some Chinese vegetables, some pak choy or something like that, shen yun, and or a bit of sauce on it, sometimes peppercorn sauce, or just a bit of cream, something. It's quite nice. I don't get too excited about food. It's not bothered. If I need something, I might go and get it. They did a very nice sandwich in Marks and Spencer's over Christmas. It was sort of Christmas chicken with a coleslaw, as they called it, slaw. They don't call it coleslaw because they can't spell it, so they just call it slaw. And I remember thinking that actually tasted quite nice, and I liked the crunch of the vegetables. Well, they say Christmas chicken. It came out. They had the turkey, and then they had this chicken with slaw and some sort of gunky sauce over it, which was quite nice actually, very nice indeed. But so Bella purchased these tiny string of lights, and they are lovely actually. They are lovely. And Kevin in Brisbane says if you're looking to buy a new car, offer your Bentley to Nick at a good price. So he can't afford it. There's no way he could afford it. This is Abbott, yeah. He couldn't afford it. There's no point, Kevin, in tempting him. That would just make him even angrier. And I don't want to make him angry. There's no point in falling out with him. He didn't send me a Christmas card about the 15th year. But I'm not going to make a big deal about it. It doesn't make any difference to me. But he does whine about his cars. He really does. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Big shout out to Anna Mack, sat in her car having a cuppa before she starts a 13-hour shift on an NHS ward. She listens every day. Well, that's nice. We like people listening every day. I'm all in favour of that. Do you remember the days of the horse and carriages? Those were the days. Never had any fare dodgers in those. I bet you did. Listen, every sort of mode of transport that comes out, there's always going to be somebody who cheats. Of course there is. There's going to be people who think they get away with it. In fact, actually, on the horse and carriages that came out through London all the time, you'll see kids hanging onto the back of the thing. They would get the free ride, or on the back of lorries and stuff like that. You always get people doing it. Have you been to India? Have you seen the people on the trains? They're on the roof of the trains. People fall off. People are clinging on to the side of it. Oh, my goodness me. Talk about dangerous. And Steve, says Catherine, I remember as kids, we used to take it in turns as to who would have the cream on top of the gold top milk. Oh, don't tell them, but listen, I'm bad enough already. Every time I mention the gold top milk, I get these looks from them, like, if they could kill. And Rose says, I start my new job today, which is very exciting, but I had to get up 2 hours earlier than I have been over Christmas. That's a bit tough, isn't it? Even the producer's suffering. This morning, he's sort of finding it difficult to get back into. So, of course, it's my duty to sort of weave him into the conversation to try and keep his attention span, because it's very easy. It's not working at all. I mean, seriously. Mind you, I did have a producer that fell asleep on my show once. He's not here anymore. The woman that you saw, Steve, travelling on a child's ticket, have you seen her since? No, I haven't. There is the Co-op in the Strand opposite Charing Cross Station. I wonder if the Queen pops in on the way back to Buckingham Palace, says Kevin the Milkman. I'm surprised you haven't managed to get that concession at Buckingham Palace. That'd be a bit good, wouldn't it? Getting the concession to supply the milk. I think that's definitely yours, Kevin. Steve, you're making me hungry. I love steak. I like the cutting it up in cubes idea. It's very good. Mick in South Devon says 26.5% of your energy bill goes in so-called green taxes, much of it to landowners with wind and solar farms. Oh, right. I can't work out, actually, if I like wind farms. These huge... I mean, it doesn't really make any difference to me. I'm not going to sort of, I haven't got one, no. I haven't even got a solar panel, but there's a few houses round our way that have got solar panels. I don't think that makes any difference. I don't think so. It's not my sort of thing. But I just fancy a wind turbine. There's one behind Costco down in Reading. It's a huge wind... In fact, you see the turbine before you see Costco. It's absolutely enormous. It's like and it turns and does everything else, but they never seem to be going very fast. They seem to be going fairly slowly. And Jonathan Shallett, back from holiday, he said, did you see he was tweeting pictures of, this is the view from the bedroom window, this is this. Honestly, just trying to wind me up. But he says, good morning, Steve. He says, I'm going to tell you and your listeners a secret. Oh, here we go. About how we fare dodged when teenagers. I think long ago now that I will not be arrested. Okay. We haven't got the rest of it. Where's the rest of the story? How can you tell us fare dodging? It's a tease. Jonathan Shallett is doing a tease. Stay tuned for part 2. Could arrive either today or tomorrow. We have no idea. I didn't get the first one. Oh, here we go. He says, I used to travel to school by tube on the Circle Line from High Street, Kensington to Blackfriars. The school was called City of London. I'm talking late 70s. Okay, late 1970s. So he's not going to be. I hope to God he's not going to be arrested. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Okay, we heard him talking about this fare dodging. We want the money back. You owe us threepence halfpenny or something. We haven't got the next bit of the story either. You have to wait for him. He's typing slowly. I'm the same, actually. Sometimes the producer will attempt to type something because he bought one of those little petite typewriters years ago, the little children's one, which came in sort of red and blue plastic. And so he's basically one-fingered. And so I have to slow down my presentation so that he can get all the... And it's a Fisher Price, as indeed they all were. So Jonathan Shallett's story, it could be a book, this. Could be a book. You haven't told us, actually, Jonathan, whether or not... You had a nice holiday. I'm assuming you did. Oh, that's quite nice. Oh, I like that that's battery operated, that light decoration there. I'm pretty certain it is. I've seen that one before because I think I had one. Very nice. And that's from Robin. But anyway, we used to jump on the tube. Back with Jonathan Shallett. And not pay at High Street, Kensington. Then when we got to Blackfriars, we'd tell the ticket collector we got on 2 stations before. I did that once at Waterloo Station. Because what you could do is you could sort of get on the train. There weren't any, you didn't have to pay to get onto the platform or anything else. So in exactly the same way as Jonathan Shallett did. And I would say I got on at Clapham Junction. I tried it one time and I didn't. I got on at Staines. But I said I got on at Clapham Junction. And then you'd pay the Clapham Junction fare when you were younger. And the bloke looked at me on the ticket barrier. It was hard times. And he said, "No, you didn't." And I said, "Yes, I did." And he said, "No, you didn't." And I remember thinking, oops, this is going a bit wrong. I said, there was a bit of a standoff. And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because we've got inspectors on Clapham Junction Station today." And I said, "Have you?" I was only young, only a child, goodness sake. And Jonathan did the same. He said that would then be less than the full fare from Kensington High Street, meaning I made a profit out of the daily tube money my parents gave me. Oh, thank goodness you've got history. Thank goodness you've got history. Did your parents ever know? Yes. Because my mother once threatened to... well, in fact, she did. I pinched something from a local sweet shop when I was 10. It was a blackjack. Remember those little blackjacks and fruit salads? She marched me all the way back to the shop and made me pay the money because I'd pinched it. Though that's what happened in those days. They didn't do anything else. We'd both done that. It's terrible. My mother took me back there and she said, tell him what you did. And I said, I took a couple of blackjacks and fruit salads. And it was something like, I think it was, used to get 4 for a penny or something like that. That's how old it was. And he said, well, I'm going to charge you a penny. And I didn't have a penny. I had to ask my mum to lend me the money to pay the fine. But you never did it again. It was the humiliation. Yeah, and I'd eaten the sweets as well. Yeah, result. But it was the fact that, they were trying to instill in you, don't pinch things. But, if you could get one over on your parents, it was like a result.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
So anyway, back to the Jonathan Shallett of how you can save money by, jumping off the train and then getting back on again and then pretending that you got on 2 stations before. So that would then be less than the full fare from Kensington High Street, meaning that Jonathan made a profit out of the daily tube money that his parents gave him. He then got caught by his mother. When cleaning out his pocket, she found a ticket costing less than the daily tube money that she was giving me. My mother, he says, was a magistrate. Furious. She told me it could lead to her having to resign and public humiliation for the family. That was enough, he says, to make me feel guilty to never do it again. As punishment, I had to clean the family Volvo. How many times? I cannot remember. I think I've probably saved 10p a day. But those were the days when a curly whirly cost threepence. This is 3D, as was the cost of a first-class stamp, and 4 blackjacks for a penny. So an extra 10 pence went a long way in the sweet shop. Did. We used to get, when I was at prep school, 2 and 6 a week, 12.5 pence pocket money. 12.5 pence. You could buy a lot for 12.5 pence. You could get some Gobstoppers. You could get a bottle of Corona. You could get... Corona. They did bottles. But also, Corona gave you money back on the bottle. When you took the bottle back, you got threepence, 3D. back on it. So what they would do, they wouldn't give you money when you took it back. They would knock it off the price. So you could go back with some lemonade powder, some broken cigarette. What? See, that's the trouble, you see. You start talking about the war years and immediately you get cynicism from next door. But no, so lemonade powder, and it was yellow. It was just sugar, coloured yellow with a bit of sort of lemon in it. And they would put their scoop in and they would pour it into a little thing and you would dip your finger in the lemonade powder. And they also did rainbow powder, which was exactly the same, but all different colours in the jar. Proper jars, proper, none of this plastic rubbish. Oh no, proper sweet shops. Oh, nut crunch, peanut brittle, everything, you name it. Sweet peanuts, everything. So Jonathan Shallett and I'm a little bit older than he is, but that was what people did with their pocket money. The whole idea was to make your money go as far as possible. So you'd never waste it on one item. You would always, I mean, sometimes we'd buy Corona, cream soda and an ice cream, and then you would put the ice cream into the cream soda. We were really mad, you know. But the best thing you would have would be a gobstopper, which would last you for weeks, because you could sort of stop eating the thing and then put it to one side. I didn't spend pocket money on anything else. No, we didn't need anything else. Clothes were all provided. Comics, no. We didn't do comics. I don't think my parents would have accepted comics at all. Yeah, my cousins, Stephen and Martin, they used to get all the American comics. And when we went round there, I would read them. And I didn't really understand them at all. Yeah, I mean, but they were amazing. But I don't think actually that we would have been allowed comics at all. Jonathan Shallett says prep school, Steve. That makes you posh with rich parents. No, far from. The reason I went to prep school is because my parents were in the forces, and the forces families got a discount. A big discount, so they could afford to send me for this private education. It was also the fact they were in Yorkshire and I was down in Chelmsford. It was as far away as possible. So he says, in those days, most of the country went to comprehensive schools. Yeah, they did. But I went to prep school only until I failed my 11+. And then I went to school in Yorkshire. And you can imagine, can't you, the ribbing. Yeah, that's what happens when you fail. You get sent to... You'll go to Yorkshire, 4-hour drive in the car. We had a Hillman Minx at the time. A Hillman Minx, I ask you. A Volvo, sheer luxury, Jonathan. But tomorrow he's going to tell us about Barbados, because he always goes over there every year. This is the Shallett family, and off they go to Barbados, and they have a wonderful time. And I saw pictures of his mum there as well. I think if I'm correct, I can't remember now, I might have got this wrong. Is she 86? 86. What a lovely thing to do. Just do nothing. Chill out. And then he sent a picture of the flying back into London again. He went, this is what I'm coming back to. But he'll be busy. He doesn't do cattle class. I don't think he does cattle class anywhere. He works for his money. I mean, look at the time he's up in the morning. There's not many mornings that he's not up from about 5:30 or something like that. I mean, dear Lord, can you imagine getting up for that time, to do a job? Yeah, exactly, yes. We do that as well, don't we? But that's different. Steve, which brand of bottled water do you drink? Says Penny. I use that Smart Water. Not Smart Water, Coca-Cola one, made by the Coca-Cola company, and it's the blue writing on the bottle, and it's got... I'm going to say infected with it's got electricity in it or something like that. Smart, isn't it? Smart or something? Smart Water. It's very nice. I buy a case of it for about £4 in Costco, and I use that for putting into my hot drinks machine and everything else. I love it. It's very nice. Is it Glasso Smart Water? Yeah. I'll just buy that, which is okay, isn't it? I mean, I've drunk all sorts of bottled water. I don't drink out the tap. I don't do that at all. Another one here. Jonathan says, I've just read a thing suggesting vegetarian folk can live up to 10 years longer than meat eaters. Unfortunately, a myth. Unfortunately, a myth. No, you're going to die eventually, Jonathan. It's as simple as that. Maybe it just feels like they're living 10 years longer. Yes. In fact, they're really not. Really not. Steve says, Chaz, in Perth, in Scotland, when I was young, I stole a bouncy ball from my local shop in Kelso. My dad was the town sergeant who found out and immediately marched me along to the shop, stand in front of the owner and shoppers and apologise. I never stole again. It was the shaming, wasn't it? It was the shaming. You had to, if your parents didn't shame you, then you'd have carried on doing it. I mean, nowadays, they did a programme. Oh, that's what I was doing. They did a programme on shoplifting. On the television the other day. This is the story I'd forgotten a minute ago. I just remembered it. God, I'm just in time. And it's a bloke who gets caught nicking. The cameras are watching him. They've seen him, and he's put stuff. He's nicking perfume. Okay? So anyway, what they have to do with all shoplifters, you can't arrest them in the store. You've got to wait till they walk outside of the store. That means they've stolen it. This bloke steps outside the store. Bang, they've got him. They've got him. Anyway, they take him back into their sort of back room, and he's going, oh, what's actually going to happen? And, I'm really sorry. It's not going to make any difference, is it? They went, no, it's not going to make any difference. You're now banned from this shopping centre for a year. And that was enough to get him going, are you sure? The shame, because his wife shopped in the shopping centre. She didn't know that she was married to a thief. And he said, so I can't come back into the store, not even at sale time. They went, no. If you do, you'll be arrested immediately. You're on this sort of extended licence for a year. And he was more worried about the wife finding out. I'd have been on the phone to her. Your husband's a thief. Okay, he nicks. And that's what he was going to do. He was going to nick this stuff, but they banned him. And he said, could I not apologise and sort of still come into the shop? And they went, no. He said, I'll have to stand outside the shop when she comes in shopping. They went, yeah. Because if you step one foot in the shop, you're under arrest. Okay, simple as that. And I smiled, thinking, do you know, the deterrent is your wife finding out you're a thief. Because if they've done it once, they've done it a million times before because they know they can get away with it. Penny and Bexley, we're not doing favourite sweets. I do beg your pardon. This is not BBC Shropshire. We don't do things like that. In the 80s, says Catherine, we used to keep all the foil tops off the milk bottles for the guide dogs of the blind. Yes. They used to weigh them and sell them. So we would take bottle tops down. My mother would put them in a big plastic bag, and then we'd take them down to this place, and they would convert those into cash, like newspapers as well. We'd take newspapers down, and they would convert them into cash, and then that would go to Guide Dogs of the Blind, because I also couldn't work out what a guide dog was going to do with a milk bottle top. I thought perhaps it plays with it. I don't know. I had no idea at all, but they said, oh, you need a guide dog. And yes, I mean, it is a choking hazard. But everybody had milk bottles. Nowadays, it's plastic. It's not the same at all. Really isn't. I was going to tell you about the tiny island of Iona, which is turned out to be the UK's top hidden gem. It's in the Inner Hebrides. It's 1.5 miles wide, and it looks like, I think it's a religious site. I'm pretty certain. A survey of 2,000 British people found that 40% of people go out of their way to visit less popular locations. So you'll find a list in all the papers today, including Ilfracombe in Devon, the Isle of Skye, the Yorkshire Dales, all sorts of different places. Lundy Island, loads of nice places to go to. But it's Iona which goes to top of the list. I've got to go. I mean, it's freezing. Oh, my goodness me. You go outside this morning. I mean, even in London, it's cold and noticeable. So if you're sort of based anywhere north of the Watford Gap, you must be freezing to death at the moment. It's very cold. The temperature's dropped, and we're looking out for a blast of something called thunder snow. Do you know what thunder snow is? It's like rain, but it's snow. It comes down like that. When I was in Austria years and years ago, it snowed, because it obviously snows in Austria, and in Vienna. And I looked outside, and it came down like rain, sheets and sheets of it. And I remember looking on the cars, and I thought it looked like water solids on the, like raindrops, all solid ice. In Vienna, if you drive in the winter, you've got to have snow chains on the cars. -1 outside today, which for us, as you know, we're such wusses. It's a case of it's too cold. So it is too cold this morning. So let me light your fire between now and 7. It's almost poetic justice, isn't it? When I sit in the car in the morning coming in, apart from that, I'm trying to keep warm. And I sort of read all sorts of little bits and pieces that sort of come up. And I found something. Now, wait a minute. Can I find this blooming thing? I probably won't be able to find it. It was 2 girls who had written... Oh, I don't think I've got... Oh, yes, I have. They're obviously authors, okay? And they... What do they do? I have to tell you this because it was very apropos to what they've printed. Wait a minute. Bear with me. They're 2 sisters who published their first children's picture book, okay? And for some inexplicable reason, they decided to do the 12 Days of Christmas. But they're either on another planet, they've got no idea, or they can't spell. So it goes... and I'll have to read it all the way through, but don't worry, I shall try and do it as musically as possible. On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 12 drummers drumming, 11 pipers pipping. It's probably because they couldn't smell piping, I should imagine. So it's two P's, pipers pipping. Then it does lords leaping, ladies dancing, 8 maids milking, 7 swans swimming, 6 geese laying, 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds. They're calling birds, you twits. They're 4 calling birds. Then it's 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves and a partridge. What's a collie bird? I mean, talk about dim. Honestly, I bet they're honestly people destined for The Apprentice. One of them's turned out, we mentioned him yesterday, he's an attention seeker. He's a pharmacist, and he wants to buy his own business, so he wants to win $250,000. He's been on other reality shows before, and he's an anti-vaxxer. Not very good, is it? Not very good at all, I'm afraid. Also ridicule for that school in Chelmsford we mentioned the other day that axed J.K. Rowling for Kelly Holmes. You know, because they took her off there because they're obviously woke down there. But as I say, I'm sure even the parents are going, this is a bit strange. Well, then put your kids in another school. It's as simple as that. You don't have to worry about it. This is the Boswell School. They said the Harry Potter's author's views did not align with those of the school. This is an academy rated good by Ofsted. Oh, good. That doesn't sound so great, does it? For 11 to 18-year-olds. And the newsletter said, views on this issue do not align with our school policy and school beliefs, a place where people are free to be, you know, presumably who they want to be. Because Rowling has previously voiced concerns about issues such as the impact of allowing trans women into women-only spaces, but denied accusations of transphobia. It's obviously her turn to make the newspapers, isn't it, really? Because loads of people agree with her. Loads of people, but then for schools to start to oh, it doesn't apply to our policies, and you think, listen, you're stepping out of your comfort zone. You're stepping out of it. The Sussex's Archewell charity, that's going so well. Honestly, the multi-millionaire people have raised less than £37,000 in a year. That's less than they spend on a toilet in their luxury mansion. But there again, nobody ever said they were bright. The age bias win for an Asda worker, 73. And they decided at 73 she was a bit past it. She's also got dementia. So, you know, presumably she needs a bit more help than most people. But anyway, they decided to get rid of it. She took it to a tribunal and she won. In fact, there's been a lot of wins recently. The nurse forced out over her use of the crucifix because it was on display. She's won her case as well. And the Pope, His Holiness the Pope, says buying pets instead of having children is selfish. Well, I don't know anybody who can give birth to a goldfish. But I mean, you know, for goodness sake, so buying pets instead of having children is... Well, so you don't want children. I mean, not everybody gets married and goes, oh, we can't wait to have children. Generally, people from Love Island do, because it's the only way they know about making money. The nurse, by the way, wore a necklace with a small cross pendant both in and out of work as a symbol of her religious devotion. However, Croydon Health Services NHS Trust uniform policy prohibits the wearing of necklaces in clinical areas on the basis they could be a health and safety risk. I don't quite get how it can be a health and safety risk. I mean, health, she wears it all the time. I mean, I'm not a jewellery person, so I don't know, but I know lots of people that have, you know, jewellery around their necks and things like that. I mean, unhygienic. Oh. You could pick up germs on your necklace. Well, anyway, she won the thing. She's won the case for unfair dismissal. There was another one, wasn't there? Was it Nadia Awiya? That one that lived in Twickenham, unfortunately. I did see her in her car. She was another one who wore her crucifix on display. And people said, really, you don't... You know, but then if it was a Jewish doctor, they'd be wearing their kippah, wouldn't they? That would be quite normal. I wouldn't even thought of anything about that at all. I would think that would be quite... Mind you, the Jewish stories rumbled on. I was driving back from my brother's yesterday. There's a story and a half. And James O'Brien was talking about this comedian who did a podcast saying that he thought that the goblins were sort of Jewish manifestations kinds of thing. Now, I'll have to qualify this in 1 second. So you know, bear with me. Where he said that they were Jewish because they've got hooked noses and they were in charge of the banks. He says the comments he made about the Harry Potter films were meant to be light-hearted. In fact, I've got him on record of saying it was anybody listening to it would know that it was light-hearted. But in fact, he said news outlets had piled into this ridiculously out-of-context nonsense, and he didn't want the franchise censored in any way shape or form. He said it was, in it he made comparisons between the caricatures from anti-Semitic literature and the folks that run the bank. And so it went on. But goblins have been around for ages and ages, and they've always collected gold. And I never thought, because you're always, and even Jewish people were very much divided on it. And they were going, what's the matter with it? What is the matter with it? Why are you seeing something that isn't there? And then he's had to come back, this comedian, and say, listen, it was light-hearted. He doesn't think that J.K. Rowling was anti-Semitic. People then got offended on other people's behalf. Because, to be honest with you, I'm quite sure if you pushed it with J.K. Rowling, she's got that much money, she could take you to court very quickly for even daring to suggest she was anti-Semitic. Because I shouldn't imagine it's even in her mind. I've always thought she was absolutely charming and brought pleasure. In fact, one of her films is right at the top of the feel-good factor in the film thing. And then Maureen Lipman, blessed Maureen, came out and said she didn't think that Helen Mirren could play Golda Meir because she's not Jewish. Strangely, Maureen Lipman played an Anglican priest a few years back, and there was no mention of anything else like that. Ben Kingsley, who was talked about, was he not in Schindler's List? All these people who were in Schindler's List, nobody said to him, excuse me, are you Jewish? We don't think you should be able to do this because you're not Jewish. You wouldn't appreciate it. So, as one Jewish writer put in the paper today, Maureen, it's called acting. It's called acting. I mean, that's like saying the part should have been played by a Jewish actress. That's like saying, really, Father Christmas should only be played by somebody with a proper white beard. OK? We don't need to be silly. Bev says a collie bird is an old-fashioned word for a blackbird. But it's a calling bird, Bev. It's a calling. It's not the song. And we're not interested in what the bird is. It's the fact she got the word wrong. It's, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtles. So it goes. It doesn't go a collie bird. OK, thank you. Steve, I should be having a bowl of bran flakes right now with sliced almonds as part of my New Year health kick. I don't think bran flakes fit into it. I think there's sugar in bran flakes. There's very few cereals. I know because I'm a diabetic. And instead I'm having a chocolate orange for breakfast. Well, you've given up, haven't you? It's like Michelle Keegan. I think I shall have a dry January. 4 days she's lasted. She's back on the booze already. Back on the booze. Wish a happy 84th birthday to my grandmother Dorothy. She doesn't sleep well, so is often up listening to your show, says Lisa in Caerphilly. She said, we have a tea tray each. Well, that's very nice. Well done you, and you've raised money for charity, which is the good bit of it. I went to see my brother yesterday because he looks after my accounts and transfers money and does bits and pieces, and we had to put some new codes in and all the rest, and it's very confusing because you need a little card reader, which I had, unfortunately not with me. Not with me. It was at home, so had to go back and phone him later on, and we have to put the card in. You put your debit card in, and then it says put in your PIN, so you put in the PIN, then it generates a number, and then you have to do anyway, so we did that. And I need to transfer quite large sum of money to the building society to complete the mortgage. And it won't let us do it, because apparently there is a limit with RBS, I'm presuming it's with other banks as well, on how much money you can transfer. All I'm doing is transferring it out of my bank. It's sitting there because I've saved it up over the years, and it won't let us do it. So I think what I'm going to have to do, I don't know if anybody else has had that problem before. There must be people. So you probably have to go to the bank and say, listen, I need to transfer this. Could you transfer it? Because there must be some way of doing it. Because they think it could be fraud. And it isn't. You can see the money sitting there in my account. I have my accounts up all the time. And I just want to transfer it into the Building Society's account. And for some reason, we can't do it. But it's got to be done by the end of this month. Otherwise, I have to pay interest on it. So if anybody... And we don't know. We couldn't find out this morning what the limit is. Because I'm transferring a significant amount of money. Not treble figures, but it's certainly double figures. £3, 6 and 8 pence, and which would be treble figures, and so I'm curious to know if you've got the same thing with your bank and you've tried to do it, how do you transfer this if it won't let you do it, just in case it's a fraud? Why I'd want to transfer money to my building society as a fraudulent transfer is totally beyond me. But you know what the banks are like nowadays? I mean, it takes you ages to go through all the rest of it. Apparently, bran flakes are the 4th healthiest cereal. Well, there you go. You see, they're not at the top of the list. At the top of the list is porridge, but not the instant porridge. It's proper porridge oats, which are much cheaper. Second, muesli, which is like eating coconut matting. And third, shredded wheat. You see, I like shredded wheat. bite size. I had that just with milk on. It's got to be ice cold milk. And although actually this morning I went to take my tablets, and I have 8 tablets to take in the morning. But I've also got a thing from the doctors the other day saying, would you like to book yourself in for a blood test? That's where they strap your arm up, stick the needle in, and take 3 syringefuls of blood, which they then send off. Riveting. And I've got to have, I don't know who they send it to. I think they send it to the Queen or something, and she goes, yes, it's blood. And unlike ours, this is red. And so I've got to do that as well. So there's all these little bits and pieces which are sort of mounting up. And I've got to pay a tax bill. God, Struth, honestly. Will it never end? And then it's cold. Noticeably cold, but at least I've turned the Christmas tree lights off. And today I shall be disposing of the Christmas tree. Got to get rid of all the bits and pieces on it first of all.
This is LBC.
Leadership is about driving change. That's why we're pleased to introduce the first ever all-electric BMW i5. Seamlessly blending unmistakable BMW driving dynamics with instant electric performance and impressive range, while innovative technology connects to elevate every journey. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Yes, so this morning, I'd forgotten to tell you, I was taking my tablets. And what I do, I get up every morning, go to the bathroom, pick up my shaver, because it's been charging overnight, go make myself a cup of tea, bring it back, sit down in front of the table, and then something, tablets. So I took the tablets, bent down to pick up a bottle of water, only to realise it was empty. So I've now, unfortunately, put the tablets in my mouth, and some of them dissolve. So all these tablets in my mouth, 8 of them, and some of them are not huge tablets, but there are 8 different things for each different ailment. And so I had to then go back in, because the tea was too hot to use as something to swallow the tablets. And of course, the moment the hot tea hits some of the other tablets, they also start dissolving before they've even gone down my throat. So I had to sort of go to the kitchen and I had to sort of open the fridge, get some cold milk out, drink, and there's always one tablet that gets stuck. It never actually goes down. It's such a pain. But eventually managed to do it. Luckily, I've got some water in the car, and I think today I might go and get some more water. I might do. I'm being quite good this month, actually, because I suddenly realised there's going to be bills coming in. And then somebody said to me, have you seen what they're doing about prescriptions? They might do away with free prescriptions and bump the age up. And then somebody said, it won't affect you. You're diabetic. So I said, oh, right. So they say people might have to pay for it. So the free NHS prescriptions, you'll have to pay for essential medication to bring it in line. So those aged 60 to 66 could soon have to pay. Won't affect me anyway. I'm 67. Yeah, nearly 68. So that's good. But also because I'm diabetic, because a lot of people might go. And I said to a friend of mine, I said, it's a case of some people might go, I can't afford to spend £9-10 a month, whatever it is, per prescription. So they might go without their medicine, which might be fatal for them. And he said, no, everybody can afford the. I said, well, I bet there are people who can't. I said, I get letters from people and texts and stuff like that. Although I've always argued the fact, people go, I can't afford to do this. I think you can afford to run a telephone, and they're not cheap to run nowadays. But I've just realised, so I don't qualify anyway. I still get free prescriptions. Thank the Lord for that one. Well, there's one thing going well. John in Weybridge says, if you had a chequebook, you could have posted a cheque. I could have done, actually, but I don't have a chequebook. Who writes cheques out? I pay everything online, including tax bills, VAT. I pay my VAT online. So we'll have to find out, won't we? Somebody says, if you want to do it all in one go, you have to go into a branch, says Beverly. See, I knew you'd know. The trouble is, there aren't any RBS branches, but the good news is I can use NatWest. So that's quite nice, isn't it? Steve, I had the same problem with the RBS. The maximum then was 25,000. You may be able to do it over several days in amounts less than 25,000. Or as you said, actually go into the bank with 2 forms of ID, passport and bank statement, says Naomi. There we go again. Yeah, Freedom Pass. I don't think so. No, what I'll probably do, I don't mind. I can do it in £25,000 lots. That could be easier. Yes, in fact, that could be it, actually. If we do 25,000, then a few days later, another 25,000, and then a few more thousand on top of that. Steve, you have a Jewish actor, Miriam Margolyes, playing the head of a convent on Call the Midwife, says Olive. Oh, right, of course. Do you know, it's funny. Miriam Margolyes' well-known phrase is, I'm one of the only Jewish lesbians you'll ever meet. She tells the dirtiest stories, I have to tell you. You could do a chaps payment. Oh, right. And Jane says, my bank allowed a transfer of £19,000 to go through to my investment company, but blocked a £1,500 transfer to the same company, citing potential fraud. Wow. A chaps payment is large sums of money in one go. So you go into the bank. I mean, I could show them my accounts. It's on my telephone. And they'd say, I want to transfer this amount of money, and that's who we're paying it to. Take ID. Well, I mean, surely my credit card and my debit card would be ID. Can't do that. You know why I can't. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. Oh, well, never mind. So we'll have to find out some way of doing it, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I don't know why on earth I'd actually forgotten about Miriam Margolyes. I always put bird feed out in the garden. This attracts very small birds, but the squirrels have arrived. 3 of them. If that's not bad enough, pigeons have turned up. Time for action, says Rob. Yep, absolutely. Pigeons especially. I think they're filthy, disgusting birds. The mess that they make. If they sit on a pipe, you can guarantee underneath them is the biggest pile of poo you've ever seen in your entire life. So as far as I'm concerned, the only good pigeon, you don't get it from any other birds. You don't get it from any other birds or the parakeets. Well, it might get seagulls. We don't have seagulls around Twickenham way. We have them shot. We don't need seagulls around. It's bad enough in town. Some of them, they're absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. Right. Have you ever tried shredded wheat with hot milk, says Joe? No. I mean, Weetabix with hot milk you can have, but then years ago I used to have sugar on cereal. I don't have sugar on cereal now, so I can eat cereal without it. In fact, it doesn't taste any different to me at all. It's like having cups of tea. You would think if you had tea before and coffee and you had sugar in it, then you're going to miss having it. I haven't missed it in the slightest. I've always been able to have cornflakes just with ice cold milk on. I don't do... It's always got to be ice cold milk. I like it. So there you go. Apparently Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, is back. Finally out of COVID self-isolation. I have to say it's been very tough being stuck inside since Christmas, but thank God for the vaccine. Imagine how much worse it could have been had you not had the vaccine. That's it. So good news all round. So we like that. Once we've sent this money, all I want to do is send some money off. It's like I'm just paying a bill. You know, the fact that it's a large sum of money is, as far as I'm concerned, neither here nor there. It's my money. It's in my account. I can see it. I can show them the thing and say, I want to transfer from this account, and then just say, and they might be able to do it. I'm assuming, unless they sort of go, have you got any identification? Yes, it's on my telephone. What do you think? I've got somebody else's bank details. That's what's so stupid. When you go through and you do digital, no, and you do digital stuff, it's not physically possible to actually sort of remember all these. You've got to write them down, all these numbers. You've got passwords, code, PIN number. Then you've got to, put in the third letter of the second number that you were sent. And so it goes on. Yes, exactly. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Listening to your show brightens up my day, says James. It shows how dull your days must have been. He says, my grandmother suffers from frontal lobe dementia, which affects personality and behaviour before the memory. It's been hard to see her deteriorate, but you've helped me stay strong. Listen, it's running through the country. We never used to... You know why it's running through the country? Because it's always been there, just that nobody ever talked about it. People never talked about anything before. People are living much longer. We've got a birthday today that we're celebrating, a well-known actress. My producer said, how old is she? I said, she's 88. People are living much longer. Much, much longer. In fact, we've commented on that because we go, oh, it's so-and-so's birthday. How old are they? And that's why it's good. So it's always been there. All of the look at Betty White, for example. 99, nearly the 100. What a pain that must have been. I bet she's gone up there to the pearly gates and gone, why couldn't it be 100? Also, she's having a private funeral. That was her wish. She didn't want any fuss made or anything like that. She just wanted a private funeral. I agree. Susie says, instead of trying to transfer a large amount of money from the RBS, you need to send your building society a cheque or take one in. Plenty of time for it still to clear before the end of January. Oh, right. But I don't have any cheques. That's the trouble. I'm completely stuffed on this one. I'm just making it complicated for myself. I'm sure my brother will help me sort it out. He's very good at things like that. And saying to James about dementia, it's always been around. It's just that now more and more people are talking about it openly because we didn't know about it. It's like during the war. During the First World War, we didn't know about shell shock. We had no idea. We thought people were deserting because they didn't want to fight. No, they had shell shock, many of them, and they were taken out and shot by their own regiments, which I found absolutely unbelievable. It's only because they didn't understand what it was. Paul says, how's the milk situation? Oh, it's fine now, thank you. Thank you. How kind to be asking. Somebody says, Steve, I used to work in the city, so if you pay your money into my account, I'll sort it out for you. Thank you. Divide the total into several lots and transfer the total over several days, says Phil, a proud Scot from Thailand. Ooh. There's posh, isn't it? Steve the Milkman says cornflakes and sliced bananas, Nan's special. Yes, we used to love sliced bananas as well. I used to, if my parents were out for the day, well, my dad was out working, but my mum would be out doing something. And we had a liquidizer, and I would make a milkshake banana. I'd get a banana, cut it up, and then pour in some milk, and then go to the freezer and get out the block of ice cream, put a bit of ice cream. That was a bit yummy. And then you'd hear your mother coming up the drive, because we had a drive at the side of our house. makes it sound quite posh, actually, but it just led to the garage, which was at the top, and a patio outside the back door. So most people in our house only ever used the back door. We didn't use the front door. Because for some reason, I think the only people who used the front door was the milkman and the postman, and that was it. It was the back door that was used all the time. Loved it. Chaps, clearinghouse automatic paying system. However, there is a charge for it. Normally, how house purchases are paid for, says Brian in Maidstone. And Paula says, Steve, the 12 days of Christmas are officially done. Somebody needs to tell my mouth so I can stop eating and drinking. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, it's still going on. I mean, I know that I've turned the lights off on the Christmas tree, and I'll be vacuuming, up most of the Christmas tree as I drag it out the front door. You can just imagine it's going to have bits all over the blooming place. We just leave it on the pavement, and the council come and take it away. They come around and recycle Christmas trees, which is very nice. And then they put it on the council gardens, so we don't have to pay for how it works. I've got no idea. But I'm sure it will do. All of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We've got a disgraced politician. His fall from grace is now complete. He's been convicted of child sex crimes. And as one of the papers has said today, how in God's name he got away with this for this long? This is somebody who is much respected, or was, not anymore now. Plus we have the royal jewellery craze that's frightfully common. And it's a sort of thing, it's worn by people like Sarah Ferguson, who, if you remember, she went out with a bag on the train with a photograph of one of her daughters on the outside of this bag, and she sat there on the train, and you think, what planet are you on, dear? But it's jewellery where you've got somebody's name on it, or their initials, or something like that. Bit tacky. The licence to vandalise monuments, and Ice One, the Heroes Save sledge, goes on display.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Yes, somebody was right yesterday. It could have been Lenny down at Waterloo Station. They've closed the Burger King down there for a refit. They said they hope to be opening soon. I don't know why they need a refit, but anyway, it meant that I couldn't get my my little nuggets, little hash browns, which they do. I don't like the McDonald's ones. They're too big for me. I like something. Oh, they're quite all right. They come in a little paper packet though, which is quite sweet. But they're also selling. Are they selling a McPlant thing, which is another burger? But somebody said, in fact, one of the papers have got it, and I'll do it a little bit later on for you, about tips for Veganuary. Because a lot of people want to go vegan, and they say, really, you've got to be very careful, actually, with it. So this is McPlant, a vegan burger made with juicy plant-based patty, co-developed with Beyond Meat, featuring vegan sandwich sauce, ketchup, mustard, onion, pickles, lettuce, tomato, and a vegan alternative to cheese in a sesame seed bun. Vegan certified. Why don't you just have meat? Make it because you're supposed to have protein in your diet. You can't just cut it out completely. Get very ill. I mean, it looks okay to me, but that's been arranged, hasn't it, for a photograph? They haven't just shoved it in. Yeah, just a random plant. They never look the same, do they? Have you noticed all these burgers? You see a picture of them. The roll looks all, the bread thing looks all fluffy and everything else. Yeah, and then when I actually get it, it looks like somebody sat on the blooming thing. But they spend ages doing these because it's agency stuff, isn't it? Very agency stuff. Yoni says, been listening for a year now. Got me through a bit of a tough year. I think we've all had a tough year, but you might have had a tougher year. I love the fact that the Queen keeps her Christmas tree up until after her late father's birthday in February, says Lorraine. Yeah, well, I don't think she'd be staggering into any of the houses or Windsor Castle with it. I don't even think she climbs up a ladder. I mean, they have people bring the tree. You imagine the mess that must make this blooming thing. Steve, the other half's been making himself useful around the house, says Lisa in Darlington, original Spiker. She said during his COVID isolation, he still thinks the isolation period is 10 days. Do I tell him it's 7 or let him carry on decorating? Oh, no, get him to finish the decorating first. And then tell him, oh, wait a minute, I'm sure they reduced it to 7. You can just imagine, can't you? Brenda says, please don't ever retire. I don't think it's very likely, actually, that I'm going to be retiring. I'm under contract for quite a while. So you can't just sort of jack contracts in nowadays. You can't go, I think I'll retire. What would I do? Wander down to the allotment or something like that and start growing radishes? No, not at all. Not at all. We have Lift Off Britain. They've decided to make it a bit easier for people travelling in and out of the country. I like the idea, though, that the Sussex's Archewell charity, which they made such a big brouhaha about, has only raised 37 grand in a year. They probably spend more than that on a gardener, but of course they've got no idea of the real world. Well, she has. He's got no idea at all. He's never been in the real world. That's why he took his clothes off in that Las Vegas hotel. Slightly disturbing, isn't it, really? The James Bond movie, No Time to Die, makes a killing in home entertainment. Most popular film, apparently. I don't think I've seen it. Anything that goes on longer than 2 hours, I lose interest. I couldn't... Nearly 3 hours, I couldn't do it. I really couldn't. I know it's very nice, actually. And Roger says, most people in America and Australia use the back door when visiting friends. Why is it? Why do we bother putting a front door in? It's like garages. You see them on these housing estates. I've got a thing about housing estates. And they put a garage on the side of it. But unfortunately, it's not big enough to put a car in it. It's too small. So most people have it converted into another room, which saves the builders doing it. And it's all a bit of a swizz, really, but they can get more by going 4-bed house with garage. You know, and that's what people get excited about. You know, we've got a garage. What do you use it as? Well, we use it for storage. So I've got a friend of mine. Yeah, you keep your tools in it and batteries and stuff. I'd just be keeping boxes and boxes of stuff from Costco. Even all my Christmas stuff I could have there. I've got a lovely Christmas thing, actually, which I bought a few years back. And it's lovely. It looks like a mountain. And there's trains that go round each particular level and it lights up and the houses twinkle and all that. It's very sweet. Very me, actually. Police to quiz a Tory peer over racial text allegations. This is Michelle Monet. Isn't she the Wonder Bra lady? Michelle Monet. And so she's accused of something, saying something about somebody. So that's front page of a few of the papers. Tyson Fury paid himself £70,000 in a year despite his £40 million fortune. And bankrupt Katie Price, is training to be a cosmetic practitioner. I shouldn't imagine she even knows what one is, but it's costing £2,000. I thought she was bankrupt. Where's £2,000 coming from? I really don't understand that at all. But it'd be nice to see her doing a job. But she said, I've got to have something to fall back on. Katie Price is 7. You know, 43, something to fall back on. Should have done it years ago, love. And the postman, do you remember from yesterday, the postman caught weeing outside somebody's front door? They were caught on they've got one of these doorbells that's got the camera in it, the video doorbell. He's been suspended from work. I thought he'd been fired. Imagine so. For urinating on somebody's property. He's been suspended from work. We'll watch it. Just in case they sneak him in by the back door. Don't want anything like that, do we? 84850. Cheryl. Remember Cheryl Fernandez, what's her face? Tweedy, knee, whatever, says she stopped worrying and started meditating because apparently she's like really busy at the moment. She has to take Bear to see. There is this postman, clearly identifiable, weeing in somebody's literally feet from the family's front door. What a dirty little postman he is. Dirty. I mean, I find it unbelievable. But also the fact I find it quite good that they had the camera built into the door. But you can get them all the time. So he walks in. Here he is walking up the. It's obviously a posh road. They've got a front garden which has been paved and everything. I mean, this is not a cheap place. And then there you go. And here he is. He's now weeing in their front garden. And he's not going to be fired. Dirty man. Look at him. And then he just happily wanders off. He didn't even shake. Nothing at all. Didn't even wash his hands. And he's touching your post. That's the worrying thing. Dirty man. Goodness sake, honestly. Mel B tells her late father of the MBE that she got when she went to visit his grave. A lot of people do that, don't they? They always go to the graves and they sort of start telling people, this week's been a bit bad. I know somebody took a chair. They took a chair and sat down and started having a conversation, which is probably the sort of thing I'll do, I should imagine. I don't do it. No, I don't do it. Emily Maitlis says Andrew asked if he should say he couldn't sweat. This interview was done in 2019 and only now she's said this. Can't understand why, but there you go. Missile testers ruins Korea's peace hope because apparently because he's a bit barking mad, little Kim Jong-un. I say little because he has lost weight compared to what he used to be. And he was sort of firing off missiles. He obviously thinks it's like the 4th of July or something like that. Children with parents behind bars need help to stop them having a life of crime. There's one woman, she's obviously spent a lot of time in prison. And I forget what her name is, actually. We'll find out later. And she has children, but she wants them to get help because obviously she's totally incapable as a mother of looking after them and keeping them out of crime. And she says, because I've had a life of crime and spent time in prison, as I say, she really isn't fit for purpose. You think she wants somebody else now to do the job she should be doing, which is, I find very annoying, actually. Laura in Narnia, also known as Trolley Dolly, says, I'm chuckling listening to you now. I've got my uniform on. Too much information. Just off to work. But first time in 21 months, going to look out for Wayne. Oh, you'll never find him. Master of Disguise. Seriously, Master of Disguise. You'll have no idea. I like it. Netflix is Too Hot to Handle. There's another one of these. I don't know if it's a reality show or these are actors. Is it another reality show? Minty knows these things. What's it called? Do you remember what it's called? Too Hot. It's called Too Hot to Handle. Oh, right. And are these actors or they're just members of the public? They're real people. And what is it? Is it people who sort of go onto a programme so they can bed somebody quickly? Oh, they're not allowed to kiss. Oh, I've seen the pictures of them. I don't think you'd want... Let's have a quick look, actually. Who do we want to kiss here? Okay, we've got Nathan. Looks like he works out in a gymnasium. We've got Patrick, who looks like he's a member of the Chippendales, doesn't he? And then there's a girl called Bo, a girl called Jazz, a girl called Izzy. Then there's Harry. Harry looks as though he's in the wrong show. He should be in the gay show, The Gay Bachelor. And then you've got Stephen, who really doesn't know what to do with his hair at all and is having a bit of a mare of a day. And there's Georgia. And there's somebody called Truth. Somebody's actually called Truth. Well, God knows what he does. But they've got all these different people here. And basically the idea is, you have to sort of get yourself tanned and you have to wear a little bikini that just about covers your boobies. And then you go on a programme. And they only win a cash prize if they manage to resist any rumpy-pumpy, as they're banned from even kissing or touching. Well, that'd be fairly easy, wouldn't it? You just sort of go, I'm not going anywhere near you. I mean, and then you just sort of stay there. Dale did the most dreadful programme years ago called Touch the Truck, which they did at one of the big shopping centres. Can't remember which one it was. It could be Lakeside or something like that. And they had a truck, and they had, I think it was 10 people all standing around it with their hand on it. And the one at the end of the game whose hand was still on it won the truck. It was like an endurance test because you were allowed to go to the toilet. You got so many minutes in the hour or whatever it was. But the rest of the time you're staying awake, remember. So it isn't just you can have a lie down. You put your hand on it, and it was it was the most boring programme I'd ever seen on television. Luckily, it didn't survive very long. It was so tedious. It wasn't live stream. Well, I don't know, actually. But he did it. I think it was a friend of his who'd sort of come up with it as well. How long did I can't remember they lasted. Touch the Truck it was. You will find it. It was bizarre, very bizarre. Djokovic to be kicked out of Australia because he lied. There you go, Touch the Truck. It was 20 contestants holding onto a stationary truck. It was a Toyota Land Cruiser. And hosted by Dale. Filmed at Lakeside in Thurrock. Jerry Middleton was the winner. He managed to stay awake, touching the vehicle for 81 hours, 43 minutes and 31 seconds. He said he was going to sell the vehicle to fund a political party. So there you go. But in fact, number of series, it was 5 episodes. 5 episodes. So interesting, isn't it? But boring to watch. They didn't do anything. But he stayed awake for 81 hours. I mean, I couldn't stay awake for 81 hours. Yeah, three's pushing it. Sometimes I have done it in the past if I've had very little sleep. I remember doing it a few weeks back actually, and I'm leaning in and I'm reading the paper, and I felt myself. I could hear my voice, as if it was sort of coming back at me. And I remember thinking, "That's my voice. What am I talking about? Where am I?" And then I suddenly thought, "You're going to sleep." And occasionally they have said to me, "Steve, you all right?" You go, "Yes. And Steve, I'm being kept awake because the flat upstairs smoke alarm is beeping." Oh right. Told them the battery needs changing, but they haven't done it. Yeah, it beeps if you don't put the new battery in. It goes. Yeah, it is very annoying actually. They're obviously very poor people. Chris, Steve, you make me laugh. Postman didn't even shake. What a dirty post. No, I'm more worried about the fact that he's holding our post, and he's just been holding his what's-it, and his weed as well, and he looks like the sort of person who probably dribbles, if you get my drift, and then you think, and then he's touching your post, and he's been suspended. Better pull your finger out, boys, on that one, I think, definitely. Somebody says, "Thank you for keeping me going this morning. I'm getting ready for work at Centre Parks." Have you ever been? Do I sound like the sort of person who go to Centre Parks? God. Definitely not. My friend Neil's gone. He's gone, but they have little members of their family, so it's little members. So it's that's what it's for. It's for little people. I've seen the adverts on the television. It's not for me. I'm Steve Allen 67. I think I might change it like Harper 7, Steve Allen 67. It might work actually.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, welcome to Thursday. Welcome to it's blooming freezing outside. It really is. It's not the best. Have you seen The Tourist on BBC iPlayer? Very confusing, says Mark in Romford. No, well, I should imagine you're in Romford. Everything's mostly confusing, I should imagine, to you. I have been to Romford. You must watch a programme on Sky Documentary, The Inventor. It's about Theranos and its founder found guilty. Yeah. What was so amazing? She claimed that she'd invented a machine that could test your blood and tell you all the illnesses you had. It turned out she was a con artist. She's a crook. And so people, I mean, she raised over $1 billion, I believe. People like Murdoch put money into it. £92 million, because they were all hoping to raise loads of money, because it was anything that's sort of a bit scientific. Anyway, found guilty of conspiracy to commit fraud. She denied the charges, but they carry a maximum prison sentence of 20 years each. So she showed little emotion. I mean, she's got all this money. Why should she bother about it? People are that dumb. We had the bloke in this country. Do you remember? We found him because I'd remembered the story, and he'd invented something that could sort of detect bombs and things like that and explosives. And it turned out to be nothing at all. It was just an empty box with a few wires shoved inside it. And he was charging $60,000 and people bought into it. So The Tourist is what? The Tourist is, this programme. Jamie Dornan, hurt alive, but no idea who he is, lost in the Australian outback. He's running from a past he can't remember and somebody wants him dead. I've lost the will to live already. To be honest with you, hurt, alive, and no idea who he is. You're the tourist, okay? Lost in the Australian outback. People die in the outback. You know, they've had people before who go out there and they go off the beaten track or something like that, and they have no idea. And then, because of this scorching heat, you'd think they'd take some ombre solaire with them, wouldn't you, really? And loads of water in the back of the vehicle. But they don't. But this one's alive, but he's got no idea who he is. I have days like that. I wake up in the morning, I have to look in the mirror and go, who are you? Yeah, hurt and alive. And hurt and alive, but no idea who he is. Steve Allen, first thing in the morning. You won't work again. Steve, so you've got to watch this programme, says Nick. It's compelling viewing. Well, I know all about little bits and pieces. Steve, I bet you're like a spring chicken. If we stuck you on a climbing wall at Centre Park, you'd show us all how it's done. Actually, the funny thing is, I would have done years ago. I couldn't climb a tree now. I really couldn't. We used to do it when we were younger because you could pull your weight up. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd need one of those little sort of crane lifts or something to get me to a hoist to pull me up there. I always feel ill when I watch people who are tree cutting and they're suspended by a piece of rope, and I think, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. And I've seen the climbing wall. We've got a big one down at Shepherd's Bush. If you drive up to the roundabout, I can't do ladders. I can't do chairs. Seriously, I've got this fit. I just get a bit dizzy. Low chairs. I couldn't stand on a chair. They move. They're like, look, they swing round. I couldn't stand on it. Somebody said, I remember I was looking at an old theatre in Twickenham. It used to be part of the council offices, and they use it for doing karate and stuff like that. But the theatre is still there. It's only a little tiny place. And I think Mari Lloyd played there. But anyway, somebody said, why don't you take a picture of it? So I climbed up this ladder, but I was facing the wrong way. And they said, turn round. You must be joking. So I had to hold the camera up over my head and take a picture. It's the only way I could do it. Yeah, I can't do anything like that, actually. But I've seen people doing climbing walls. But I've said before, people who climb up the outside of buildings with no safety rope, no nothing, and they're clinging on up the shard and stuff. And I'm thinking, whoa, not for me. Not for me. But, I would very much like part of me to be a spring chicken, but I fear it is not to be at all. I'm just not good with stuff like that. And yet years ago, I'd have been great. Climbing trees. Very good at climbing trees. Then you let yourself down, swinging on the branch. I couldn't do that now. I'd never hold myself up. Did a fear of heights get worse? Yes. Yeah. You've got nothing to look forward to. The ageing process is absolute rubbish. There's nothing that you can look for. You can't even do all the things you want to. It's like now, years ago, if you saw the bus coming around the corner, you'd sprint. Not anymore. I think let it go past. There's always another one along in 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, I can wait for that. But I wish they would put seats by all bus stops. I think it's grossly unfair to put that silly little bit of orange plastic inside where you slide your bum off it every 5 minutes. Definitely not good. I like the story of the seal pup who swam 750 miles from Scotland for a New Year's social. That's quite sweet, isn't it? I don't think they know that. But they have found seals in fields, and they often wonder how they got there. That's it. But if we're going to get this thunder snow, we won't. We won't get the thunder snow. It'll be in certain parts of the country. And it means that it'll come down like rain and there'll just be snow everywhere. Your little windscreen wipers will not be able to cope. But it could disrupt travel. Well, of course it will do. This is England. That's what happens. Everything disrupts travel. So the Met Office have issued 3 yellow warnings. That's lightning strikes from isolated thunderstorms and as much as 10 centimetres of snow falling on the highest ground from 10 a.m. on Thursday until 11 a.m. on Friday across Scotland, Wales and Northern England. Oh, thank God for that. We're in London. We don't get affected by it. So that's good news. In the Scottish Highlands from 8 p.m. on Thursday until 11 on Friday, frequent sleet, hail and snow showers may lead to some disruption to travel. You see, for that reason, I'd love double glazing. And if I was living up in Scotland, all you want is double glazing, a mug of hot tomato soup, and just sit there watching through the window. Who wants to go out? You don't want to go out and stuff like that. What's the point? There's going to be icy patches, brief power outages, which means that, you won't be having power, so you just have to sit there with your cup of soup. But they do a self-heating cup of soup. It's tomato soup. The tin has got soup in it and it's got an outer layer and you pull the ring and it heats up. A bit like hand warmers, and it heats up and heats you up. What do you mean? Don't look at me like that. I love the way you disbelieve it. Go on, look at self-heating tin of soup. You'll find it. It'll be there because I got sent some in years ago. It wasn't as hot as I wanted. I do like a hot tin of... I might have soup today, actually, with some bread. Yeah, I've talked myself into it now, but not the self-heating one. But it does exist. There you go. Tomato, chicken and mushroom. Hot in 3 minutes. So what you do is you push that thing on the top and it releases like chemical reaction. There's like a tin within a tin. So it's the outside that's heating up. It's a bit fiddly, to be honest with you. And then you shake the soup around and it apparently heats up. But it doesn't get as hot as you want it to be. No, there's no steam off it. And I do like hot soup. But I always put it in a big mug. I've got a giant mug, which I bought from JD Sports ages ago. And that just works for a tin of Heinz tomato soup. And if I do some bread and butter as well, then I can dunk the bread and butter in the soup. Why? Because I'm common. I can't help it. That's what I like doing. My mother used to hate it. What are you doing? I'm just dipping sliced bread. I've had both, actually, but sliced bread is easier because I butter it and then fold it in half. And then you can grip it and dunk at the same time. Believe you me, I'm a bit of an expert. So what do we get? We've got to follow that postman story because I'm hoping he's going to be fired. I mean, that's just disgusting. I mean, our postmen round Twickenham are absolutely the height of perfection. Seriously, they are absolutely really, really good. And very good, very useful, everything else. Some of the delivery people are not so great from some of the other companies. Do you know 9 million people haven't had the booster? Don't make the same mistake, please. I only urge you for that, just so you can mainly try and get through something this year. End of a golden era. Woke destroys the Globes. They've cancelled them, which is not very good. And Tory peer and bra tycoon Michelle Monet is set to be quizzed by cops over a claim she sent a racist text message. I mean, it's the Met Police are investigating a formal complaint made against her by an Indian man. Of course, she's Baroness, isn't she? I'd forgotten she's Baroness now. Other stories which are making the papers today. Hire staff of the NHS backlog. They're losing people left, right and centre. And Emmanuel Macron said he wants to annoy the unvaccinated. Yeah, pee off, they say in the papers today. And people are saying, really, you shouldn't be saying things like that. It's not very nice language. But he said basically, the unvaccinated, to convince them to get jabbed. I don't think, telling them to pee off is going to help them do something like that, is it really? The Chelsea pensioners want the Sun readers to help them find new members. So they can have up to 300 pensioners, and they're a bit short. But applicants must have served in the ranks, be over 65 and free of any financial obligations to a spouse or family. That's the only reason you qualify. But believe you me, you get the uniform. You get to live in like a little cell, which is quite nice. But I promise you one thing. If you go and join the Chelsea pensioners, every time you go for a walk down the King's Road or wherever you go, people will buy you drinks. People will want to have their pictures taken with you. You will become instantly celebritified. My new word. You become a celebrity. If you see a Chelsea pensioner standing in a bar, it is almost a race for people to buy them a drink. Most of these poor pensioners stagger home 3 sheets to the wind. Goodbye, Dolly, I must leave you. So you have to do it. Steve, I gather you wouldn't do the skywalk on top of Tottenham Stadium. No, absolutely not. No, but my favourite thing to watch is the skywalk attached to a mountain in China where it cracks. It pretends to crack. And the people on it go, and they lie down. They're trying to cling onto the side because they don't know if the whole thing is going to collapse on them. The Chinese are so cruel in that respect. They don't. They think it's hilarious. So I definitely wouldn't do the skywalk. I'm not very good at stuff like that. Listen, I've got to have some downside. I can't think of anything else, but that would be it at the moment.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning. Welcome to Thursday, 6th of January. It's LBC. I'm Steve Allen, and this is Early Breakfast between now and 7. Somebody else was saying we had a bit of snow in Southend on Tuesday. It didn't settle because it had rained. That's always the way, because the temperature fluctuates in this country, and that's why in the big cities, like, you know, the Manchesters and Edinburgh and Glasgow and London and places like that, the buildings keep it fairly warm. So you might get a dusting of snow. It looks very pretty for about 5 seconds, and then it disappears. And then because that's water, when the next lot of snow falls, it just dissolves itself into the water. So you never really get it, actually. David in Shropshire says there's a Frenchman called Alain Robert who climbs up tall buildings all over the world, and he doesn't use any safety gear. He's mad. They call him the French Spider-Man. Frightens the life out of me. Seriously, I mean, I really can't. And he will sit at the edge of something, and I get funny palpitations. He literally clings onto the side of a building. He's done this free climbing, so there's no ropes. He's not attached to anything. He just clings on with his fingers. I mean, I can't believe anybody would ever do it. Just imagine if you kind of misjudged, and the thing that you were clinging onto started to come away from the building. You would know that'd be it. I mean, look at it. Look, it's just his fingers. I couldn't do it. Why would you? I don't know why you'd want to do it. Probably to annoy us, I should imagine. But he climbs here. Is it the Ariane Tower? And just with his bare hands. Say you miss. I mean, I don't even want to think about it. I find it too depressing, I'm afraid. And also, it's somewhat scary. Somebody like me, you know, not an easily scared person. But when I sort of watch him doing it and you think, he's never going to the top. He goes right to the top. Still clinging on with his hands, and then leans back to have a picture taken. Supposing that metal that he's clinging onto gave way, and the glue it was fixed on with, Copydex, came attached. They used a Pritt stick on it. You imagine? And you look at him and you think, how can you do that? But I've seen people climbing in caves, upside down, clinging onto the rocks. So you're hanging like a spider kind of thing. But that's not too bad, because that's only a cave. This is climbing up buildings that are hundreds and hundreds of feet tall. Somebody did it. Didn't they do it in Dubai? Where they went right to the very top of this thing. And I'm looking, saying, say it buckles in the wind or something. Anything can happen. I don't like it. Gust of wind. Cyril in Birmingham says, you mentioned milk chocolate digestive biscuits the other week, and now I can't stop eating them. We have an influence on people for eating. My daughter turns 15 this month. Should I take her for afternoon tea in London on her own, or take my wife and 2 other kids? I don't know. 15. I don't think 15 they want tea. That's a fact. Paul in Grayslake in Illinois says it's currently minus 11 degrees here. Minus 11 degrees. 12 Fahrenheit. Heading for minus 17. 0 Fahrenheit tomorrow. Time for a jacket, he says. Oh dear. Sandra says you're not the only one who's got a lovely postman. Ours is brilliant. Every Christmas he gets a tip from me. Yes, our one's I think he's Darren. He's very good. Everybody knows him. Everybody knows him. Need to get to know your postman, so they look after you. And they look up, because he will sometimes say to me as he's pushing, he say, I've got something for you today. I always go, thank you. So, a new apprentice contestant, already going to start reading rubbish about the desperados. This is called Navid Soul, and he's hoping, although he could clash with Lord Sugar, he's a staunch anti-vaxxer. He's a pharmacist. I mean, obviously not the brightest penny in the box. He's been on other shows. I can't remember which other shows he's been on. It was mentioned the other day, and I remember thinking, shouldn't you just concentrate? It's like, you know, at the moment we've got a spate of doctors on the television who think that they've got personalities and they want to be presenters and they want to be this and that. And I'm thinking, why don't you go and do what we trained you to do? Quite ridiculous. But writing as Minaj Navis, he says, trust me, Nikki, I'm a pharmacist. This is in a misspelt tweet. Nicki Minaj fan Navid replies to one of the pop star's anti-vax comments, and so it goes on. But let's hope that he doesn't survive very long on the programme. They're not particularly bright. Even Alan Sugar says they're not particularly bright this time round. Memories from the golden era. This is, some of the dresses that people wear, you know, when these award ceremonies take off. There's generally a room full of all these clothes, and you go in and pick out what you want, and then they lend it to you. That's right, he was previously on Eating with My Ex. What a stupid person he is. He's obviously desperate to be somebody as opposed to a failure, because I've never even heard of Eating with My Ex. BBC Three. Oh, so in other words, nobody watching. Nobody watching at all. Eating with My Ex. So, he's appeared on Channel 5's Rich Kids Go Skint. Judge Rinder and BBC's Eating with... Oh, what a sad person he is. Fame hunter. Well, just concentrate, matey. You know, because nobody's going to like you to start with. Describing himself as quirky and unique. No, desperate. He says, nothing intimidates me because I just feel like I'm a strong character. Strong person, strong mindset. Unfortunately, failure in every single one of them. You're none of them. None of those things there. Obviously. I mean, really, how desperate. Why do they not vet these people properly before they put them on there? So I had to slurp a tea there, calm myself down. Became quite overwrought and breathe them back in the room. But no, why do they not vet them and say, sorry, have you been so desperate you've been on other shows as well in this country? Yeah, I've been on Judge Rinder, been on the... Oh, right, oh, you're that desperate. I mean, you can just imagine, he's going to be the loudmouth one, whoever he's going to go, why don't you just shut up? Why don't you just shut up? Duchess of Sussex, she's not a duchess. No, thank you. She's not a duchess. Just happened to marry Harry, and he's out the royal family, so I think they should neither of them have titles. Just gets £1 from her High Court privacy win, which is okay. I couldn't care less, actually. Doesn't make any difference to me whatsoever. Just a bit bored with both of them, which you're allowed to be. And Rod Liddell talking today about poor old Helen Mirren getting it in the neck from both sides. She's playing the lead role in a new biopic of Israel's first female PM, Golda Meir. So as you might expect, she's being attacked by the pro-Palestinian lobby. How dare she appear as a horrible Israeli? But she's also being attacked by some Jews. This is the Maureen Lipman says Helen shouldn't have taken the role because she's not Jewish. No, indeed, Maureen, she's not a politician either. That means that in order to convey the part, Helen will have to be acting. I love it, especially as Maureen Lipman played an Anglican priest, you know, a vicar, and she's not even Anglican. So there you go. There you go. Steve, after 15 days of no internet, they came yesterday afternoon and fixed it. Not only did they fix it, they put in fibre optic with a new router, and now the internet is blisteringly fast, says Dave and Helen. Yeah, mine's okay, actually, but I don't use my computer that often. I don't think I'm fibre optic, definitely not. Jazz in Hounslow said, just finished work, -2, I can't get into the car, the door's frozen. Any idea how I can get in? Breathe on it? That was the old, wasn't that a Basil Fawlty thing? He was talking to Polly, who's got a Canadian accent or an American accent, and really bizarre. And he says, so Polly, do you know how my wife does toast? Which I love it. But no, I mean, I don't know. You can buy a de-icer. They always say at this time, of course, if you can't get into the car, you can't get the de-icer, can you? Perhaps you should get a little de-icer and you can keep it in your pocket. On a little key ring. I'm sure you can get miniature de-icers. I'm sure you can find them on Amazon. Bit a good place to look. Little de-icers so that they... Because otherwise, if you can't get in, and then you just spray it into the lock, and then you can open it up, which makes it easier. Once you're in the car, then you turn on the heat. Mine heats instantly. Very, very quick. I don't know how it works. There you go. That's a mini de-icer. And... unfortunately, it doesn't tell you how much it is or where we're getting it from. We're getting it from gifts. So 50 of them are £2.80 each. Don't think you want 50, do you? I mean, why would you want 50 little mini de-icers? Genuine de-icer, auto glass window washer. No, not much use, is it? Yeah, there's a windscreen de-icer spray, currently unavailable, and we don't know when the item will be back in stock or whether it will ever be back in stock. So tough. You kind of just have to suffer on that one. Shane says it's very humid here, 98 degrees in Sydney. That's right, upset everybody. I could tell you actually in Sydney today you've got 27 degrees, but you've got the chance of thunder. Friday, 27 degrees and rain. Saturday, rain and cloudy. Thunder and cloudy, 29 degrees. It generally is peaking around... It goes down on Wednesday to 25 degrees. Double it and add 30, so you're looking at 80 degrees. Well, how you suffer. How you suffer. And we've got... we've got dreadful... It's not the most exciting, is it? Today we've got 7 degrees, chance of rain, light rain and a moderate breeze. Friday, rain, 6 degrees. Saturday, rain, 10 degrees. And then on Sunday, it's just cloudy, 9 degrees. Monday, cloudy. Tuesday, cloudy. Actually, Monday's good temperature, 12 degrees, but that's about as good as it gets here, I'm afraid. Jane says, we have a lovely postwoman, Steve, in our village, and whenever I see her, I give her a homemade biscuit, especially in this weather. Bit of a temptress there, aren't we? I'll give her a homemade biscuit. Rice pudding, actually. I could eat a rice pudding. I was watching somebody making bagels on YouTube earlier on, and it's a company, I think they might be called Utopia or something, in New York, and they make them by hand, and they've been making them that way for years, and for 40 years plus, they've been making these bagels, and the bloke who owns the shop says, I can tell out of all the people who make them, whose bagel is made by whom. He's that good at doing it. He can just tell by the way they're formed and everything else, but they're not done on a machine, whereas the majority of I like bagels, yes. But he fills them up. When you have a cream cheese and smoked salmon bagel, they pack it in there. I'll tell you, over here they're very stingy. You know, you have to look at the top. Is the smoked salmon still alive and it's escaped? Where is it? Apparently in Alberta, Canada, Steve, we got minus 32 degrees with a wind chill of minus 40. Gosh. That just seems a little bit too cold. A little bit too cold for me, thank you. Cheap vodka for the frozen door, says Lawrence. Listen, I don't think he's going to be wandering around Hounslow trying to find cheap vodka at this time of the morning, although I know, might be the way out. David in Shropshire. I love the interview process of The Apprentice where they found out all the lies they told in their application form. Well, this one is just, oh, have we seen you on television before? Yes, sadly, I'm a failure. My life is completely wasted. I've been on Judge Rinder's programme, and I've also been on some programme on BBC Three, which you've never even heard of, and he's done something else. What a sad person.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
So anyway, the first failure in The Apprentice is the bloke Navid. Navid apparently has been on this programme called Eating with My Ex. Unfortunately, Navid is delusional. He sat down with Charlotte, who he thought he was in a relationship with for 4 years, only to find out that she didn't ever see him in a romantic way. I never saw you as a boyfriend, she savagely told him. Nothing's happened, nothing's happening, nothing will ever happen because I don't see you like that. Navid goes, I genuinely thought we were in a relationship. It was 4 years of us going out twice a month, Charlotte explained. We didn't talk every day. She just basically took him for the meals. And that was it. But, I mean, he is so delusional. This is why. This is... That's all I need now. He's so delusional, he believed that for 4 years he was in a relationship. And they saw each other twice a month going out for something to eat. And they've put him, so he's obviously passed the vetting process for The Apprentice without realising that this man might have some serious issues. You can't think you were in a relationship, put somebody up on the television and go, oh, we've been going out for 4 years. And she goes, no, we haven't. This is somebody who seriously needs some help. They should not put him up on the television. They shouldn't. Because he might start telling lies. Do you remember Nasty Nick in Big Brother? You remember Nasty Nick? It killed his career stone dead. He started telling lies about things. And, no, not Doc Cotton's son. Nasty Nick from Big Brother. Do you remember him? He started lying left, right and centre, but he got caught out. And Navid, I'm afraid, is the same. He's a pharmacist. They'll be laughing their socks off. But they filmed a lot of this programme already. But, I mean, people like this... Not good. Steve, says Laurie Lee, could the postman not pop round and pee on the frozen car lock? Well, he could, but he could actually, because he is suspended at the moment. Spray hand sanitizer into the car lock. The alcohol will de-ice it. Yes, unfortunately, not many people walk around with hand sanitizer on them. Do you walk around with hand sanitizer? Oh, you would. Oh, how marvellous. Oh, it's one of the global hand sanitizers. Yes, that's basically called memorabilia. Okay. Spiker Susie in Barnes. My daughter lives in Winnipeg in Canada. It's minus 25 centigrade now. Brr. Thank you for the great show. Minus 25 degrees. Minus 25 degrees. Oh, dear. Poor Dylan Wright makes the papers today. Dylan Wright is a plank. Why is he a plank? He was mocked for going a deep mahogany colour like the Benidorm star Madge. He was left covered in freckles, sparking future cancer fears. What Dylan did at the age of 28, but not the brightest penny, bought 2 £10 tanning jabs online. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Before a Spanish holiday, was in shock to see how dark he was in the pictures during the break in the resort of Sitges with a friend. The customer services worker said, I remember saying on the third or fourth day, I'm going really, really dark, and then I started getting lots of freckles. I didn't think too much about it. And about these injections, because I got them online. I mean, you'd have to be a complete and utter idiot to buy anything online that you inject into yourself, but there you go. The Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency has previously warned against using the potentially lethal tanning jabs. They contain lab-created hormone melanotan 2, which increases the melanin production in the skin and can cause an increase in moles and freckles. Users have complained about suffering from hallucinations, nausea, and terrible headaches. Dylan, who comes from Colchester, is still battling the side effects. Duh! How stupid are you? Fancy buying an injection online? You know, do you understand pharmaceutical things? You don't look as though you do. The doctors called me an idiot. That would be an understatement. And told me it's a side effect of the drug. He said, I've got loads of freckles all over my arms and face, like I'm in my 60s. I've got the marks to show for it, and it can have long-lasting effects. I've learnt my lesson. Yeah, I bet you have. How ridiculous. I wouldn't even know where you bought stuff like this, but obviously you do. You do. It's ridiculous. Kensington Palace are hiring security. Why? Because apparently Prince William's security needs beefing up after 2 recent royal security scares, because he either lives at this hall up in Norfolk, which is a vast sprawling estate, or they've got Kensington Palace. How much is the job paying? It involves patrolling the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge's home and monitoring CCTV. And how much are they paying for this fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen? Something awful, you're quite right. They're the tightest family in the country. This job pays for a security guard £22,000. £22,000. I mean, you couldn't make it up, actually, could you? But anyway, they had a bow-wielding intruder at Windsor Castle. £22,390 a year job. Do you think it comes with free accommodation and a car and perhaps days off every so often? Or do you think they really are as tight as that? They really are tight. They pay so little. You know why? Because people who've worked for them can then go to America, and the Americans go, oh, you work for the royal family. They're a bit impressed by that. They like that kind of thing. So people like Paul Burrell, whatever happened to him? Yeah, but they don't want to stay. They want to work for them for a little while, then they move on, and they get jobs in America as butlers and things like that. Little bit of a worrying, isn't it? The school that named the house after J.K. Rowling has dropped the title over the Harry Potter's author's views on trans people. And so the Boswell School have basically been getting kicked in the rear end for being so stupid and woke. Ridiculous. Steve says, Mike in King's Langley. I think The Apprentice is going the same way as Big Brother. Started off as interesting and enjoyable programmes. Now it's just a load of contestants hell-bent on fame and celebrity. I'd rather watch the girl with the balloon on the old test card. Remember test cards? Yes. Absolutely. But it's sad, isn't it, when you get somebody who's going on the programme, who's a pharmacist, who goes on, he's been on 3 different programmes now, 3 or 4. This will be the 4th, I think. And he wants to be somebody, but he's basically coming over as slightly scary when he thought a girl that he'd been seeing for 4 years was his girlfriend. She was never his girlfriend, never intended. The test card girl, by the way, Mike, is 63 now. I thought I'd tell you that. 63. That'll make you feel really ancient, won't it? But this other guy, they should have vetted him properly and found out that this girl, who's his girlfriend, she'll be selling her story. I bet you anything. She'll be selling... Steve, in eastern Russia right now, it's minus 46. I don't think we'll go to eastern Russia then. Let's stay well out of eastern Russia at the moment. Another one, which says, what's the secret to telling a good postman joke? It's all in the delivery. What do they call Postman Pat after he retired? Pat. I don't know why people think I like these jokes. They're terrible. Terrible. And they handed me the first letter to deliver. I looked at it and thought, this isn't for me. I don't quite understand that. What did we do that for? What was that one for? Oh, tell me in the break. 25 minutes past 5. Police caught a mafia kingpin. Believe it or not. This is in Sicily. They saw him on Google Street View. He's a murderer called Giacomo Gamino. He fled prison 20 years ago. The Google image showed him outside a veg store set up under an alias in Spain. His restaurant, Manu's Kitchen, also offered Sicilian dishes, and its Facebook page showed him in a chef's white. Gamino, identified by a chin scar, said, "Police, I haven't even phoned my family for 10 years. So he's now being returned to Italy to serve a life term." And there he is. I mean, honestly, talk about not bright. That's why he's in prison. A Sicilian mafia fugitive. It obviously still goes on, but I thought they were far more sophisticated now. But he hasn't spoken to the wife. She presumably had no idea that he was out running a restaurant. But he was. Manu's Kitchen. La Coquina de Manu. Probably not pronounced like that at all. But the restaurant, incidentally, is now closed. But I love the idea. They even offered a Sicilian dinner. I don't know what that would involve, but I have seen The Godfather, so I've got a rough idea. And David says, spotted you in my Radio Times with Daniel Radcliffe. Really? Jane Garvey's a big fan of yours. Really? Lord above. Oh, yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yeah, she loves it. Well, people do. People do. It's not complicated. Goodness sake, honestly. I think anybody who's working in radio, you've got the job of the century, as far as I'm concerned. Stuart in Norfolk says, on fire this morning, Steve. Here we go. I don't think I am now. Da-da-da-da. I'm here all week. Well, for another day, anyway. Another day. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, McDonald's vegan McPlant burger. It just doesn't interest me. I don't know why they keep why don't they plug quarter pounders with cheese a bit more often? Because obviously not enough people want to know about it. What about these vegan nuggets at Burger King? Well, they're just as they close Burger King at Waterloo Station. Not the brightest thing to do, is it? Well, just launch some nuggets. Oh, blow me down. We just decided to close down for 6 weeks to do the place up again. Didn't need doing up at all. But the woman who runs it is like a nervous wreck. I mean, seriously. Here, running over there, running over there. Terrible, really. Oh, here's a little picture. Michelle Keegan. And she's on holiday in Mexico, but it's a posed picture. And she's back on the booze again, I'm afraid. She went 4 days. Back on the booze. She had a blue, I don't know, it might be called a blue lagoon. Wet January, yeah. No, she wanted a dry January, but she didn't, she obviously can't cope without it. But the good news is that that Cheryl Cole Tweedy Fernandez Allowed is back in the papers again. She does her own housework. This is quite marvellous. She is a workhorse recent. She's recently bought a bike. She's named which one it is, and that'll be a freebie. So she's very good. She says, exercise isn't... Sorry, I can't... Okay. Exercise isn't top of my list at the moment. That's how she talks. But anyway, she also used this comeback interview to share her insights into Bear, her son with Liam Payne. And... she shares that Koya in Mayfair is one of my go-to restaurants. It's Peruvian. How bizarre. I've never even heard of it before. But she says, I always order tuna and spring onions. Oh, right. Riveting. Who does she go with? I don't think she's got any friends left, actually. She said, but meditation she does. She says, for dessert, I have the orange and lime churros served with chocolate sauce. Sounds a real classy venue, this one. Churros. You can get those at Winter Wonderland. She says it tastes like Terry's chocolate orange, but 1,000,000 times better. She's good, isn't she? She starts her day, though. She takes Bear to school, and then on the way back, she then sorts out her work calls. We have no idea what these are. It just sounds hilarious, but she does work calls. And then she settles down to the housework. And then when she finishes the housework, she then has to go back and pick Bear up and bring him back in home again. She's so big, and she does this every day in between trying to get out to Koya in Mayfair, which is Peruvian, and does churros. I mean, I ask you. It's obviously a class place. But in between scrubbing the loo and eating leaves, she tells us she finds opportunities to meditate on all the bigger things in life. She has a series of apps. She says, I do it every evening and sometimes during the day for at least 20 minutes. She says, I used to use an app but to calm and guide me. But for what? So what are you doing, darling, that it's sort of, you need calming down? Yes, you must listen to this. You could calm down easily. She says, Calm also has an app for kids called Moshi, which I sometimes use for Bear. It tells kiddie stories. It's cute. Right. I don't really know what to go with that one at all. I still remember poor old Cheryl in the early days, as we all remember Cheryl and the toilet attendant. The story lives in memory, ladies and gentlemen.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I've just had a thought, actually, because Dawn Neeson forgot to say good morning an hour ago, distracted, she said, by the untangling of fairy lights left on the floor that mysteriously tied themselves in knots overnight. So the Steve Allen Show is helping. Why do they not invent? Because I have exactly the same problem. I've got to take the lights off the Christmas tree, because when you first put them on there, that you just go all over the place because you end up with more. I mean, I've got 2,000 lights on the tree, and so I've turned the lights off, which is okay, that's fine. Why can they not just invent lights that are just the little light, and you literally just drop them onto the tree, or you clip them on with a magnet or something, with no cable, and they're all remote, so you literally push the remote control and the lights come on, and then when you take them off the tree, you just literally pick them all off, pop them in a bag, and then... because it's the cables that get all twisted and knotted. And you can spend ages... if you've only got a few hundred lights on a tree, it's fairly simple. But you're right. All of a sudden, they inextricably become tangled. And I get so cross and frustrated. I would love somebody to come in. I think there should be an untangling light company that comes round and they'll stretch them all out and put them in. Because I've got loads of lights. Boxes and boxes and boxes of lights. And it's a case of, I know that when I start taking them off the tree today, apart from the fact that half the needles are going to come off at the same time, I'm going to end up... So I've got the Henry ready to vacuum up all the needles and to vacuum up all the silver stuff that hangs down. But it's the blasted cable. I know it's going to get tied up round one of the branches of the tree. And I'm going to end up going, sod this for soldiers. So I know exactly where you are. Meant to be writing is Dawn, but not at the moment. You've got to get him. Get him out of bed. Get him out there and start packing everything up in boxes. It's outrageous you have to do it. Outrageous. But nevertheless, that's what we do. And then you pop it away for another year. And then you just sort of get it all out again. I think we should sort of get, different lights. But I like the idea of each bulb is individual with no cable on it, and they're just little remote control bulbs, and they're automatically charged up through some mysterious way. I don't know. I can't think of anything how it would work. But it's just such a fiddly thing with the cable, and then there, and this one tied here, and it's just not good enough. I like the story in the paper today, though, of the brother and sister separated in World War II have been reunited after 80 years. After 80 years. This is David Westcott, had a faint memory of leading a girl he thinks was Sister Jan from Rubble after a bombing raid. She was adopted during the Blitz from 1940 to 1942, and they lost touch. Her daughter Beth traced David before a DNA test confirmed he and Jan were siblings. David comes from Bideford in Devon. He said there were tears, laughter and joy when he visited Jan in Darlington. Beth says it's beautiful that they met. They spent a lifetime apart. Isn't that good? Isn't that good? There's so much to catch up on. But I bet you anything, they've got nothing to talk about at all. Because people always say that, don't they? Little bit like sort of Navid when he went out with that girl twice, in a month over 4 years, and he thought it was a relationship. Poor soul. Steve, I didn't know Cheryl had Yorkshire roots. No, she's got black roots. I've noticed them. She needs to sort of occasionally, but I've got this, and Simon, my frenemy. Somebody did a very, very good impression of her. It wasn't me, but it was somebody did a very, very good one. And Ian says, my mate got a job as a postman. He says it keeps him off the streets. Thank you, Ian. You're barred. Shan't be hearing the light of day again, ever. And a picture of... I'm still trying to work out how bankrupt Katie Price is affording £2,000 to learn how to administer lip filler and Botox. Like you'd want to risk that one. Thank you very much indeed. So it's a proper job. And so she has skills to fall back on in the future. She's a grafter, never been afraid of hard work. We are talking about the same person, are we? Hilarious. Mum of 5, Katie, has admitted she was lucky not to spend Christmas in prison after her 6th ban for drink driving. and the cocaine-fueled crash. She said, 2022 has to be my year of no drama. Oh, give up, love. Give up now. No, there's going to be dramas. There is. And former Towie person, James Argent, is almost half the man he used to be. He lost 12 stone. He didn't lose it through a diet. He didn't lose it through doing lots and lots of exercise. He spent £10,000 at a clinic, and they cut it out. So there was no effort needed whatsoever. He previously told people that doctors had said he'd die if he didn't lose weight. Well, he has lost weight, but he's had it cut out. Not quite like going on a diet or doing anything else, so I wouldn't be recommending that to anybody, apart from the fact it was £10,000. He had a gastric sleeve surgery. So he went from 27 stone to 15 stone. But he works out as well. I've seen a little bit of half-hearted working out. Not really proper stuff. And so you end up with... It's like people... There was a bloke, do you remember him? He had all this cosmetic surgery to give him a six-pack, but it was all fake. They inserted silicone into his body to give him a six-pack. He was very famous for having all these cosmetic surgery issues. And so he could look as though he had a six-pack, but it was all formed by stuff that was injected into him. I know. Well, some people can't be bothered to... some people can't be bothered to actually go. I was just checking my six-pack. I know it's there somewhere. I just haven't actually found it. Steve, wrap the Christmas lights around cardboard as you take them off the tree, and they'll be untangled for next year. Yeah, I've seen... But they did it on the television the other day, didn't they? They did it on Steph McGovern's programme where they were all doing it. I turned on, very disappointed, to discover Ed Balls, the most boring man in the world, was on something yet again. Give it a rest, please. Boring as a politician, boring as a so-called celebrity now. So, but I see them. You get bits of cardboard, like just take it off a cardboard box, wrap the lights around it. But at some point, you're going to need to go back to the beginning because there will be a tangle. I know that there will be. I can just guarantee it. Steve, when I take the lights off the tree, I wind them loosely around my hand, says Jack. When I've got a fair amount, I cable tie that bit together, then start the next bit. Done it for years. And I've never spent the following year untangling wires. I know. You're probably right, actually. I do have lots and lots of lights. Big sets of lights. It was competition. Do I reuse? Yeah. Well, sometimes. Oh, this year I bought them brand new again. Because they were on special offer. They were only 40 quid. So I bought them. Yeah, 40 quid for 10,000. I took them in there because it said they were a bargain price. And I said, oh, do I get a discount of it? She said, they are discounted. Bit mean, isn't it? I'm not very happy I'll be going there again. But I've still got lights that I bought in John Lewis some years ago. I gave my brother a set and I kept 2 sets of the lights because I cannot resist lights. I just wish they'd do all different colours. I wish that there would be a company who would bring out all sorts of combinations of colours because I like coloured lights. And I'm not really bothered about white lights. I've seen white lights. They're okay. They're a bit bland and they do the same things. But the coloured lights look better. But I want to see blue, red, green, orange, pink, probably pink. I don't think you don't see many pink Christmas tree lights, do you? I mean, I've not seen any. Have you seen them? No. You have white. Oh, I'm bland. I'm boring. Classy. There's nothing classy about a white light. It just shows lack of imagination as far as I'm concerned. Arthur Edwards talking about the Duchess on her birthday. Because everybody's celebrating birthdays at the moment, aren't they? Well, I suppose they do every year. And here we go again. I've come to the conclusion, I won't tell you who this person is, but certain so-called Z-list celebrities all of a sudden they go, oh, there'll be a little thing slipped in. Either, oh, I put on so much weight over the pandemic, I need to lose weight. So they then sell stories about losing the weight with the help of X, Y, and Z company. And then there's another one in the papers today of a Z-list celebrity who turned to drink during the pandemic, and so has told us about the drink. Now they've come back with another story about how I'm recovering from addiction. It's basically, it's a path into celebrity. Because now it's a case of, oh, I used to drink, like the rest of the country, I used to drink, and I'm willing to tell everybody because now I've got my family back. I mean, you've got to have, as I've said before, if you read my book, so you want to be a celebrity, you've either got to sleep with somebody famous, or sort of, you've got to marry somebody famous, or failing that, have an addiction, either to drink, drugs, penicillin, whatever it happens to be, it doesn't matter. You've got to have a story. If you've got no story, what are they going to write about? If they can write about the fact that you were doing 2 bottles of wine and a bottle of vodka every day, gross exaggeration, of course, because you would be dead by now, I should imagine. But they always sell it, and then they go, oh, look. And then they go, oh, by the way, so-and-so is going to bring out a record again. You go, oh, for goodness sake, that's all it is. A little bit of cheap publicity. But that's it. You've got to have a story. You've got to have a story. I mean, how you function on 2 bottles of wine and a bottle of vodka every day, I've got no idea. No idea. I would have thought, actually, I'd be very lucky to still be alive. Steve, let's go on Dragon's Den. Solar-powered Christmas light cable. 50-50, says Harvey. 50-50. Excuse me, it was my idea. 80-20. If you're very lucky, and you probably won't be. Other stories. Bristol jury clearing the protesters. Well, that's going to open the door for all sorts of vandalism, isn't it, in the country? We're going to find it all over the place. And the kid's Duchess, this is Kate. She is. And the NHS facing the perfect storm. Lots of people going down with it. And they're dropping hints. Do they think, whether this is just throwing something out to be a little bit mischievous, the press is saying, is Andrew in the process of offering, a cash settlement for this case to be dropped? In which case, it opens up all sorts of other things, doesn't it? But of course, if they do it and say, listen, he will pay this money, Mummy will give him the money because he doesn't appear to have any, because he's still trying to flog that Verbier chalet, which Sarah Ferguson, she's a marvellous person, is living in at the moment with the 2 girls and their husbands. And so it'll be a case of, if he actually gives her money, will she then go away and drop any cases? But the trouble is, I don't know where that leads it. Michael Jackson had exactly the same with Geordie Chandler. Geordie Chandler was a 14-year-old who featured in Jackson's documentary. And the story was going round that Michael Jackson had abused him, and so it went to court. And what happened was, I forget how much Michael Jackson paid. It was millions and millions of dollars. It was something like in excess of $20 million. $20 million. So I can't see Andrew paying any money over to this woman because he's denied all the allegations. You can't just 1 minute deny all the allegations and then go, oh, by the way, I'm going to give her some money. It doesn't make any sense to me, But when Michael Jackson paid Geordie Chandler, they were very keen to stress this does not admit any guilt. And Geordie Chandler, now grown up, has said his parents pushed him into pursuing a case against Michael Jackson. He said nothing ever happened. $23 million he got. He lives in a luxury apartment, and as you would do with $23 million, and that was $23 million all those years ago. So, but Andrew, he shouldn't pay anything because, A, he doesn't know who she is. He's already said that. So that wouldn't make any sense. But that's what the papers are sort of hinting at. There might be a settlement in the pipeline. I would think unlikely, very unlikely.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Good news. I was just reading it. Thank God for my brother. Thank God for anybody's brother, actually. And because my brother wrote to me and said there's a problem with transferring this money because it's a large sum. But as you, my audience, already told me, it's 25,000. But that's 25,000 is the maximum without the bank blocking the transaction. However, that will be waived for these specific transactions after I ring them. If there are any problems, I'll give you a ring later. So because this is something specific, it's not that we're transferring it into my overseas account in Guernsey or an oil rig, off the Shetlands, the Cayman Islands. I wound somebody up the other day. I felt so guilty afterwards when somebody said to me, do you pay proper tax in this country? I said, well, actually, I'm offshore. And they wrote back and went, well, I hope you've told Global all about this. And I thought, some people are even dumber than you imagine. It's almost a gift. It's a gift. Steve, I have coloured musical lights on my tree which still work perfectly. They came from Woolworths 25 years ago. I use them every year and put them back on the box they came in each time. I bet there's not very many, though, because years ago they were bulbs that you fitted in and you'd have to check them. We used to spread them out on the sitting room floor and go around and then try and find the bulb that matched them. So what we used to do, when you got the box of lights, you would have a little plastic packet with the bulb replacements in there and you would sellotape them to a bit of the cable so that you knew where they were, because otherwise you'd never find the right bulbs, because if you turned up, you put the wrong bulb in, there'd be a bang and the whole lot would go out. So you'd have to check all these things, which were good. So turn the task of taking down the Christmas tree lights into a game, Steve, says Sean. For every 20 lights you remove, have a glass of Prosecco. When they're all gone, have another glass. I've got 2,000 lights. I could get halfway through and not remember what the bottle was. 2-week hangover. Somebody says, I'd have thought Prince Andrew would welcome a court case. I don't think he's welcoming the court case. I really don't. I think, if anything, they will try and think of some way around it. He doesn't know who this person is. He's already said that. He does not remember having the photo taken. But as I've said before, I've been in the situation. Somebody sent me a photo and said, oh, this is me and you taken when I saw you outside Woolworths or Twig or whatever. I can't remember that. I can't remember that the other day. It's Nick Ferrari. I mean, I was standing by the bus stop the other day in Richmond, and a bloke walked past. He had a mask on and all the rest of it. He went, "Morning, Steve." And I looked at him and I laughed. I went, "Thank you." I don't know. Obviously, me standing there with a mask on looks like Steve Allen, and yet my Lynn, not her name, my Lynn, it's her Lynn. Lynn's her name. And she stood in front of me the other day. She was out shopping, but she had a mask on. She had a hat on and everything. I didn't recognise her at all. And I've known her for more than, well, it's a long time, put it that way. Long time. But it is a nightmare, says Patricia in Nottingham. Do you know, I love the way we go around the country on this programme. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think you're all brilliant. It's a nightmare removing the lights from the tree. My mum is allergic to the needles, so we've been using a fake tree. I just put it away in the box with the lights still on it. Well, you can buy fake trees now where the lights are fixed in permanently. But 2,000 lights I've got to sort out later on. So in between Dawn Neeson and me, I mean, we're just blooming useless. And the bank transfers, knowing my brother, he can be, because he's going to be me today. He's going to be me, which is going to make it easy. So 25,000. But as we said before, we could do two £25,000 transfers. But if it's a specific transaction for something on a mortgage and it's tax, well, then that's fine. Actually, the tax is okay. But so I got these. I mean, I went into complete panic last night. Complete panic. And what did I have, actually? Oh, I had sausages and rice. How dull was that, honestly? I must get cooking again. No, I didn't have any sauce, no. The sauce I had was Prosecco. Which was very nice. I gave my brother a bottle of Prosecco as well the other day. He was very excited. Very, very excited. As if by magic, Harry Potter cheers us up. Not everybody, judging by some of the conversations on LBC yesterday. And, Steve, there seemed to be a lot of Fives Company on YouTube. Is that young lad Nick Knowles? M and C. I don't know what that means, actually. Oh, their initials. Oh, Nick... Oh, no, M and C. What's that mean? Oh, so it's who it's from. Oh, it's right. Is that young lad Nick Knowles? Yes, Nick Knowles was on it. Rodri and Esther McVeigh. And Paul Roseby, and Amanda. There were quite a lot of us. Steve Allen. I only started off with one show, and then gradually I seemed to sort of fill up with sort of 4 or 5. But it was they built a studio. It shows how much money television's got. They built a studio for us, complete with seating for the audience. There was dressing rooms. We had runners who went to get your sandwiches every day. I mean, you look pampered like there was no tomorrow. Not like radio, although I've never complained about radio. But there is a lot of Fives Company. There's me and Paul doing sumo wrestling. Nick Knowles was comparing. Me doing tightrope walking. Me doing body popping. That's not a particularly good one. The break dance. That's really embarrassing. Any opportunity to get me with my clothes off? That'll tempt you to go looking for it today. And Steve. So there is a lot of Fives Company. In fact, there's a lot of Steve Allen on there, but not as much as there is of some people. I mean, some people have got tons and tons of it. I've just got little bits up, and all the people who were putting the stuff up, I had nothing to do with it. It was other people who were putting it up. It's like Dawn has got all these photos of LBC she's collected over the years of all the presenters. So if everybody says, have we got a picture of Steve Allen? I think at one point she put up all my publicity shots. Some of them photoshopped. Very hunky. But actually, I think the last one was photoshopped. In fact, I'm pretty certain it was. And Steve, you've inspired me to buy a new set of lights for my tree next year. In retrospect, I could do with a few more. I wonder how many more people are currently buying lights on Amazon. Oh, loads of people. Loads of people. There you go, look at all the different Steve Allen things. Don't laugh. It's not my fault. I couldn't help it. But it was, dear, Steve Allen breakdown. That's right. It was, we had all sorts of different people, which is interesting, isn't it? Interesting. When you look back, Carol Decker, but you look back over your sort of life in broadcasting, and you sort of think, God knows why we had to have all these pictures taken. We had pictures taken for all sorts of things, and then I've done a trip around Twickenham, me in hospital, me with my eyes which had been ballooned up. It was terrible. In fact, loads of pictures. Me on stage, me, you know, it's what you call a misspent youth, I think. We've all got it. I mean, my parents had exactly the same. When my parents died, they had 6 photo albums full of pictures of their life, because being in the forces, there were lots of cocktail parties and dinner parties and things like that. So who's the person who threw away parents' photos after they... Oh, I don't know. Have we done that on the programme? Oh, I don't remember that. Oh, no, I'd never throw... Oh, God, no, we wouldn't throw anything. In fact, I used a few of my parents' photographs when we did the shows, because my mother looked remarkably like the Queen when she was younger. Remarkably. Oh, John Le Mesurier, yes. Yes. That was Gloria Hunniford bought John Le Mesurier's house, and in the loft they found all of these photos and cine film of Hattie Jakes and John Le Mesurier, and it was amazing. And so they phoned the Sun up in America and to say, what do you want us to do with them? He said, well, I don't want them. Isn't it funny how you wouldn't really want things like that? I'd want everything to do with my parents. I told you, we've still got my parents' furniture, which I wouldn't dream of getting rid of it. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of it. They actually saved up to buy it. The least we can do is carry on. Oh, I couldn't think of anybody else wanting it. Oh, no, definitely not. I mean, it's nice furniture. Very nice furniture. What else we got? We got, oh, look, the Queen dressed perfectly in a pantomime dress. Because every year at Windsor Castle, the royal family put on a pantomime and they all dressed up. Wasn't just Prince Edward prancing around as I always remember those. Do you remember the It's a Royal Knockout? He got very cross. He came back in to see the journalists, thought they'd all be enthusiastic, and there was a wave of apathy swept over the room. And he went, so what do you think of it? And they went, oh, all right. Yeah. They couldn't care less. They're just journos. It was a photo opportunity to see, various members of the royal family make complete things of themselves. And so he said, well, thank you very much. And that's where you get the Harry and the temperamental and the tantrums and all the rest of it. It seems to run there. So he did ask them, well, what did you think of it? The journalists, unbeknownst to Prince Edward, hadn't seen the event because they remained in the press tent. That's where the booze was, separate from the celebrities. And apparently unhappy, they responded with nervous laughter. Prince Edward stormed out of the press conference, sarcastically thanking the journalists for their enthusiasm. That's the trouble, you see, because it's like, they're so used to getting their own way. People bow and scrape to them. And don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of the royal family. Not all of them. But, Charles goes and does an after-dinner speech or something. Very funny. And the audience will collapse on the floor dying with laughter. The moment they then do something, they go, oh, thanks very much. That's why Harry had all his tantrums kicking out at the journalists when he came out of clubs when he was drunk, and dressing up and all that, because he thought he was better than everybody else, which he wasn't. What's hot in 2022? Well, apart from LBC, we're going to look at sport, games, travel, music, soaps, movies. What else can we find? We'll find loads of things which will sort of guide you in the right direction. But before that, we're going to take a little break for the news. I had to keep thinking what day of the week it was, actually. Now that my brother's texted me, I'm quite pleased about that. I'm sure he'll sort that out. Fancy having a limit on something. I can understand if you were taking it out and shoving it in, as we said, the Cayman Islands or, Ramsgate or something. But they're deliberately doing it to cover you from fraud. But, it's my account, it's my money. I should do. It's like going into the bank at lunchtime. Where did I go yesterday? Pret-a-Manger. Do you remember we were talking about Pret-a-Manger? And I said they do this thing with bacon and something, and it's covered. There was a queue of 4 people, one person serving. The other one was sort of fannying around on the shelves, doing nothing at all. And I felt like saying, I'm sorry, one person serving. I just want to buy these. I don't want a cup of coffee. But nobody did anything, so I put it back on the shelf and walked out. They'll learn.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome to, gosh, it's a freezing cold Thursday. Gosh, it's going to... They did warn us, though, didn't they? They said after Christmas we'd had the mild weather, and then certain parts of the country would have the light dusting with snow. Now we've got these thunder snows coming in. So nothing... We won't get this in London. But it literally... The snow comes down like rain. It's sheets and sheets of it. You know, to see, you know, the car in front, bit of a nightmare. So take extra care. And, of course, the roads become filthy, absolutely filthy dirty. But this morning, when I came outside, like yesterday, I remember thinking, oh, blimey, it's a bit nippy this morning. This morning was even nippier than it was yesterday. And somebody said it was -1 degree. Certainly felt a bit lower than that, a bit lower, which is, you know, it doesn't matter. You just put a jumper on and, you know, we just sort of soldier on through it. But it's the snow I'm not looking... I like looking at snow. I think it's very pretty. And it's very festive. And there's people here in County Durham, you know, because all of a sudden people produce sledges. Where they get them from, I've got no idea. They just think, good Lord, let's get the sledge out. Mind you, when we lived in Yorkshire, we had a sledge as well. And it just stayed in the garage on a hook. And then you took it down when it became snowy. And my brother would sit on it and I'd pull him and then I'd give up, you know, because you keep falling over in the snow because you only had Wellingtons. Very odd. Steve, says Alan, here we go. I've listened for a few years now. Any advice on how to get into radio broadcasting? Good Lord above. Getting into... Why do people always ask me that? Why do people always ask me that? Yes, because I'm a veteran. Steve Allen, 67, nearly 68. And to get into broadcasting, well, Global have the Global Academy. And that's... I mean, I actually sort of got into it by accident. I didn't intentionally want to be in broadcasting. I don't know what I wanted to do, actually. I was going to be a speech therapist at one point in my career. And then I looked at the money and I thought, after training for like 3 or 4 years, and it was only worth that much. It's even worse than working for the royal family. You know, looking for a security man, £22,000. I don't think so. I don't think so. And yet there'd be a load of people who want to go and do it. But they just don't pay very much money. I wouldn't mind. So I didn't do hospital radio. I did discotheques, and it was doing the discotheques and Richmond in particular that I met Dale. He was my relief DJ, and he worked for United Biscuits Network, which was an industrial radio station. Kimberly Clark, the Tissue People, had a station, and the United Biscuits had at Osterley, transmitting to Scotland, Liverpool, Manchester, Harleston and Osterley on landline, went out on landline, and they set it up originally because they wanted to make sure that people stayed in the job. If you work for United Biscuits, McVitie's, you were producing, and we were the motivation. So each line had a speaker for every 2 people, and they could control, and that's what they listened to, and they had their own request programs and everything else. And there were loads of people who started at Capital Radio who had come from United Biscuits. You know, Roger Scott and Nicky Horn and Adrian Love. I mean, tons and tons of people had worked at UBN. And it was basically a training ground. And then when the commercial radio station started opening, they needed people. And so they were taking from UBN because they had people who'd actually done it. And we used to get people writing in going, oh, I'd love to come and work for UBN. I like custard creams. You know, like that was going to sway anything. But start Monday and we'll pay you. And it paid £400 a month when I got a job at UBN. £100 a week it paid. This was way back in 74. So in fact, I thought the money was really good. I mean, not obviously as good as it's got, but you know, that was how it was at the time. And so I've always said to people, when people have said, how do you get into broadcasting? Now there are lots of colleges that offer courses, but it depends what you want to be. If you want to be a journalist, you know, then you're doing a different course to somebody who wants to be a presenter or somebody who wants to be on the technical side. But you eventually find where you're going to be in it. And I don't think it's particularly difficult. I know it sounds a bit bizarre. I was always told, be yourself. You might have people that you've listened to on the radio and you think, oh, I can do that. But of course, it's never going to sound the same coming from you as it does coming from the other person. Dale had a thing about Tony Blackburn. He always wanted to be a Tony Blackburn kind of thing. Sensational. You know, and it was all a bit like that. And it was all a bit sort of, you know, disco and that kind of stuff, which seemed to work for him. He liked it. But if you asked him to talk normally on the radio and slow down and do it as a speech program, he found it incredibly difficult because he was so used to talking like this that it was all a little bit difficult, but very interesting at the same time. Don't forget, this morning we're also going to get the Barbados update from Jonathan Shallett. Can't wait for this one. Did I ever put a voice on? Yeah, absolutely. When I first started, because I thought you had to read the news and it had to be butch. I thought, and I failed miserably, and posh, I suppose, because I do have at home. At home, it's never going to see the light of day. I've got the first reel-to-reel with my first Night Extra programme and me reading the news, and you're never going to hear that, let me tell you. I want to keep the career going a little bit longer. But that's what it was. It was, you were reading the news, you were imparting, and then somebody said, be yourself. Be yourself. Just be as normal as you can, because radio is very unforgiving. You can listen to people on the radio and you think, I don't know, you sound as though you're putting that bit on. That's not genuine. That's not you. And the more genuine you are and the more you are, the more chance you stand of succeeding. And it is possible to have a career in radio. But so many people go into radio and they go, I want to be on the television. Whereas television's the short-lived bit. That's the little bit where they sort of, if you don't rate, you've had it. Mind you, exactly the same on the radio. Now, people are very much looking for ratings. Thank God for ours. But that's what it is. Steve, I had to sell £50,000 worth of shares in November for my part of my daughter's deposit for a new house. First Direct Bank allowed me to transfer $49,999 to another UK account in a single transaction. Yeah, they've all got different levels. Mine's 25,000, but if it's something like we're doing it on the mortgage, I think we'll be able to do it in one hit, which is good. So, and of course, I can check on my phone whether or not the money has gone out. That's all. All we're doing, we're just paying somebody else. It just happens to be a little bit more than usual. Roger says it's -3 degrees in Whitton. 3 degrees in Whitton. Brr, freezing cold. Graham says we had a great dump of snow here in Moscow yesterday. Settled nicely within minutes. People out clearing paths and roads. Wouldn't happen in London. We're not allowed to. You can get into trouble if you clear the pavement outside your house, because sometimes people clear the pavement and it reveals ice underneath, and then people could have an accident. So it has to be done by the council. I've heard of lots of people who've been told off. They're saying, don't clear this. The pavements are our responsibility. So they grit them with that horrible sand with bits in it and orange and everything else. And it's just you get home and your boots are filthy and your shoes are filthy. It was horrible. Not very nice at all. But yeah, it was cleaning of the pavement. Black ice increases the risk of injuries as it's invisible. So people would sweep off the top layer of the snow without realising that underneath it was frozen. And you can melt by spreading salt on, but you can go out. In fact, round our way they were giving away free salt. You used to go along to the Stoop rugby place, and you go, and the council will give you bags of salt, which yeah, quite normal actually. I went round with a friend of mine because he was getting some for their drive outside the house. And I went, "What, they give it away free?" He said, "Yeah, every year. You just go down there and they'll load up a couple of bags into the back of the car." If you think I'm putting anything on leather seats, you've got another thing coming. Steve, I'm on my way to Todmorden in Yorkshire. Do you know them parts, says Tony. I don't, actually. I've heard of Todmorden, but I don't know why. Was it famous for something? And one here says, when I was taking down our Christmas tree, says Ray in Hamilton, our dog ate some of the lights and we had to take him to the vets. Luckily, they were able to remove them, and naturally, our dog was delighted. Right, you're barred. I'm not having this at this time of the morning. It's outrageous. Steve, says Bev, I still get the sledge out for my grandson. Lovely wooden one, bought in Germany, 1965, when I was 5. You can't beat it. A sledge is great. And yet when we went to see Father Christmas, they didn't have sledges. They had like plastic things that you pulled the kids along in, just like a plastic, like a giant bowl thing, but just made out of pressed plastic. I can't remember what they were called actually now. But whereas we had a wooden sledge on metal, with wooden runners and everything else, which was quite nice. But people still do. You can buy them all over the place. But you want a posh one, don't you? Todmorden. Oh, that's right. It was used for Juliet Bravo in the 1980s. Then All Quiet on the Preston Front. Part of the League of Gentlemen. Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit. Life on Mars. And a film adaptation of the novel My Summer of Love. The BBC One crime drama Happy Valley was filmed in and around the town. And they've also done the clothes show. Wow, that's why Todd Morden is... I knew it was famous for something. I kept reading about it. So when you mentioned I'm on my way to Todd Morden, I remember thinking at the back of my mind, I know it's famous for something, but I'm blowed if I can remember what it is. And it was all of those different things, which is nice. What else have we got this morning? We've got Captain America. Chris Evans is set to play Gene Kelly in a new film which the late star's family may not welcome. Oh, I like Gene Kelly. I remember seeing an interview with Gene Kelly and Fred Astaire on the same programme. And I remember thinking, God, these are absolute legends, aren't they? Oh, this is the Cheryl who's bearing up so well. We're so delighted. And this is in the diary in the Daily Mirror today. She says, I have a completely different perspective now I'm responsible for another human. I care less about silly stuff and more about the important things in life, like Bear's health and happiness. So she, when she became a mother, her approach to life changed. Still can't get her back in the charts, though. Obviously not, which doesn't help. She says, when you're a mum, the day floats away. So I don't get to use it that often. She's bought a spin bike. When you're a mum, the day floats away. There'll be mums everywhere going, what is she on about? What is she on about? But anyway, she does her work calls after dropping Bear off and housework, and then it's time to pick him up again. It's so marvellous. We're just curious on the work calls. Because she just lost that contract, didn't she, with L'Oreal? I don't think she has that anymore. Perhaps that's why she has to do her own housework. Can't imagine her down on her hands and knees doing a bit of scrubbing, but apparently she does. Steve, in the London Borough... I'll have to tell you in a moment, actually.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
So don't forget, I know we were talking about the Christmas trees and the lights and all the rest of it. 12th night... They should be down by today. In fact, all you have to do to make sure that you don't have any bad luck, yeah, right, is to turn the lights off. Let them cool down, start dismantling the tree, take the decorations off, depending on whether it's a real tree or if it's a fake. If it's a fake tree, you don't need to worry. If it's a real tree, you better get the vacuum cleaner ready. And the good news is 353 days to Christmas. Yeah, woo. There was that lady in the paper, do you remember the other week? And she'd bought all of next year's Christmas presents. Oh, sorry, this year's Christmas presents, and she's wrapped them as well. I did that one year. I wrapped all the Christmas presents up, and then I suddenly thought, oh, what have I not done? I didn't put labels on them. I didn't know what was in each, so I had to undo the whole lot. And I had them all packed up. I remember I could see it in my mind, this black plastic rubbish sack full of presents for Christmas in the days when you gave presents. Now people don't give presents as much, do they? I think mainly it's money or booze or candles. Book token? Who gives book tokens? No, really? Oh, I didn't think people gave book... I mean, years ago, we used to get record tokens from grandmothers. Yeah, they never knew. And you'd always buy them bath cubes. Did you ever do bath cubes? There used to be a company, well, there probably still is, called Yardley. And they did a box of bath cubes. And you would run the bath and then you would sprinkle this cube. You would crush it up like it was sort of, like an OXO cube kind of thing. And it would make the bath water smell beautiful. And they do all these boxes of English lavender. And they used to smell gorgeous. And they came with silver paper around them and then a label around the outside. I mean, many people listening who remember these beautiful bath cubes which had... And you can also buy soap. But somebody said to me, don't use soap. I remember years ago I did a programme. In fact, we used to do beauty programmes on LBC. I know, you can't believe it. Seriously. With all the big manufacturers. Estee Lauder especially. We used to have Estee Lauder in once a month and they would come in and talk about new innovations and people would phone up and say, I've got dry skin. What would you recommend for that? And we would send out samples of Estee Lauder. It was... Why so bad? Dries the skin, apparently. Dries the skin. It's all right for ladies because ladies can put makeup on and things like that. Butch blokes, like what we are, can only put on moisturiser. And so you put on moisturiser, which sort of because otherwise in London, for some reason in London and trains and all the rest of it, do you know some bloke got on a bus yesterday? I nearly had a row, but I thought, I really haven't got the energy. He gets on the bus and he starts closing all the windows. And he's wearing a mask. And I thought, you're a bit simple, aren't you? No, the idea is open the windows. It says you need ventilation. It's very, very important. Harsh detergents in soap can strip away the natural moisturising oils in your skin, which can cause dryness, irritation and inflammation. So that's why. So I didn't use soap. I mean, I used to go through a regime of a hot flannel. The hottest you get, then you wring it out and you put it over your face and it becomes like a little steam bath kind of thing. No, just me again. I can always tell. What do I use? I don't use anything. Yeah, I use shower gel. I don't use it on my face. Don't use anything on my face at all. Just moisturiser. Stop it. Lots of people use moisturiser. You have to. When you get to a certain age, your skin gets a bit dry. I use... I mean, it's a nice... It's an Estee Lauder moisturiser. I go out there and treat myself. And I bought one a short while ago. I was going to give it to somebody as a present the other Christmas. It cost £200 for this pot of cream. And then I didn't give it to them. I've still got it. But the trouble is, I haven't opened it. But I use a moisturiser quite a lot. And then I've got another one which apparently tightens the skin up and makes you look very young. I've been taking that for... Yeah, I have opened it. Just doesn't work. I bought some eye cream once, £100, thinking I was going to end up, because it's where you get lines around your eyes. That's why Victoria Beckham doesn't smile. She's terrified because she looks, all of a sudden, her face becomes like a road map of the Kalahari. So you've got to be very careful. Apparently, Todd Morden is famous for the UFO sightings by Alan Godfrey you mentioned last week. The story's set to be a Hollywood movie, says Lisa. Yeah, it'll die. There you go. L'Oreal do a men thing. See, men are big business for the manufacturers. And this is an anti-fatigue eye roll-on. Don't think I've seen that one before, actually. Does it get rid of bags? Yeah, they all say that. Listen, I bought this eye cream. It's the top eye cream you can get. £100 a pot. Little tiny pot. And it didn't make the slightest difference. Didn't make any difference at all. No, I'm lucky, I have inner beauty. Shame it doesn't come to the surface. But every time I see something, you get something, you think, oh, I wonder what that's like. I'll try that. But a moisturiser is good. Or failing that, I tell you what is very good for your skin and your body is a scrub. But they changed the little beads that used to be inside it. And it exfoliates the skin. You have to exfoliate the skin. There's a woman on QVC. I mean, they must do most of the creams and everything else. Ideal World do amazing bargains on cream. Shows how much profit there must be on these things. And they're so cheap, some of them. Some of them are quite expensive. But most of them are actually very, very inexpensive. Apparently, says Danny, Steve, Todd Morden is pronounced Todd Madden. Or whatever it is. It's that rubbish place. I was reading an argument on Twitter between another radio presenter on another radio station who's been having an argument with somebody who believes they come from a haunted pub. Well, of course, as you know, it's a load of old codswallop. There is no such thing as hauntings or ghosts or anything like that at all. But people get sort of, quite excited. And so this UFO sighting by PC Alan Godfrey, the fact he's got the word PC in front of him doesn't make the slightest difference as far as I'm concerned. Once a fibber, always a fibber. I mean, there's no way that he saw a UFO. Well, might be a UFO, but not an unidentified thing from another planet, OK? That is just completely codswallop. Steve, in the London Borough of Bromley, we have a Snow Friends scheme. They deliver salt and shovels. You do a risk assessment course online, and you're allowed to clear the snow outside your house and form a group in your road, says Cheryl. Well, there you go. Yeah, because I remember years ago, they did take somebody to court because they used to sweep their pavement outside and people would slip over on it because it exposes the ice underneath. So not very good. I like the memorial, the Glade of Light, to the victims of the Manchester Arena terrorist attack, which has been unveiled to the public. All 22 victims' names are on this halo of marble. It's quite lovely. And so they all get their names on there. Memory capsules made by bereaved families for loved ones are embedded in the halo, which relatives were able to visit privately before it opened yesterday. Amazing, isn't it, really? Don't want any more of that, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. I wonder what we're going to get this year. What can possibly go wrong this year? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. It's got to be a good year this year, hasn't it? We have to see... I don't know what we have to see, but I think we just need it a little bit better than it has been for the last sort of couple of years. And we've got the Queen's Platinum Jubilee to look forward to. Oh, please God, that goes well. There's the new 50p coin. There's got to be something else. I mean, perhaps there'd be something else. I'm clutching at straws now. I can't think of anything else. I mean, we'd like to, I don't know, we just want to see nicer things, nicer television programmes. I don't want any more cooking programmes. I want less COVID. And I don't want any more stupid reality shows. I've had enough of reality shows now. There's a bunch of complete dodo birds out there. And James says, I'm 15 and enjoy listening to your show. It's very entertaining. Well, I suppose if you're 15, anything's entertaining, isn't it? Even something like this at the early hours of the morning. Chris uses Head and Shoulders for everything, to wash my hair and everything. No shower gel needed. Oh, I love shower gel. I'm big at the moment into a shower foam. It's Fengel and it's a shower foam. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Queen's Platinum Jubilee, commemorative 50p coin, which features Her Majesty on horseback. She still goes out riding, actually. I don't think she gallops anymore, but she's a little bit bounces around on the top of it, yes. But the 50p coin, sorry, the 50 pence coin looks very nice, doesn't it? I like that one. I like anything like that. I think that's very nice. Very, very nice. So somebody else telling me how to pronounce Todd Madden. Whatever. Steve, I've got to go back to work next week, says Trish in Erith. I'll miss your shows. I've been off work for nearly 6 months, and I've been listening to your show nearly every day. You've made me laugh. Well, you can do catch up. You can listen back at the weekends, and you can podcast and download. It's free, completely free to download the programmes, all of them, not just mine. The Global Player app. You go to lbc.co.uk, download the Global Player app, free, and then you can download all the podcasts. And I think there are thousands. I think I must have about 6,000 podcasts up there because it goes back about 5 or 6 years, I think. I can't remember actually exactly. Can you tell how many years it goes back? 42 years. Yes, the very first Steve Allen show. Hello, Mother. Not as bad as that, but no, definitely get catch up. Definitely. I'd love to know your opinion on Spike Milligan. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Rose says the best thing for your skin and any bags under the eyes is water and sleep. Yes, it is. It is sleep. Sleep's very important, but I get loads of sleep. I don't have any problem with sleep. And water's very good. In fact, the more water you drink, the better it is, because the outward appearance is interesting because it's whatever's going on inside your body, hence lots of water. The podcasts go back to 2009. So how many years is that? That's about, go on, I can't work these things out. 13 years. So there's 13 years of podcasts on there. You can download, go back. But the thing you have to do, and I keep reminding people, is podcasts now, because as more come onto the system every day, they drop off the other end. So they disappear. You can't get them back. Can't get them back. So my idea for everybody is, 21 million people can't be wrong as they download. Nearly 22. We're sort of pushing for the 22 at the moment. And if you do that, then we'll all be very happy. It gets better. Gets better. Still to come, Corrie's Sean Wilson was left with a bleeding ear after co-star Lynn Perry filled her handbags with 50 pence coins and whacked him around the head. Uh-oh.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Jonathan Shallett says, talking about United Biscuits, very interesting. He says, though, think on the basis of how many free biscuits you got radio training, money and diabetes. Actually, I got a thing the other day. I've got to go to the doctors to get the blood test. That's where they sort of strap. I always hate it. It doesn't hurt. It's just that I have to look the other way and I get a bit shaky with it. When they say, just rest your arm, Steve, just put it on there. And they strap up your arm and then they flick the vein. Oh, no. It's horrible. And then they sort of clip on the thing and then they sort of pull the plunger and then they pull a load of blood out and then they sort of unclip it and then they put another one on. Generally do about 2 or 3 syringefuls of blood. And then they send pints. At the end of it, you get a totally useless arm. It's just dragging along the floor. Look a little bit like sort of an orangutan or something. But it was. I've got to have that done. And I can do the blood pressure. I've got a blood pressure machine. I bought one. They're not very expensive, all these things. You can get them ever so cheaply. And you just literally put the strap around your arm, tighten it up, and then you push the button on it, and all of a sudden it sort of tightens up. And it's very clever. And I only paid about 30 quid for it. The blood pressure, I haven't checked it for ages, but I've no doubt. We always do about 3 or 4. We do about 3 or 4, which I think is good. Apparently, Steve, you should try Neal's Yard soaps. They're organic and leave your skin soft and silky. I'm not sure if I want softer. Although we did have somebody on once. They said you've got girl's skin, Steve, because you actually what? It's because it's sort of I can't remember. It was somebody in the beauty business. They said you're very lucky. You've got girl's skin, because I'm quite lucky, I suppose. I mean, some people. The trouble is, I tell you what does age your skin bad: smoking. Smoking does. Joanna says, my late grandmother had a very beautiful skin. When she was about 50 years old, she said, don't waste your money on expensive creams. Just find creams that suit your skin. Oh, somebody always told me a pot of Pond's cream can do wonders. It's just cream. It's just cream. But I mean, some of the manufacturers, some of the big ones, they spend a fortune. You can spend thousands on creams and stuff like that. Because each one of you ladies, and I bet there's quite a few blokes as well, if they tell you this is the nearest thing to a miracle, you'll put this cream on and all of a sudden your skin will glow and it will take away and it'll take years. People buy it in their droves. We've all fallen for it. I mean, it's often the cheap ones, which are just as good as some of the other ones. I mean, I seem to remember at one time you got Pond's cream, and it was a pot of cream, and it was fine. Then all of a sudden, the advert on the television started being Pond's cream from the Pond's Institute, and there were lots of people in white coats. Because wasn't it Estee Lauder had that brilliant idea of putting all the girls who work on the makeup counter for Clinique in a white coat to make them look as though they were chemists, technicians now. So you go, oh, and they've all got, look, because they spend most of their time putting their own makeup on. And they spend it in like that and sort of putting lippy on. But it's the white coats that was the clincher. You think they obviously work in a laboratory. They never did. Corrie's Sean Wilson was left with a bleeding ear after Lynn Perry filled her handbag with 50p coins and whacked him around the head. I should point out that Lynn Perry had a little bit of a drink problem. In fact, she turned up on, was it The Word or something like that? And she was completely off her trolley. But interestingly enough, and I liked Sean Wilson. He played Martin. He was married to Gail at one time. Anyway, then he left. And he makes cheese. He makes cheese now. He has a company called Saddleworth Cheese Company, which has won numerous awards. He also landed a deal with Asda to supply 200 branches. We supply now 180 stores with delicatessens, so we're very honoured, which is good. I wish they'd put him back on Corrie. I don't watch Corrie, no. I mean, occasionally I catch things. I was watching... Have you seen that 24 Hours in Under Arrest or something, where they're doing... police custody thing? I think it's on Channel 4. Is it called 24 Hours in Custody or something? Wow, have you ever seen it, ladies and gentlemen? That is really interesting. I watched one the other evening. It was a revolting couple, absolutely, and their child had died, and the injuries that this baby had achieved in his small life were so horrendous. People were in a terrible state over it, but they were just awful people. Awful people. And I sat there transfixed by this thing. And I can't even begin to go into it because it is so horrendous. Kane Mitchell jailed for a minimum of 18 years for murdering baby Teddy. He had broken bones. He had 17 broken ribs, collarbone and brain damage. And I remember looking at him thinking, and then when the police turned up because the neighbours had complained about the obscene language and his way of treating, she was as bad as he was. He was a vile piece of work. I mean, he was so disgusting. And this little baby who'd never done anything wrong to anybody, even the social workers were sort of saying, this is absolutely heartbreaking. They said, we're going to take him off the life support machine. The hospital said, we're going to take him off the life support machine, but we don't expect him to survive. And he didn't survive very long after they took him off, mainly because of his horrendous injuries. And this Kane, only 18 years, I'd have single-handedly brought back the death penalty. I mean, it was just absolutely awful. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but this Kane wasn't even the father. He was just the latest boyfriend, the latest vile person. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Anyway. I've been prescribed, says Stella, blood pressure tablets. Took the first one last night and told I might feel giddy. Do you take them? I do, yes. I don't get giddy. I do 90 tablets a week, to be honest with you. I mean, I am rattling as I walk. On a good week. On a good week, I'm rattling. But I can't remember which ones they are, but I've got... Is it not Averastatin? I keep thinking about all these different... I'm trying to remember at one point. I remember laughing at people years ago when they used to phone up the doctor on LBC and they'd say, I've got this and that. I was thinking, these people know all their medication. Now I'm in the same situation. Avoralstatin, levothyroxine, insulin, you name it, I've got it. Kim says, carbolic soap and a wire brush is what we use. A wee touch of Astral on a Sunday, I hasten to add. A wee touch. I heard you had it delivered by tanker. Elaine says, I'm dozing in and out of sleep because of a heavy cold, but I'll arrange a PCR for later. I've been making my own skincare lotions for about 2 years at the moment. A mixture of rose water, argan oil and lavender, little aloe vera. Very soothing. I like things like that, but it used to be considered a little bit camp, for men to wear moisturiser. And now you look at all the male models that there are, I bet you, and footballers, seriously, I bet you will not find a footballer, who does not have moisturiser in the bathroom. All men under 30 wear moisturiser because it's acceptable now. It's acceptable for people to wear moisturiser. They always used to say, didn't they? And I can't remember who used to say it. Could have been anybody. If there's more than 6 items in the bathroom, you're gay. And immediately men were rushing to the bathroom. Count it 1, 2, 3. Oh, dear God, there's 10. Get rid of 4. Get rid of 4. Terrible, isn't it? This year for our Christmas tree, says George, we had an ornament made with a picture of Dale on it as a tribute. He seemed so lovely. Oh, he could be a pain. He'll be listening. I'll probably get a message from him later. Michelle says it's my 42nd birthday. 42nd birthday. Listener since 2011. Make my day and wish me happy birthday. Absolutely not. We don't do things like that. Lord above. I've been told my face has skin like a peach, says John. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, actually. I can't remember. A bit furry. Mind you, I remember standing next to a very famous Hollywood actress, and she had her stage makeup on, or television makeup on, and she had very hairy skin, which apparently happens to a lot of people. You do. It's sometimes, when they're doing the jewellery shows on the television and they put an earring on, they hold it up to their ear. A lot of these people look like they need to buy a no-no because they are growing sideburns. There's one woman on there, and from a distance it looks great, but then she needs to sort of shave away all this fuzz. Things you have to worry about. Honestly, I worry about everything. It's getting worse and worse. But skin like a peach, I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh, by the way, I should point out that Lynn Perry died aged 74 in 2006. She had a stroke. She'd battled booze and ill health, including heart problems. But I'm delighted to say that Sean Wilson is doing very well with his cheeses. And also, still to come, a nice little story, actually, about a diamond and ruby ring. Turned out to be worth a little bit more than the owner thought.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Jonathan Shalit and Barbados. Do you remember he goes to Barbados? He loves it. He says, quite simply, my favourite place in the world to go to at Christmas, and he's been doing it for 30 years. 30 years, which is, quite something. And he says, wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing now. He says, staying at either Sandy Lane or the delightful Coral Reef Club, accompanied by his wife Katrina, the lovely Katrina, daughter Sophia Lever, who's here at Global. She works at Global, actually, on the Heart Breakfast Show, and his parents, 91 and 87. Beautiful room, known as a plantation suite, from which you can hear the Caribbean Sea. Daily treats. Wait for this one. Delicious rum punch, a daily swim in the warm sea, jet skiing up and down the coast, a walk with my mother on the beach, being able to chat in a way time at home never permits. Yeah, I saw that picture, actually. It's great. On my wife's birthday, Simon Cowell and his delightful girlfriend, Lauren Silverman, kindly took us to dinner. Favourite food? Locally caught flying fish or barracuda. Have come back tanned with a bounce in my step. He always has a bounce in his step. He said even the British Airways staff on the way back were brilliant, as working with reduced numbers due to COVID, but still gave outstanding service. He loves it. He's been going there for such a long time now, and he'll always sort of print his pictures. But his parents, 91 and 87. Can't believe it. Unbelievable. But, yeah, we're all a bit jealous, actually, Jonathan, as you can well imagine. We're trying not to think about it. Mind you, a bit of a shock now, isn't it, coming back to this country and the coldness at the moment. Lovely Stuart Manning says, I'm off for another long day on set, but never feels like work as I love it so much. That's what I've always said to everyone. It's like Jonathan. He'll tell you exactly the same thing. He couldn't do his job if he didn't love it. He couldn't. You've got to love a job so much that's what. I can't believe it. Seriously. I must tell you this story about this diamond and ruby ring. The 200-year-old ring was in a box of cheap jewellery that the owner had taken for a free valuation. She believed the diamond was paste, fake, and that the whole box would make about 50 quid at auction. But 50 quid's 50 quid. Anyway, experts valued the ring alone, which had the ruby surrounded by diamonds, at £300 to £500. It fetched 1,000. Somebody very happy. And that was by Hanson's auctioneers. Hanson's Chris Kirkham said of the Georgian ring taken for valuation in Teddington, "That's what we're here for." He says, time and time again, valuable items like this are found lost in collections of old costume jewellery, which are inherited. Because a lot of people wore costume jewellery because it was big and vulgar and everything else. But in certain cases, it turns out to be genuine. Do you remember I told you the story of the American pawn shop, PAWN, which is gone now, owned by Mr. Gold and his family? And this woman had brought in something, and she was looking, I think, for $50. And he said, well, leave it with me. And she brought in a pile of stones and everything else. And she went away, and they had their gemologist, who was in on that particular day, went through it. Most of the stuff, they look at it under a microscope, was just glass, coloured glass, which, people think looks quite pretty, except one red stone. And it was a red sapphire, and it was worth $10,000. So when she came back in, they said, listen, this isn't worth anything, this would just be a few dollars. She went, oh right. They said, but this one, and he held it up, he said, that's worth $10,000. And she went, what? I mean, quite clearly she'd never had $10,000 in her entire life, and it was just amazing. I mean, even I got excited. I was going, take the money. And then there's other people that come in. There was a bloke, you have to watch it, just go on to, I forget what the programme is called, but they have very nasty customers who get dragged out by the security because they go, I was told this is worth $400. Give me my $400. And they go, no, we haven't seen it. Now we've looked at it. It's rubbish. There was a bloke who claimed that he'd porn stars. You must seriously watch it. PAWN. Yeah. Well, you could try the other one. You might get something completely different and nothing worth valuing. But there you go. But they get people who argue about something. There was one woman argued, and she starts shouting in the store about, there's one woman took in a computer. Unfortunately, she couldn't sign on to it because she didn't know the password because she'd nicked it. And she's going, I want $200 for it. And they went, no, we can't give you $200. Give you $140. I want $200. And they stand there, and then all of a sudden these enormous bouncers turn up. They're about 7 foot tall, and they literally, take out unnecessary customers who have exceeded their expectation in the breathing department, and so they take them out and throw them back in the car park. And some of them are terrible because you can pawn or you can sell to them, and either way it goes onto the computer. But if you want to buy it back again, you've got to wait a few weeks because it's got to be registered. They can't not do it. They have rules. And then you get people honestly, I tell you, it would provide endless entertainment. Gives me endless entertainment. If I really want to be wound up, I see people. Ashley, the girl who is the daughter of Mr. Gold, gets abuse from people. I mean, the abuse that she used to get in the shop was quite hilarious. Catherine says, I was watching one of those shopping channels the other night, Steve. The guy showing the rings on his finger had the lowest cut nails I've ever seen. Made me wince. I'll tell you who I like. I like anything, actually, that does. They do a whole pack of creams, and they go £40. And there's like 8 boxes of creams. I'm thinking, how much do these things cost to make? Still like them. I believe, Steve, the original face moisturiser creams, Nivea and Astral, I buy the big tubs for £6, last me 2 years. I'm 52, but everybody I meet thinks I'm 25. They're lying to you, Fozia. Okay, they're lying to you. They don't think you're 25 at all. They think you look 70. I like that idea. I like it. Steve, I did see the police custody programme. It was one of those programmes, difficult to watch, but compelling. I mean, I was... absolutely, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I couldn't believe it was on the television. This couple was so revolting. I didn't even know where to go with it. I really didn't know where to go with it. And at the end of the day, and we've seen it time and time again, haven't we? When somebody, kills a child, and then they just basically lie to people, and it was just, we've seen it. I've lost track of how many times I've read stories like that in the papers. Very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. That's just about it, actually, for this morning. Actually, I was going to do a story about the NHS, and then I changed my mind because it's so lengthy. Because at the moment, the staff sicknesses and the COVID surge have put such a strain on the NHS that they were advising you yesterday to get yourself to hospital if you've got chest pains. They weren't going to send an ambulance. They didn't have one. They said patients currently in the emergency department, this is in one hospital, this is Blackpool's Victoria, currently in the emergency department, 88. 88 patients. Longest time to be seen at triage, nurse today, 217 minutes. Average time spent in the emergency department, 3 minutes 28. There are now, I think, COVID-19, 5.8 million now waiting for NHS treatment. 5.8 million people waiting for NHS treatment. It's just unbelievable. And there are people who are just falling apart. 24 trusts yesterday had literally declared major incidents. 17 hospitals in one area halted non-urgent cases. That's how bad it is. And it's all due to people not getting vaccinated, not wearing their masks and getting out there. You know, we want to make sure that it starts settling down a little bit, but it's the people who haven't been vaccinated that are causing problems. They really are. They're taking up too many beds. 20 trusts have now declared critical staffing levels, and the NHS has sounded the alarm. And they're not joking. They're quite serious about it. That makes all of the papers today, plus the 4 Black Lives Matter activists who admitted toppling the statue of Edward Colston walked free from court after a jury decided they'd committed no crime. And somebody was telling me a story, and I can't remember what the story was about one of the people there. One of the people there who was on trial, but they've now all been acquitted. And there's pictures of them as well. This is the campaign that was started. I mean, could they not find them or something like that? I just don't want to see people vandalising all sorts of things in the country, and there being nothing at the end of the day apart from a very expensive court case. Very, very expensive court case. Do you know, the only paper I forgot was Metro, and for some reason every day I get sent 6 copies of the Metro. Obviously got a thing against me, and I've just realised that Metro that I picked up is yesterday's. I opened the first page and I thought, wait a minute, I've seen this story before. It was where they filmed the Batman movie, which is it's a building under threat.